What is up? I started with 10 this time. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, y'all. What is up? Welcome to the Thumbsucker Free Content. I'm your host, Art New Style. Not Nutsall. Yeah. Anyhow, hope you guys are doing well this November now on a Tuesday. November. And next Tuesday is going to be Election Day. Election Day. We get this, all the freaks come out at night during Election Day. So that's going to be interesting. Right? Please hit that like button, share, and subscribe. I'm not even sure if you guys wait on me to tell you it, but I'll just say it anyway, periodically throughout, throughout the live stream, or probably the first half. Right, but it is Tuesday. Tuesday, right? Tuesday. Throw your two fingers up. Actually, throw your two fingers up on both hands, twos, and then say day afterwards. Day. Right? So I'm going to upload my slideshow because, I have to show you pictures and articles. Hopefully, you'll be able to hit to what I'm trying to say because I don't want to have to just keep reading all this stuff. And I'm drained during the day or after work. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like just knocked. I'm tired. But my whole thing is consistency. Right? It's all about that consistency. And I hope you guys recognize it. If not, then so be it. It's all good in the neighborhood. Right? So I guess my school chronicles, I think it's still working, students are getting very upset that you're calling parents, but hey, I told them I'm the serial parent caller. Rawr, I'm going to call your parents. Had a few come up to the class. Like, can you tell me what my son or daughter was doing so I can whip their ass in front of you? Type of stuff, So they're pretty active, So I have to give them a lot of kudos. Right. But shout out to, that's the thing. Like the middle school parents, they gonna do the thing, They gonna do it. It's these high school parents. They'd be like, "Dang, do I have to come up there?" That's one thing. It's hard to get high school parents to get involved. I mean, for the most part, we get the middle school kid parent, the children. And the thing is, them parents don't let me pull out that Zoom link. What I try to do is I'm able to send the Zoom link when the student is still acting up, and I just send the Zoom link to the parent, and the parent is looking at them, Oh, that's the best part, man. Oh my God. They're like, why you got your computer turned this way? And I move the window around. They see that parent like mad. It's like, come here. Oh my God. And I'm like, you want me to move the computer the private room? No, I want them to hear this. So yeah, they oh my God, it's hilarious. Let's see.
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay, that works. I mean, I know, like, okay, why is he having these setbacks on time? Because I constantly have to keep starting my computer over to make sure that I don't have any kind of freeze issues and things of that nature. So, it ain't that I'm just being trifling, but I'm just trying to make sure that I don't have all these issues. It's quite, you know, irritating. Let's see, let's get these brothers' pictures here. I can't get their picture up. Man, I'm telling you, man, when you be trying to that's the other thing, when you try to get your photos, a lot of blocking. They do a lot of this whole blocking thing. And you be trying to honor stuff, but hey, it is what it is, right? But we'll keep it going. So anyhow, we got some work ahead of us. I'm sort of bonding with the little brothers so far. But again, you know how BGS talks about the Klingons with the girls, with the boys and girls in school, they gotta be on some hell of a BS, before they say, okay, we cool now. I'm like, dude, you put me through all this stuff, had to call your parents, get you suspended, all this kind of stuff. And all of a sudden, we cool now. I'm your favorite teacher. Well, that's not even necessary. Anyhow. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and put these links in. We're gonna have a little bit of fun. We're gonna talk about some things that I guess that some things are trending, and then I'm gonna pull out some articles this time. So people won't be thinking I'm pulling stuff out my ass. Right. But I hope things get better in all of our lives, because man, hope and prayer is always necessary. And every now and then, if you see someone, you kind of notice someone that's kind of down and out, give them a shout out, give them a call. One of my close frat brothers, we call him Pro Fights, he lost his mom last weekend. And that's the thing. A lot of us are losing our mothers in like these little small time, what do you call it? Small clusters. And it's crazy, man. Especially if your mother was on the good side of things. That's like, damn. Now if your mom was like 80 or 90, I can kind of live with that a little bit. But if they're in their 60s or early 70s, that's like, I'm not taking that too well. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not. Sorry. So as you can hear, I'm still not really over certain things, certain losses, I would say. And what I try to do is avoid more, like certain people that have bad health or whatever. I mean, the best I can do is give some kind of advice on what to take and what to stay away from, and, come and, do some visits when I have the time. But it's hard because it's like, wow. It's hard to make them trips when you're super occupied, but that's why it's important for people to take care of their health. I know that I'm no going on my little health soapbox, but people got to take care of their health, man. If you don't take care of your health, who's going to take care of you? You need to anticipate that somebody's just not going to come and take care of you. You know what I mean? Eventually somebody is not going to take care of you. I know that sounds bad and doom and gloom and all that, but you got to do whatever you can so you won't need anybody to keep you alive, even your loved ones. Things change when it seems like you're at the end, and they might have an insurance policy taken out of you. People change, so keep that in mind, y'all. It's especially black men. God dang, especially black men. That's huge, man. You got to make sure that your health is intact. And I'm not talking about I would say do the doctor visits to do the blood test and find out if there's anything going on. But as far as the doctor giving you medicine and all that, hell no. You better find some cleaner and healthier way to get over the problem and just constantly get tested and everything. I'm sorry. But that's I don't know what's going. That's why I told you guys about, the future of the global society. I can't say too much, over these airwaves, but just take care of yourself so you won't be relying on any kind of, medical technology or something or whatever that's either in your body or that's attached to your body. I could say that. You don't want that being your source of life. Right? I talked to some brothers that you would have thought they had this big zest for life, and they stuck to a dialysis machine. Shout out to AB. But we're running into a lot of brothers and sisters that are on dialysis machines. And people think that, that's just, just kicking it. No, that takes a lot out of them. And the thing is, have they ever, have the industry ever figured out how to get them off of this? Most of them tell you they're on this for life until they get another kidney. That stuff is serious, man. So one for black men is your blood pressure. Other one is your salt intake, your sugar intake as well, black men. Dr. Lily Africa, I think that's what he said. The way that your blood is flowing well is if depending on how much fluid is in your scrotum. That's what he said. If there's not much fluid in there, blood is not flowing in your midsection. That's where you want your blood to flow the most. Because when things stop in the middle of your body, that's when all hell breaks loose. All kind of stuff start happening. And then you can check the temperature in your legs and your upper body. When the temperature is erratic, that means you're going to be having some kind of health issue. I got that from my acupuncturist, and she wasn't wrong. But doctors just don't tell you that. They just, man. And it's harder each year to get a good doctor, man. But let me go ahead and give a shot. Let me go ahead and bam you guys up and then go into our material here. I'm listening. Bam. We got Pragmatic Prime. Bam. We got Heru in Apocalypse. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank you, Jesus.
And bam. All right. Then we have Mr. Blue Collar. Bam. Holla Blue Collar. Look like he in the nation on there. Joe's in the building. Bam. Hello. Hello. All right. I think we the only ones that know about that. AB Media. Bam. We got Detroit 313 in the building. Bam. You ready for that BMF? I think it's in January. And then we got Cleveland Goodman in the building. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank you, Jesus.
And bam. Right. And let's see. We got Derek Dulce in the building. Bam. Okay. Wait a minute. He said he's from where? Oh, they're from New York City, Long Island. Yo, get your mans, yo. Get your mans, yo. I love that New York, man. God damn. Let's see. Here we got Ang Holloway says, who is more beautiful, Pam Grier or Bernadette? You talking about Standish? I'll go with Pam Grier. That's the feature of the world right there. I mean, I like Bernadette, but Pam Grier, can't resist. This is my partner in crime, but one of them here. Bam! It's a good evening, brother. When things stop flowing in the middle of your body, that's like, yeah. Tell them. It's like a train stopping right in the middle of a speed, like so all kind of stuff in the train start rattling and things hit the walls and it's bad, you know. And then we have, let's see, we got you up in here. It says, does flu shot even work? You know what? I don't see it, but that's just me. You know, I just don't see it. You know, but some people swear by it, so that's why I'm like, I don't want to have a strong stance on it. Okay. So anyhow, y'all, please hit that like button, share, and subscribe, and put on your seatbelt, your helmet, put on your gloves with the fingers getting out of it. You know, put your scarf on, take the hood off, and let's ride. Okay. So we're going to get into this gentleman right here. I got two articles here. Now, you already know that he had an issue over there at the Celtics franchise, you know, dipping his cookie into some milk, right? He wants some milk. So, I mean, Irish milk, huh? Oh man. So basically he was raked over the coals, you know. And shout out to Shonda. She sent me some things about it as well. And so far, look at here. So far, this dude, I got right here. It says NBA rumor. It's Ime Udoka, strong front runner for the Nets head coaching job after Steve Nash exit. I thought he'd already left. And this is today. See, this is today. So I'll just read a little bit. Suspended Boston Celtic coach Ime Udoka has emerged as the strong front runner to fill the Brooklyn Nets head coaching vacancy, according to Shams Charania of Stadium and The Athletic. ESPN Adrian Woj, you call him the Woj, reported Udoka is likely to be the hire, and it could be finalized in the next 24 to 48 hours. Y'all, you know how fast that is? Chris Mannix of Sports Illustrated added the sides are in advanced discussions about a contract for him to take over. Chris Haynes of NBA on TNT reported the Celtics won't seek compensation from Nets if they hire Udoka. They like, take this Negro, please. And Chris Haynes right here says Boston Celtics will not seek. Oh, God, that's just a tweet thing there. General Manager Sean Marks later told reporters at the press conference the team has not made any decision regarding its next head coach. Get out of there. But Woj said originally reported Udoka and former Utah Jazz coach Quinn Snyder were among early candidates for the job. Early Tuesday, the Nets announced that mutually parted ways with Steve Nash, who had led team coaching staff since September 2020. Brooklyn named Jacques Vaughn as the acting coach beginning with Tuesday night's home game against the Chicago Bulls while while the coaching search takes place. What do we say here? Oh, she said Ime Udoka. Ime Udoka. What is this? What is this you talking? No, I'm joking. Anyhow, hit that like button, share, and subscribe. Now, factors have been laid out, right? So we're looking at Nash, right? Now remember, Nash has been disrespected by Kyrie Irving inadvertently, talking about we don't need a coach or something like that. Between him and Durant. Right. But the thing is, okay, if Nash got somewhat to the playoffs, I guess that first round I think they got knocked out in the first round last year. I don't know if it was first. It had to be first. I mean, that's not bad for it. What, that's his first year? I think that was his first year. So I don't know. I think this is probably his little practice zone. He's probably going to go somewhere else. I don't know. Don't do it here, Nash. Don't come here, Nash. Please. Don't be our coach here, please. We don't even know. No, dog. Don't do it. Anyhow, but they've mentioned, what you call it? They've mentioned the coach, the other coach from Utah. And right now they got Jacques Vaughn. Kind of looked funny, man. I remember him. He looked like he had that Webster, Gary Coleman look for a taller basketball player. He had that look. I remember him. But he's the interim coach for the Nets. And I'm just thinking, man, okay, Udoka being the coach for the Nets after taking the Celtics to the playoffs? And all of a sudden, you're with the Nets with Durant and Kyrie Irving. Everybody's interested to see how that's going to turn out. We have to see how that chemistry goes. But, according to his record as a coach, he should be okay with them, with that kind of talent they have over there in Brooklyn. So that's going to be interesting in itself. And for the Celtics to say, just please take him away, it had to be real big with home chick or whatever. Right? And messing with them white women. Hey. It's funny, because, probably the wives for the owners of the Brooklyn, they probably ugly as hell. Like, how you doing? How you say your name? with the little chin hairs, with the bumps and everything. Your name Udoka? I play Udoka. So that's gonna be pretty interesting. They said 24 to 48 hours, man. Right? Now, the next one on the item, please hit that like button, share, subscribe. So I'm going to get my 2 cents here on this pearly things here. And shout out to Obsidian for coming up with an interesting exchange between her and other guests that were coming up. But I'm over here trying to follow this whole thing. I don't watch every channel in this space. And we've been saying this ad nauseum. But the first time we ever saw this chick on a channel in this space was last night. And the only time we heard people talk about her is when she was dealing with the Lapeef Network and this Hafiz dude and Donovan Sharp. And some people just talked about it. I haven't heard any brother say, hey, you got to check out this chick. This she's white, but her name is Miss Pearly Things. And you just, man, she's the truth. Matter of fact, y'all need to subscribe to her. Have y'all heard that in this space? I'm just trying to figure that out. Now, Edward Anderson, he's one of those big, he's a stickler on making sure that he doesn't take credit for what people say. He pretty much cites people. He cites his sources, right? I never, ever, ever, ever heard Edward cite her as a source. Ever. And he's good at that. I haven't heard anybody cite her as a source. Miss Pearly thing said, but no. I'm sitting there like, I'm just thinking, and don't get me wrong, man. I'm blackety black. You know what I mean? But I gotta call real is real. Now, what I will give, what's his name? Mama Wally or something. I forgot his. God damn it. It's hard to say it. I got to see his name to say it right because it's hard to say the jot without seeing the name. But anyhow, the part that I do agree with him on is how people in some parts of this space paint this whole term pro-black with a broad stroke. And he was saying y'all need to give the pro-black sector or whatever he said the same courtesy you want for the black manosphere, because a lot of people in the black manosphere say we're not a monolith, right? Like me, I say, you know, you got manosphere left, manosphere neutral, manosphere right. You know, other people say other things, 2.0, 1.0, 3, all these different things, right? But y'all need to start doing that with the pro-black sector as well. So I can see what he's talking about, right? And like I said, I'm blackety black, but not like this. I'm more blackety black like this. Carter G. Woodson to John Henry Clark. That's my blackety black. But going back to just Pearly things, chick is 25 years old, y'all. She didn't really put that much time in this earth. You know what I mean? So she's still learning. Who knows what direction she's going, but she found a niche at this time. Right? She found a niche and it's working for her. And the part that I don't like, and I think most brothers don't like, is either exaggerating, insinuating, or just flat out lying on black men from your own brothers or your own sisters. Right? So the things that I've said earlier, it's like, I don't hear anybody endorsing this chick. No one is endorsing this chick. Right? Now, you might want to jump on Obsidian, but basically he just calling things what they are. He's not talking about worshiping this chick or whatever. And trust me, I don't think Obsidian likes me at all. Like I said, there are some big YouTubers that just don't care about me at all. And guess what? They probably can't even explain why, but they just don't. But facts before feelings. I got to look at his message more than how, you know, he navigates around me. I just look at him, listen to him from afar. But for what I heard, I mean, he made lots of sense. He made lots of sense on some of the things he said. I don't appreciate the broad stroking when he talks about pro-black and all that kind of stuff. But for the most part, he was asking. He literally just laid out all the stuff that people were saying. He didn't say turn around and show me your ass. He didn't do all that. He didn't. You know, he just laid out all the complaints that people were saying on with her name and all that. And she made some responses that were pretty much, you know, PC. You know, that's all it was. Right? And the thing is, I'm going to keep it a buck. If people didn't like fabricate and exaggerate her presence and that all woman king BS and stuff like that, she wouldn't even be here. She wouldn't be in this space. I'm gonna keep it a buck. She wouldn't be here. I guarantee you. So the fact that people were, it's, you know, it kind of remind me when I was talking about, and shout out to I think SKC. You know, he's still, I consider him still a good buddy of mine and prophet of thought. And that's why I went over there, because I'm like, I thought we were cool, but you're taking my material and making it look like all we talk about is blackity black this, blackity black. And I'm like, dude, that's not cool. You know, and I'm like, I said, because you're misleading people. You're giving people red meat on my channel's name. You know, when we don't normally, like, for example, the exchange between X and Charles and everybody, that wasn't a normal occurrence, but they were trying to make it look like that's all that happens when you go over there, or when you come over here. Everybody just don't get attacked and all that kind of stuff. Now, when you kind of disingenuous, you gonna me, I'll just say, I don't know, man, and just go make a sandwich or something, but somebody else gonna tear your head off. You know, I mean, you're insulting people's intelligence. Remember, this is thumb sucker free content. But same thing here, though. It's like, you know, the people that you would think that would be pro-black for your people and all that kind of stuff. Why would you take someone like this chick and her material and pin it on us like a damn donkey? Right? Yes, she met with Kevin Samuels. Yes, she met with what's the dude's name? Lead attorney and all that kind of stuff. But it's been a while since Kevin Samuel been on a panel with one of us. Definitely not mine. It's been a while. And then lead attorney too. The only person he really deals with is O'Shea. So what are you saying? You know what I mean? It just turns out to be, to me, it's like pretty much close to being just lies. Right? Because the narratives that I'm hearing, that just makes it, I think a lot of us frustrated, you know, because again, this goes in the category of lying on a black man. You're literally lying on a black man. Okay? Because you don't got these brothers here on these spaces that I know of. Even, I don't even think Hood Conservative and all of them and Trey, I don't even think they follow her like that. But you literally just saying, hey, these guys worship her. They follow her. This chick is 25 years old. She's barely getting to know the world. And she finally heard some, you know, look up Helen Smith, Men on Strike. That's what she remind me of. Helen Smith, Men on Strike. I wish somebody would ask her that question on Obsidians last night. But how do people feel, or how do people feel the fact that the first appearance was on Obsidians last night, but other times she was not on any of the spaces. She didn't even make our chats or any of that stuff. I mean, she probably did some ghost watching, because she probably was really afraid or something, or intimidated. So guess what now, y'all? For those people that sat there and said, hey, you know, she's part of the space. Well, okay, maybe now. I don't know. But guess what? Who cares? Again, I'm blackity black and I'm blackity black, y'all. And I'm blackity black. But who cares? Who cares? And some people, I think Grinch made this point about he didn't say the names, but I knew what he's talking about. Like Gloria Steinem and that Wallace chick. Last time I checked, you know, based on their history, Didn't a lot of black women follow them on their way to being feminist and using it against the community? And look where we are and look what we're talking about. But we're being accused of following a 25-year-old green but yet white chick. That's not cool, man. And I bet you I can almost just put my life on the line. Ain't none of these dudes on the blackity black side is going to say, my bad, maybe I exaggerated, maybe I was just, I saw more things than I thought I should have. And I'm like, no, man, that ain't cool, because you're lying. You're just lying. And that's what I don't like. And I think most black men don't like that. So anyhow, that's my 2 cents. I think I covered it. But yeah, man, that's sad. That's real sad. And the thing is, maybe she will wither away. But I guarantee you this. This will be on record as, I guess, some of our black women that don't like the fact that we receive quote unquote red pill from a white chick more than the black chick. That's all it's going to turn out to be. It ain't about no right and wrong. It ain't about nobody is better or and all that. It's just the fact that you felt a certain way because you perceive that black men were following this chick, and you don't have too much on record of seeing a lot of brothers in this space sending her like millions of dollars of super chats and all that kind of stuff. No. I mean, just the bottom line. But I'll be curious to hear what people have to say about this. Unless I think we probably, talked our ears off of it. I listened to it, and then of course you got BGS's Patreon. That was hitting home right there too. So I can definitely feel that frustration. All right. So hit that like button, share, and subscribe, because we're gonna move on. Because I try not to just go too long on these things, man. So the next item on the list. This gonna make y'all mad too, huh? Oh man, let me move on. Okay, you see this right here? No, it's not SYSBM, but I tell you what, I would say it is. Not only black men are leaving this country, not only black men are leaving this country. Did you hear me? Not only black men are leaving this country. I should put these articles. That's what I'm gonna start doing. Okay, I'm gonna put this article down here so y'all can see it for yourself. Okay. But not only black men are leaving this country. Let me go ahead and share this with you. Here you go. That's the article right there. And let me go ahead and pop that in for you. What's this? What is this? What is this? Okay, get rid of that. All right. So we kept hearing a lot of complaints about black men always trying to lead the country and blah, 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 and blah, 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 and this and that and that and this, right? But check this out. Look at this. Young people of color are getting the hell out of the U.S. Right? So you got women, black women and other nationality of people, right? Check this out. Being a minority, that's air quotes. Being a minority, this is back in August. Oh, okay. Being a minority in the U.S. is the most stressful thing I've ever done in my life. Growing up, everything from my cultural values to my appearance seem to be at odds with the dominant culture. Anyone can have anxiety around not belonging, but being a person of color in America makes the anxiety inescapable. When I was younger, I thought about my race all the time because people around me were constantly pointing it out. I was an Asian kid, Asian lives matter, or the Mexican kid, Mexican kids matter, depending on how people perceive my race. And before I entered any room in my predominantly white Texas school, my first thought was always be, I hope they've seen people like me before. It goes on here. Now, let me move down here real quick. That's exactly what many people of color are doing, and as increasing numbers of Gen Zers and millennials become expats, many of them are taking to social media to discuss it. On TikTok, the hashtag moving abroad has more than 170 million views. Some of the top creators like was it Chris the Sis, Beyonce, IBN, I don't know what that means, and Amber, whatever, and black and brown people talked about how moving out of the country was the best thing they ever done for their mental health and trying to persuade the rest of us to leave. I saw that grass, in fact, was greener in other places, especially as a black woman. Oh, right. So this last part right here. Of course, while there may be relatively new trending conversation on social media, there's a long, illustrious tradition of people of color, especially black people, leaving America for a better life abroad. Over the course of decades, black female celebrities, including Josephine Baker, Nina Simone, and Tina Turner, all relocated to different countries, as PBS reported. And they were all quite clear about why. I ran away from home, I ran away from St. Louis, and I ran away from the United States of America because that terror of discrimination, horrible beast which paralyzed one's very soul and body. Baker said in a 1952 speech upon returning to her hometown of St. Louis to perform after having relocated to Paris, right? So that's a little history. But I mean, the point is, people just like pointing a finger. Why are black men leaving? Why are everything? We lay our facts out, and then we even leaving room open just in case we see some kind of improvement. Maybe we'll stay. Now people, no matter, it's not just black people now. Everybody's leaving. So these people are leaving. The other people leave. What do you say to them? Are they cowards or they ain't strong enough? You can't handle a strong white country. You can't handle a racist man like me. I mean, is that how they being treated or being told before they leave? You know, people are leaving, man. So it's not just black men. That's the what do you call it? That's the case here. Let's see. So it's okay for them to travel, but not, thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Jesus.
Appreciate you, fam. So, and I mean, if anybody, I put that link in the chat if y'all want to read the rest of it. That's an August article, but I found that very interesting. So, and hit the like button, share, subscribe. And we're going to the next one here. All right, so we're looking at Brazil officially has a new president, President Lula. Right now, he was president the first time I got there in 2010, and this dude is economy driven. That's all he talks about as far as his promises is the economy, right? So, matter of fact, his name is Lula da Silva. And, you know, I think let me read some of this stuff so you guys can get a little gist of what, what's coming down the pike here. And I think, hey, shout out to Adrian Thomas. He be sending us some hell of an articles. I'm like, bruh, shout out to you. But here, people are celebrating, right? You know, okay. I tried to tell people earlier, my wife cannot stand this guy. But right here. They won't let me read it. Maybe I can just read this top part. They be forcing you, like either get a membership or else. All right, so it says Sao Paulo. It said Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva evoked fond memories of his heady two-term in office in the 2000s when commodity prices were soaring, poverty was plunging, and Brazil was optimistic, seen as a country of the future. The people will eat steak, drink beer again. They will be happy again. Mr. Da Silva told supporters in the campaign that end with Sunday's victory over President Jair Bolsonaro. I can't read the rest. Who has yet to concede or comment on the? This is old because he already conceded. Because this is yesterday, right? So right here it says prosperity. It says promises prosperity for, but faces economic perils. Now there's some things that I've heard because basically, according to Lula, from what I gathered, this whole thing was about the forest in the Amazons, and I believe that Bolsonaro, I think that's his name. He's supposed to have gone in and cut a lot of trees down and put a lot of pollution there because the trees there is supposed to serve as a huge filter, not for just Brazil, but a larger part of the diaspora, according to scientists, quote unquote. So I'm quite sure he's going to stop that. But according to the plans, the fact that Bolsonaro is supposed to industrialize that area, that's supposed to bring more money to Brazil. But according to what people are saying, is that Lula is going to be making sure that a lot of the resources will be going to the poor, especially jobs and things of that nature. So here are the concerns. The concerns is that, he may bring the visa process back. And also the other concerns is that my bad. Roddy said the entire world for the forest. Okay. The other part too is that currency, the exchange rate with the currency, it may not be in our favor. Right now it's usually stagnant between 5 and 5.50, right? So hold on, my wife is in my business. Você quer falar sobre Lula?
Não, amor, porque eu tenho muita coisa ruim para falar dele.
Ok, estou falando sobre ele.
Eu vejo.
Ok, pode?
Eu falar?
Eu.
Sim, amor.
Ok. Eu pode continuar?
Sim.
Ok. Obrigado.
Desculpa, não sabia, eu atrapalhei você.
Oh my God, she cannot stand this guy. Okay, what are her concerns? Her concerns is that he's going to turn his back on issues about crime and he's going to let legitimate people do whatever they want and all these different things. So she's upset. Whole bunch of stuff, she's an evangelical, so I feel her pain. But we'll see what happens. I told her to give it about like 6 months or after he fully takes his seat in office and just chill, see how it goes. Right. But that's a concern, for us that travel back and forth over there. That's what you want to keep your eye on is the visa process and the currency exchange rate. So my fear is that it'll probably go down into the 4s. Right. But hopefully, if he still sees that tourism is still the great part of their economy, then we ain't got nothing to worry about. Okay. So please hit that like button, share, and subscribe right there. So we're going to go into the next item. We're going to go into the next item here. Look what we have here. According to this here, it says, who owns the White Lives Matter trademark? Did you guys ever figure that out? Kanye has put a lot of attention on this shirt and what have you, and people got all just up in arms, things of that nature. But somebody must be on, huh? Okay, well, I do my best, y'all, but I can't compete with the big dogs. Let's see. Let me see who's this. Okay, so far. Oh, okay, I'm just boring. Okay. It's all good. Anyhow, let me go ahead and share this article here. Let me share this article. You guys gonna love this. All right. So according to who owns the trademarks, I'm trying to look at the science behind this. You know what I mean? But so far, these two gentlemen, Ye can't sell White Lives Matter shirts because two black men owns the trademark. One of the most racist phrase in America is owned by two black radio hosts in Phoenix. I didn't know that. I never thought of taking that trademark, to be honest. So the reason why Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, can't legally sell his White Lives Matter t-shirt is not because the phrase is designated as hate speech by the Anti-Defamation League. It is because two black men own the legal trademark. Ramses Ja and Quentin Ward, two black radio hosts in Phoenix, Arizona, were gifted the trademark from a longtime anonymous listener of their show, Civic Cipher. The listener procured owner of the phrase early last month to ensure it didn't fall into the wrong hands and offered the trademark to Ja and Ward in September. It officially entered their possession in October 28th, giving them sole ownership over the phrase and the ability to sue anyone who uses the saying for financial gain. The way the law works is either you're owning phrases or it's up for grabs for people to make money off of them, Ja told Capital B. This person who first procured it didn't really own it because the purpose was not necessarily to get rich off of it. The purpose was to make sure that other people didn't get rich off of that pain. So what say you guys? What do you guys think? Right? You talking about putting the clamps on people. That's one right there. I'm not celebrating or anything like that, but it's just pretty interesting. Let me give people some shout out here. Okay. So we got D Scott. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank you, Jesus.
He said, Miss Pearly Thing says. Right. And then we got Hammer in the building. What's up, Hammer? We got TTT in the building. Spain, my main man. Right. Kareem Austin in the building. Bam. He said he was a assistant. Oh yeah. Anybody a tall E in the building? Bam. Right. No guarantees. Bam. I forgot the Assalamu alaikum, sister. And bam, that is my other partner in crime. So far, the other two, or the other one, I haven't seen her in a minute, but she pop up other places though. But shout out to her. Cut Dog in the building. Bam. We got Tall One. Bam. Larry Legend. Bam. He says, oh, hold up. Let me read you guys' chats. My bad. Where is my manners? Okay. Oh, we got Hammer. I am Hammer. Since they think Obsidian was caping for this quick is cooning. Oh, chick is cooning. But because White Girl was able to talk about black issues, meanwhile, Obsidian was never co-signed to this. In Spain, my main man says, I swear she's just a comet passing through in a month. This will be old news and will be on to someone else. Yeah, that's what I think. That's why I'm like, why are people taking it so serious? When, like, me, I try to stay on mess with education, but I go around and do different things. I try not to sound like the same thing, but hey, it's hard to avoid. So when you start sounding like the same over and over and over and over and over, people start falling off. She's 25, so that means she got to start doing some collaborations, right? So she'll probably do something with Austin, I think. So the Black Minister had no business with her, right? Yeah. I haven't seen her with except for Obsidian. George Macon, the same man, was caping for Cynthia G, but putting no proof narrative against this space. Yeah, shout out to my fellow Leo. But oh well. I don't even follow her or watch her content. We're talking about Miss Pearly Dangs. So the people who hate the spear basically wait on anything to happen. Yeah, I noticed that. Last time I checked, yep. So how about Sister George saying we in the manosphere advocate grooming young girls? Oh boy. Let's see. Present a better product. Yeah. Said not that I even consume her content. I mean, if she's saying what Kevin Samuel already said, I'll just listen to Kevin Samuels. I'm just keep it real. And Roger Report Live just talked to her about it. She denied it, but we all heard her throw us under the bus to attack a white woman. That's all I can do is. Let's see, Abe. What's going on, good Abe? Says, I don't know what the big deal. Me either, man. I just don't. Is this big Kev from Black Men Being Brutally Honest? I don't know. But anyhow, it says, so it's okay for them to travel, but not us. Yeah, man. That is something. That's why I was like, wait a minute. Every other demographic is talking about leaving the U.S. for whatever reason. Ain't no shaming or anything like that. But when we leaving for all different reasons, though, not just women, they're like, hey, you trying to trick. You trying to do this. And I'm like, what? Anyhow, black men are leaving because America is anti-black male. Simple as that. Yeah, I hear that a lot. Some videos on YouTube I see a black woman was living in China or Japan and maybe Korea. But you know what, man? That's been going on for years. As far as these black women traveling and moving, they've been doing that for years. But they make it, people trying to make this new phenomenon, right? No one has said a word, right? The new president, Lula da Silva. Said the entire word. He's talking about the forest of the Amazons and the forest over there. Okay. Bam, right? There's AL. That's AL Evans in the building. The most rootness, tootness. Anyhow, this is the article from Rodney. He said, Joe said, I knew it. He said, yes. He said, two black men. Yeah, that's what we're on right now. The White Lives. So those people that are just coming in, please hit that like button, share, and subscribe. And this White Lives Matter, not just a shirt, but the term is trademark. I didn't know you can trademark terms. It's trademarked by two black men in Texas, I believe, right? We got Anacetus in the building, right? And we got Mr. Z in the building. He said Amazon is the most important rainforest on the planet, right? Lula is a democratic socialist. Yeah. Oh, so now you confirm that Lula's president? Because I heard some doubts. So they want to tell us what and how to think. Yeah, that's that big mama stuff, man. That's that big mama stuff. That's the hard part. Spainman says, I've heard men want submission, Modern women are delusional enough to where I don't need to view. Besides, we get our resident social worker on the job for the latter. That's to Dr. Z. It's mostly black people saying that about black men leaving. I don't think anybody else is in the U.S. cares about black men leaving. Right? You know what? On that note, man, okay, I heard some stuff on YouTube like, yeah, we're sorry, black man, and whatever, I guess that soft thing, right? That little soft thing, soft shoe or whatever it is, soft space. I forgot the name. But anyhow, on the regular, you can't just say, don't leave me. I'm going to be alone. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it, but just don't leave. Put down the suitcase. Is that, you going to Brazil? Okay. How she look? How much she weigh? Let me go to the gym. Give me a month. I'll work on it. Whatever, man. I haven't heard any of that. It's like, that's where you gonna go there? I know what you want. It's like, what do I want? You just want somebody to submit. You want somebody to cook. You want somebody to clean. You just want somebody, just follow your every word, huh? And he's like, yeah. Like he's supposed to say, no, baby, that's not what I want. I want you to cuss me out, disrespect me. I just want to pull teeth whenever I want, what I want. That's all I want is you. Is that how it's supposed to go? Is that how the exchange is supposed to go? You tell me. Now, please, sisters, don't be listening to this and talking about artists. This is black women. You know the women that I'm talking about. Y'all already know the type of women I'm talking about. So please. Anyhow, let me go on. Okay. So I heard that. It's a Spain man said, yo. So Prince Johnny says, yes, even the term African American is trademarked by it. Are you serious? Trademarked by an Asian. Okay. So A.L. Evans' impression. I don't know how else I need to talk. Oh man. Shit. I heard that. What? Let's see. Everyone. Hi, everyone. This is Kareen in the building. She says, hi, hey, everyone. Aren't you need to talk about Nancy Pelosi's husband and the cover up of his case in the media blackout? Oh, what happened? You hear how them kids blur my ass out, man. So if anybody bring it up, we'll look it up because I didn't have time to add that to the pot. Oh, it's soft girl? Okay. So come back. Let me put on my soft slippers. I'll be soft for you. I'll be like Snuggles. Say black men. I see make black women feminine and nice again. You talking about the new T-shirt that need to be trademarked? There's somebody like, why you wearing that shirt? You can't handle all this. I bought one today, y'all. I'm sorry. Okay, Dardar says nope, because it's all about them and their comfort and survival. Black women know they got nowhere else to go and no one else is coming to save them. Right? Is it? And so it's not just about black women being submissive. We want intact families and peace. You know what's crazy about this, man? And we talked about this ad nauseum, but I'll say a little bit about it. We take a lot from black women, but at the same time, we still love them. I'm going to say it again. We take a lot from black women, but we still love them. Sisters, you listen, we still love you, but the problem is we can only take so much of some things. You know what I mean? Some things you know that you're not going to do to anybody else. We're just not taking it. You know what I mean? I mean, sometimes we have fun. Somebody, women be like, I'm a sock you. I mean, y'all hit pretty hard too, by the way, the long ass damn nails. You like, okay, whatever. Or when it looks like they have an attitude, stuff like that, you like, I know you got an attitude and everything, but you're gonna wash some damn dishes. I mean, we our interaction, it's seen as this dysfunctional, but as we get older and we have other choices, and I ain't talking about Miss Pearly things either. We're talking about things that will help us live longer, because man, most of the time grandpa died way before grandma. We don't want to be that guy. We want to live just as long as grandpa. You know what I'm saying? We want to have a nice little long and healthy and stress-free life too. And my thing is this, and you hear it from all of us, Judge, AL, BG, I mean all of us, right? We go through a lot of shit outside of our home. I know y'all getting tired of that, hearing that, but it's real. A lot of us say the same stuff when we're in different states. Some people are different. I mean, we had Eric out there in Finland. He said the same thing. We got Sandog out there in Dubai. Say the same thing. We kill dragons and fight tigers and lions and bears and all that. We just don't want the same shit in the house when we get home. And please don't be saying, "Oh, Art, you exaggerating." If we're exaggerating, why are we saying all the same stuff when we never met? Okay? That's not natural. It's normal. It ain't natural. And our body chemistry is responding to it now. We're responding, right? And on top of that, it's making us more politically aware. We're trying to get more ways to get more educated, even though I hear some of the educated haters around here, but we're still trying to get educated, whether it's school, whether it's business, or any of these things, to help us to get better choices and better ways out of this madness that we're stuck in. You know what I mean? So no, don't keep just trying to coin all this to hating women. We just don't like the stuff that we keep going through, even though we taking shit on the chin from you. Because most of us that are in this space, like me, I got my Brazilian wife, whatever. And, you got some people that got a little Becky, some people got a little Ming Ling or whatever. But I think most of us had a black woman first, and even married a black woman first. You know what I mean? So we had that. So I'm saying this: if you messed up, if you screwed up, learn from these spaces and over here while they're still up. Who knows? Elon Musk might take over. I don't know. But learn from these spaces, take notes. But I noticed some people learn from these spaces, just try to find things to use against us. I ain't gonna say no names, but I'm looking at the patterns. And I'm like, damn, that's what you learn? What? But anyhow, let me move on. Okay. And shout out to the people that got that trademark. Please hit the like button, share, and subscribe. So this one here, it says the LA County Department of Social Services service workers awarded $3.5 million in a workplace segregation case. Now, here's the thing on this. Now, remember we were talking about this whole thing about that chick that was plotting against black people, and then I was talking about how other stuff could be connected. Remember I was talking about that? Well, guess what? It's right here. All right, this is 9 hours ago. Here we go. A jury has awarded $3.5 million to a black former Los Angeles County Department of Public Service employee who maintained she suffered a backlash for speaking out against racial segregation in the workplace. The Los Angeles Superior Court panel of Thursday found in favor of plaintiff Lorna Young on her two causes of action for retaliation. Lawyers for the county argued in their court papers that actions taken by DPSS in connection with Young's employment were for legitimate business reasons with no intention to retaliate. Young worked for the county for nearly 2 decades, most recently as a DPSS eligibility worker. The suit stated in 2012, God, it took a long time for that case. The director of Southwest Family District, where Young worked purposely racially segregated employees, with one unit for a Latino employment and the other for Black, the suit alleged. Young complained about the racially segregated unit on the multiple occasions, saying they cause unrest among employees and cause a heavier distribution of workload to Black workers. Some people keep doubting that what I'm talking about. There's an article here. According to the suit, the director acknowledged the problem but left before he could do anything about it, the suit stated. The new director refused to meet with Young or to desegregate the work unit, the suit stated. Young went to the board of supervisors with her fellow union steward to complain about her workplace conditions, but the board members did not address her concerns, the suit stated. Let me read this last part. I'm just going to say this part here. Young began experiencing retaliation for complaining about the segregation, including a 30-day suspension amid accusations that she has been combative and hostile while she and others went to the director's office to protest the alleged segregation, according to the suit. I gotta read that part. Hold on. Young was transferred to another office where she was forced to sit under a vent, causing her to contract bronchitis, and the suit states. I mean, I can go on, but y'all get the gist. So my thing is this. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but I'm telling y'all. So you heard that chick over there, what's her name? Nuri Martinez. Remember, she was in office for 9 years. Now, it ain't about her. See, the people keep trying to just pin it on those people. But this is a culture of practice in politics, and I guess in certain departments in labor. And these are not like picking fruit and all that kind of stuff. These are legitimate jobs. Okay? So you're going to hear more coming up. All right. And my whole thing is this. Again, just to do my disclaimer, this is not about, going after all the Latinos and all that kind of stuff. But we got to start exposing, when people have power, whether, I don't care if you Asian, whatever you are, Latino, Arab, and you are subjugating Black people, we need to talk about that. I don't care how many Latino people I have in my family. We all need to talk about this and address it as such. Okay, that's huge, man. But hit that like button, share, and subscribe. Was that the last slide? That's the last slide. Last slide. Right. But anyhow, so I did make my 8 o'clock mark, my 8 o'clock quota. Right. But that's pretty deep though, man. And I'm guarantee you, I think the big bombshell that's going to hit is an education out here. I think that's going to really hit, because I don't know about the other states, but I got to give Tia San Johnson the information about the LCAP. But, that's definitely a funding that's supposed to really help out anyone in emergency, anybody of needs for emergency, to fund any kind of improvement for a child, whether it's speech impediment, whether it's special needs, or any of those type of things. And not learning how to read and write is a special need. But over the years, they bypassed these Black children and gave it to not just Latinos, but people that were bilingual or people that had English deficiencies. Right? So that, over the years, instead of fixing the reading problem, they either put a lot of Black children in special ed or they put them in remedial classes to keep the graduation rates up. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, they were really working on massaging students that were that spoke Spanish or Vietnamese or Korean, right? So, hey, it's gonna be interesting. What did Edward say? They're using her as a way to rally Black men behind the gun. Oh, you're talking about the pearly things? The pearly things. Hey, Miss Pearly. What's going on, good brother? Uh-oh. Can't hear you.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute.
Okay. Got you. So I'm guessing that people...
You hear me now?
We can hear you.
All right. Oh, Miss Pearly. Well, as I said yesterday, what Miss Pearly do to y'all?
Say it again.
What did Miss Pearly do to y'all?
I mean, what she just became. She's just a white lady. That's what she did to us.
Yeah.
She's white. That's
all
she did.
One of her other videos because I don't have much to say about her fees.
I don't even know who that guy is.
Don't feel bad. I didn't know who he is or who Miss Pearly was until last week.
Well,
but,
I don't know.
Since they cried about it so much, I'm like, you know what? Let me do a video on Miss Pearly. Pearly things. I looked at one of her. I looked at one of her videos. I agreed with what she said, and I did some commentary on it. Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't plan on watching this stuff anyway. When we got Mike V in the building.
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
Hey, piece of the panel, piece of the chat. Thanks for having me on.
The star. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know the big deal about this just Pearly thing because she's just doing her content. She's really not coming over here bothering anybody.
Yeah, we saw the Obsidian interview. It was pretty interesting.
I looked at bits and pieces of it, but she seemed like a generally nice person. So
she was keeping it PC, man. Mm-hmm. I think like a Spain man. I think it was Spain man. Somebody said it. I think her time I give her about less than a year. Then you probably won't see much. Now, if she started doing a whole panel hop thing, then you have to have another conversation.
Yeah.
We start popping up and making, because the other part I kept hearing was her speaking on Black issues. Like, now I just want to know. So this is what BGS would say. Okay, when you're saying this, give us some bullet points, or give us something that she has been said, like for an example, so we can pick it apart and figure out what's behind that. I mean, she talking about that Black people need to stop eating fried chicken, or Black man ain't shit.
I mean, anything like that, but
I mean, what is she saying? Because I'm like, okay, if you got Black people and white people on the same panel, I mean, are they talking about Black issues?
There's a caveat to her panels. You got to remember, she's over in London, and you can clearly hear the accent in those people's and the Black people's voices over there. So, just saying.
Obviously, she doesn't need us. Okay, she don't need us. I mean, she already had her stuff already, unless you just want to hit that $1 million or million subscriber thing. But we got Brother Mike up here. So, Dr. Mike, did you want to follow up from what we talked about on Sunday?
I'm actually just catching up with everything that you're discussing. But I'm
okay.
I'm open to anything. So,
okay, let's go with this one here, though. This one here, did you guys see this coming?
Nope.
That
Nah.
and this is
Didn't
your
really care, to be honest with you, but go ahead.
this is in Mike's neck of the woods because it's Boston. So my whole thing is okay. The plan was to have them suspended for a year until further notice. Now all of a sudden it's like we need to get rid of them, and the Nets were like, "We'll take them." They're like, "Okay, take them." That's pretty much what it looked like. Why is he a hot potato?
Well, he messed with the VP's wife. But the thing here is, it was consensual from my understanding. Now, you don't hear anything from Nia Long at this point.
That's why I sent a message on. Go ahead.
Although she
That's
removed
true.
him from, her IG, the whole thing has gone quiet.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like my perspective on this is that they wanted to hang this guy out to dry because of who he dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
And
agree. That's what it
The
sounds
woman
like.
that he dealt with was a Mormon. from my understanding.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Thanks for
From
that
my
context,
understanding.
Mike. That explains a whole lot.
So, and he's pretty high ranking within the organization. In fact, he's the next guy. He's the next of, the next to the CEO. And so, I think they could have done a better job at handling this, but it looks like
Agreed.
they wanted to devalue his, they wanted to devalue his worth
Reputation.
within the league itself. So he couldn't work anywhere else. But the thing here is, they would have gotten more for him had they just traded him off like they traded Doc Rivers in previous years. So, it just messed up the organization from an integrity standpoint, because who wants to take that? Who wants to really be around all of that sort of energy now, right? You can't really coach under those conditions, and players can't really play under those conditions, and it's just. It's too much drama for an organization like that. The Celtics pride themselves on pedigree.
Right.
They don't really get down with all the the TMZ stuff. And so I'm wondering, why they chose this path. I'm with Stephen A. Smith on this. They could have handled this way better, but it sounds like they tried to drag this guy, but it didn't really work all that well. I think it backfired on the whole organization. And now, other teams, if it wasn't Brooklyn, it could have been in New Orleans Pelicans. It could have been another organization, or potentially he could have went to Europe. He could have went anywhere else, and so or China for that matter, because China is a very hot market, and so he's a championship guy. I don't see why would you want to get rid of a guy like this under these conditions? It doesn't make any sense. So,
was this a gift to Brooklyn?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yes,
what
it's gotta be a gift for Brooklyn, because Brooklyn players need a coach who can ring them in, make them do what they need to do. Steve Nash is trying to be people's friend, and then off the fact that, I'm Steve Nash, 2-time MVP. Listen to me, dude. You got a team full of wingmen and dudes that just want to sexy shoot. Your whole style of play throughout your playing career and the way you coach it, move the ball. These dudes want to be ISO dudes. So that wouldn't go last long. Yeah, I think that comes.
Well, it introduces some integrity issues with players, coaches to players, right? Because players may not actually respect him after all of this.
Yeah,
We saw what happened, like when LeBron first went to Miami and he got into it with Eric Spoelstra a few times. And so they don't, sometimes if your coach can't command the players, it almost never works. And I don't, and they looking at this guy as either a home wrecker or, just really disingenuous. They can't really trust his leadership. That becomes a problem. It becomes a cancer.
Yeah, man. And here we go. Let me go ahead and take this Rich brother here.
Them coming over early.
Like a fucking wild animal. What the fuck was that?
It's a message. It says, I'm here.
Here.
He's here, all right.
Little head.
Oh yeah, I forgot Mike was out of Boston. Yeah, you would be close to this.
Yeah, man. Man, it's going to be pretty interesting. Okay, do you think that these guys going to jail with what's his name? MA?
You talk about Brooklyn?
Yeah, Brooklyn.
I mean, they want him there. I mean, the people that matter want him there. So, and you know how Kyrie is. And
So if him and Kyrie jail, then they good for the year, right?
Yeah.
Still got to deal with Durant, though. He got to deal with 2 players. He got to sell himself on 2 players. The rest of them bum shit, they going to have to be coached.
But I thought Durant wasn't that hard to work with when it comes to coaching.
what,
Right?
Ask Steve Nash that question. He just left.
Who?
Ask Steve Nash that question. He just
Oh.
got booted.
Well, Steve.
I thought it was Kyrie was the issue.
Yeah, I don't put that on
Mhm.
them. The truth is, Steve Nash got it too quick. And sometimes players feel some type of way about that shit. And they're like, we're going to be the training squad for his experience. And I mean, Steve Nash is a great player. I mean, shit, some niggas feel like Steve Nash got one of Kobe's MVP, real talk. So,
Well, he got
and
one
these
of Shaq's
and these
MVP.
players are not that young enough. They're old enough to remember that. So, again, yeah, that's yeah. It's a different situation in my opinion. Because really, they didn't want Steve from jump. I know Kyrie did it.
Yeah, he made that comment saying when he said we don't need a coach or something like that. I think that's a comment he said I think the day after he got hired.
It sounded like he said that we don't have a coach. I think he said.
Oh,
Like,
okay, something
no,
like
he
that.
didn't say that we. No, I get you, but he didn't say we didn't need. That sounded like Allen Iverson in practice. It sounded like
Practice. Time about practice.
yeah, Kyrie ain't like that, but it sounded like he didn't. He said we don't really have a coach. It's one thing for Steve Nash to have been an assistant because the same thing happened with Jason Kidd too. But Jason Kidd at least pretended to be assistant for a hot second, but even he got it too early. And yeah, man, they want to win. I mean, both of them want to prove they can get one without LeBron or Stephen Curry. So shit.
Well, I think they got a better chance, but I don't see that not working out. In my opinion, I'm a Laker fan, but I see it. I think that's going to be the biggest threat in the East right now.
Congratulations, y'all got your first win the other night.
So the real question is, you think old girl gonna forgive him and get back with him now that she realized he ain't going by way tonight?
That's what I said. I don't know, man. That's because I mean, it seemed like he would be in a better position over there in Brooklyn, right?
Right.
Well, his money's gonna be in a good. Yeah, Brooklyn pays, and if you win, shit.
Oh,
She just made a new video recently. I just woke up and caught the intro of it. I didn't watch it though, so maybe one of y'all can catch me. We'll see if she was reacting to that.
Yeah, who was that chick that was talking shit? Everybody was jumping on ESPN, including a lot of the sports.
Who you talking about? Malika Andrews?
Yeah, she was mad, boy. She didn't like that shit, but
What
she
you still mad about it?
well, she
Hey,
got
she mad.
well, that he ain't getting like by way of the night, but she got to shut the fuck up because real talk, she gets another like wave like that quick, and then you gotta realize her sister has some stuff too about like misrepresenting what people be saying and shit. Like she said, Durant. Not Kevin Durant, but the other Ja Durant said something about being better than Michael Jordan. Like she misquoted him. So they can't keep getting all of these waves. And then on top of that, she said she did what she did with Stephen A. And, Stephen A is tired of these bitches. He already got rid of, a lot of them that could have got him fired. So, he ain't going to, he survived the white chick. So, he ain't going to let no black chicks.
Yeah, I'm quite sure behind the scenes, Stephen said, Stephen said, what the bitch?
Yeah.
oh well. So wishing the best of luck, and hey, there you go. I know some people were hot because they thought he was gonna like go away in the sunset or whatever, but This dude got a chance to be back in the playoffs.
Playoffs? You talking about playoffs?
But this is what I got a question for as far as Mike. Doesn't he kind of low key bail out Boston? Because it seems like Boston didn't really know what to do with him. They can't just outright fire him because it's like, well, it seems like they couldn't. Because then how you gonna outright fire him and then let her completely off the hook, the other chick? So they had him in this suspended animation, but I'm pretty sure they're happy. I mean, obviously he's a good coach, but they can't have him because of the situation. So they're good to let him go because I'm sure like his contract is going to be. I don't know how it works with coaches, but I'm sure
he violates his contract, right? Because the stipulations are you can't have workplace relationships in that capacity, and so.
Well, I'm talking about from a monetary standpoint.
But he really didn't have workplace relations. That VP was a white. And he was a coach, and she was not affiliated with the organization.
Well, I don't. I mean, at the end of the day,
actually, she is affiliated with the organization.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Arguing that back and
forth. Did she sign an NDA with the organization, or did her husband, the white boy, sign an NDA?
She was an employee. I think that. I think he violated the moral clause. I think it was a moral clause.
I mean, that doesn't even matter. They said that's what it was. He ain't contesting that, so arguing it ain't.
He already admitted to it.
So. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, that's not even. That is what that is. My question is because does Boston have to let him go for him to go over there, or can they just be like, you know what, we don't want to deal with him? They got as long as they sign off on it. But then again, like I said, he's in the East, so do they really want to deal with him, knowing that he can win? See, it's a lot of that, but it sounds like Boston's cool with it because you wouldn't hear these reports if they weren't.
And he probably got somebody really big lined up to replace him.
Yeah, Mazzola is
well, the dude is coaching right now, right?
Yeah, Joe's replacing him. But what I'm saying here is they wanted to tank the value of him so that nobody else could pick him up.
But the thing is, he can coach at the end of the day. If you look at Boston's roster,
that don't matter.
Boston has got it.
Mark Jackson can coach too. That don't matter. Being good.
Well, why is Mark Jackson being blackballed like this? Man, he don't.
Well, there's a couple of different reasons.
Because it's religious views. That's one of them.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Boston's going to let him go, if for no other reason but fearing the.
You there, Black Guru? We lost you.
Yeah, for some reason there's a delay or it's coming some feedback. Coming from
who is that? We don't hear any feedback. Say something, Huru.
Yeah, I'm hearing myself like 5 seconds later for some reason.
You might need to leave and come back.
Yeah, I'll go down and come back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I mean, the way they reporting it, if Boston was gonna make a problem, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, if nobody was like really vying for him, then yeah, they would hold him, take his value. You know, that's the standard. But if somebody wants him, I mean, I thought that Boston don't gotta let him go. Like, they can keep the coach they got and let him sit there.
Yeah, they let him rot. That's what I'm saying.
But it sounds like that's not what they're gonna do.
For a whole year, right? They suspended him for a whole year, right?
Well, that's the official thing, but it sounds like the way people are reporting this is that because the same people that would know that will also know if Boston was not going to go for that, so they wouldn't report it.
True.
I mean, they would know that too, because this makes them look stupid if they report that and then it turns out Boston is not going to do it. So why are you're like jumping the gun a little bit? So. It sounds, that's why
I think if he leaves early, they may have to pay out a certain amount to him.
But they're gonna let him go because they don't want the risk of him, it becoming contentious and then really kind of exposing what really went down. So Boston's gonna let him go. He's not gonna have a problem leaving.
And most likely they gave him hush money too, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think they're just going to quietly.
Well, no, the hush money is letting him go. No, the hush money is letting him go.
Well, no, they will probably. There probably will be some financial remuneration as well. Given what happened, here's quiet money. We appreciate you. You led us to the finals. Blah blah blah, and there you go on. Have a good career. And
I don't think so.
Yeah, I
think he got his check already. in June.
Well, whether he got it already or he will get it, but I think they have just as much. They have just as much motivation for him to quietly move on as they do, much more so than to punish him per se.
You think he was clear about
a lot of motivation to keep this thing as quiet as possible?
That check that he got in June, though, do you think that was clear on why he got it?
Well, he worked for it. I mean, he coached the
yeah,
team
because even
but
if he
the thing here is, I know people very close within the organization, and I've been in the organization before, so I know a thing or two about what's going on internally, and it doesn't seem like he's getting anything out of this other than what he already got. And so he's lucky that they don't actually take him to court and get back what they already paid him, because all of this happened during the time that they were already compensating him, while he was on salary. So they can get really nasty with this if they wanted to. I don't think they
but once that get in the court, then a whole lot of other stuff can come out. It just makes no sense at all. It makes no sense at all to take him to court. Because once it gets into court, all kinds of other shit gets out at that point. He gets an attorney, it gets adversarial, and then that's just the last thing they really want.
So I can understand that, but that's a difference between taking him to court and giving him hush money. Because the thing you got to realize, at the end of the day, Boston's got a lot less to lose. Yeah, will they look bad? Yeah, but at the end of the day, if people want to play spin doctor, they could be like, hey, Boston, people will give a lot of credit to Boston, the fact that Boston had a coach and an assistant, a black assistant coach, and that's the coach they're going with, because, Boston has a reputation a little bit, as far as them white boys being a little bit too rowdy, especially what happened with the short dude. He played the day after his sister died, and they just shifted his ass.
Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's some things here that, would they look back? Yeah, but that's... Is either that or this nigga ain't never gonna coach again. So who's got more to lose? So I think, like I said in the beginning, is that it seems like they just gonna let wash their hands. It's like somebody else want to pick him up.
But if you get him in a court and you're effectively destroying his viability as a coach, well, where is his incentives at that point to be cooperative with Boston?
Well, shit, you can ask that to Mark Jackson and other coaches. Has been not in that situation, but it's got blackballed. They don't all of a sudden tell everything. He ain't gonna be in no shit. They could be like Mark Jackson. You can comment on games.
Who he messed with? That's the key here. Who he messed with?
I mean, yeah, like you make one executive look bad, okay? And the whole organization. That's not like, you act like he can end the fucking Boston Celtics or some shit.
Yeah, the thing here is there's always going to be girls around, the franchise. Every franchise has this. But the thing here is who this guy chose to go after for whatever reason, it'll probably come out later why he did it, but it's who he messed with and how far up the rank he went.
And then you gotta remember what type of environment they were in. Like if you look in the court of public opinion, Boston don't give a fuck about what niggas think, as far as comparatively so. So who's gonna end up looking worse? Come on. I mean, if it really came out like that, I mean, this ain't like the reputation the Nets have, by the way. Nets got reputation of how they got bought, some of the stuff that was going on with the plane and them buying women. Like the Nets are a lot more exposed, so to, comparatively speaking, like where he's going is a lot more vulnerable than like what Boston is. You gotta remember, I mean, I get what you're saying about Guru, but I just think they just like, look, it's almost like a pitch and catch kind of thing. Like you want to get him, we not gonna get in your way, even though we could.
Mm-hmm. Mike, did you understand where he was going as far as him being? I think Ed was going into the part as far as in Boston when it comes to black men and their well-being. It just doesn't matter. Yeah. Is it? So that's okay.
I mean, Irish people have a reputation for that shit, and Boston is the hub of the Irish. I mean, shit. I mean, you see how it was with Isaiah Thomas, like a recent example. I mean, we know it goes back and forth. Obviously, we know when Kevin Garnett was there and all of that. But I mean, and it's not the only city. I mean, but that's out there. What's fucking Mark Wahlberg? I mean, shit. The shit's out there. I mean, Chicago's
Ben Affleck.
Chicago's got that same fucking reputation. It might be a little bit worse. So I'm not like, I ain't trying to shit on Boston. I'm just saying, you know how these fucking cities are.
Well, he was well liked within the organization. So I'm not sure. Like I said, it will come out later as to why he chose to do it. It doesn't make any sense. They have a massive surveillance system on all, players and NBA coaches, anybody who's within the league itself. They know what you're doing. They have their own private investigators, league investigators. They have all types of ways of knowing what kind of text messages are sent out, whether or not you sent the DM, what you're doing on social media. They watch all of this stuff. So I just don't understand why this guy chose to go down this path. And so I don't want to make any excuses for him or to try to malign anybody else. I just think that, all of this will probably come out later from him.
No, he's lucky.
Yeah.
Because you being good don't matter. Like I said, Mark Jackson's good. Thibodeau, didn't do anything, but Thibodeau's been considered a little bit hard to work with. So they left him in the cold for a while and then let him go to New York.
Thibodeau's from Boston too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, you being good don't matter. That's a factor, but that's not an X factor unless you're like embedded with a certain organization and their politics, like Phil Jackson or something. But that's and then
when Doug Collins was fired by the Bulls, what was that in
87.
Wow, just go before anybody was born except for Art. Go ahead.
I think it was 88. There were rumors of a similar sort of scandal with the Bulls. It kind of came and went because apparently Doug was kind of man about town, so to speak, as well. And there were rumors that he may have been involved with some executive wife or whatever back then.
Dang.
That's not a new type of, but they're not gonna obviously, and that's a different time,
that's what Steve. Yeah, that's when you talk about drugs. You talk about with NFL, all that. Yeah, you right. That y'all was wilding out.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just, I always, when I think about the NBA and that thing, I think about something that Dennis Rodman said a while ago that the NBA is 50% money and 50% pussy. And so, I just don't see the scandal here. I don't see it at all. I'd be much more surprised. I'd be much more surprised if it was proven that this kind of thing is not rampant.
Well, that's what Stephen A. said. Stephen A.
basketball.
Said.
So,
Stephen A.
I don't get it.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith said this happens a lot more than you think, and the reality is the way Boston went about it, putting it out there. That's the thing, I guess, that I would want to know. Why is it they decided to do that when they probably could have kept it internally? Because it sounds like the media controls, whether it's local or ESPN, because you would have seen stuff like this come out more. So
somebody snitched on them. That's the problem.
Oh,
but the thing here is, to your point, Edward, is that they could have kept this really hush. They could have traded him off, they could have said, this guy has COVID. It's really severe. He's not going to be able to be around for the first, half of the season, whatever. They could have made up any excuse and decided to ship this guy off somewhere else, for a trade, for a draft pick later on or something like that. They could have did a number of things, but they wanted to hang.
The only thing I could attribute what happened is either of the husbands or whatever involved took a particularly aggressive or perhaps vengeful response to what happened, and they wanted him to be sort of publicly excoriated. That's the only thing I could see in terms of why they went public with this. Otherwise, like you say, all the motivation is to just sweep this under the rug because it just cannot be that rare.
No, it's not. Stephen A. alluded to that in the beginning. He said, and he literally lobbed a threat talking about I can blow a lot of y'all spots up if I really wanted to. And then, you know, the black chick tried to check him, you know, and I'm like, this is the new bitch. This was the replacement bitch. And you know, because what's interesting is, you know, nobody had a problem. Nobody had a problem with the last chick. But the issue was, it's like, you know, let's keep it real. A lot of them, Stephen A. stay get roasted, even in the sports. When I say sports, I'm talking about the YouTube guys. Shout out to Ticket TV and them. And it's a couple of others. They stay roasting Stephen A. You know, we'll roast Stephen A. a lot of times, depending on if it's a situation that crosses that. We'll defend Stephen A. You know. But he seems to be on more on the side. He's like Umar. He seems to be on more of the side of the roasting side, it seems like. But the thing is, I forget what her name is, but I'm like, how the fuck did you think that you deserved the same amount of money that Stephen A. Smith was getting?
Was it Maria Taylor? I think that's her name. You're talking about the woman who?
Yeah, it was Maria Taylor. Like, how did you believe? Now, I'm not hating. Look, here's the thing: if you got that deal, let's say you're doing a hard negotiation, and somebody else gave you that money. I'm not gonna be she shouldn't have got that because I'm hating. No. That's the market is the market, but. How did you think you was gonna go in that organization? I mean, that's some Henry Cavill shit. How did you believe you was really gonna get Stephen A? How did you think that was gonna happen in the same organization? Like, what did you really think you was bringing for that? And they really wanted to amplify her, but it's like she really thought she was gonna get that shit with 20.
She was on some black girl magic bullshit. You know, I've heard her say some things kind of off script that definitely. Came across as very sort of gynocratic.
You know,
so she was on some, black girls ascend Wakanda forever type bullshit.
Yeah, because this is gonna be an interesting conversation today. That's why I wanted to come up early. But to be, reasonable, and I always am, but to really, really be reasonable, usually what I would observe, now I'm just throwing this out here. I'm not saying this is what happens, but the way you generally deal with it when a chick gets like this and you don't want to, risk yourself being politically incorrect or being seen as, a man's club. This is what older black women are for. When you have somebody in the organization that's put in those years that can literally sit there and tell her what the fuck is up the way she needs to hear it. Like, look, little girl, blah, 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 blah. Like this.
Look here, heifer.
No, yeah, you know how it is. Do the big mama thing, and they usually got somebody where they're doing good work, but it ain't no stringent work. That they got experience, they've shown loyalty, and they say, okay, you talk to her, and then just know what you say is this is what we want communicated, and you do it, with that special magic you know how to communicate it with, and let me know what happened. And then they sit her ass down, like. What was that chick? Mark Cuban had to hire some black women to get them off his back. Yeah. Some shit like that. Vlad, the chick that runs Vlad shit is a black woman. This is what you have them for. So you get them young motherfuckers. I'm not saying you do that to keep them completely in check, but when they want to get retarded like that, you need to bring them back down to earth, turn the gravity up. And that's what you generally do. If you really want to keep her, saying we want to keep her, but what she's doing, we need somebody to bring her back to the table with a clear head.
Right. And shout out to her. Oh, go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, go ahead. That's it.
Shout out to No Guarantees. Appreciate you, fam. He says, Coach MA wouldn't be involved if Miss Daisy wasn't choosing. Let's see, this hiding. It's possible she has history and now it can't be swept under. What is that? The rug? Under the rug. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank you, Jesus.
Go ahead.
But yeah.
Which, by the way, is another reason why you wouldn't want to necessarily get into any kind of litigation, because that's the kind of thing that would come up. That she's been a thought about that organization. That's exactly why you wouldn't want to get that into any kind of litigation.
That ain't the first black man she probably done slept with in that organization.
I don't know, because like Mike said, the women get watched too, especially if you work for the organization. If you got a history, like I looked at like a lot of Scientology documentaries, so I got an idea of what can be done when you hire like a network of private investigators and you got money to pay them, to be on the payroll. They can do a lot of interesting shit, But
the thing here is when they issue you a phone, they keep track of what activity is going on that device.
And where you going to, right? You can't touch
and they have mass surveillance of social media. It's hard for me to explain it, but there's it looks like the Pentagon, like basically all these TV screens up. They can see everything that's going on, who's tweeting and who's.
Yeah, they got people where they're hired to do that. That's their job, you know.
No, I'm saying the franchise has their own.
Yeah.
And then the league has their own.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I said there's mass surveillance as to what's going on, because they need to be particularly mindful of where players are going, where staff are going, whether or not somebody may end up like a takeoff, in Houston. They don't want things like that going down. They want to make sure that, all of their high value players have high value sort of protection and insight.
So wait, they keeping these brothers out of the clubs and out of the orgies and all that type of stuff too?
No, they're monitoring.
No, they're not controlling them. But if they need to jump in front of something really, really quick, you can imagine why. Uber is like that too. Like Uber literally monitors hashtags. So if you like say certain things, like I'll give you a perfect thing. This is not what Mike is saying, but I'll give you like an example that you can do that some people would do. Is you can take like you can put like Boolean operators, let's say in Twitter. And obviously these people got software and shit like that. That's what Mike talk about, high level shit. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about more low level way. You can put in, something like my driver's driving crazy or something like that. Now the people that's typing that would think they're just typing their friend. But if you put in like quotation marks and you put that in a thing, you can have multiple tweet decks where you can see that stuff come up in real time. So if somebody types that, and then you can literally message them back. Like you can do this. This is no software, no nothing. You go to tweet that. And then you can literally say, blah, 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 blah. And if you have like an official Uber account, obviously that you would have with the company, you can literally say, give me your number to what that is. And then you can pull up the driver and shit like that. You can intercept that stuff. That stuff is available right there. You don't have software for that. Mike, I'm sure that they got software. They got money behind that and stuff that's custom made that allow people to monitor shit and do what they need to do. Probably accounts have to be submitted, like official accounts and stuff like that. We're not even talking about Apple IDs.
Remember, they're following players on social media, but they also have to protect guys from home invasions, because that's a pretty common threat that guys leave the arena, they leave the training facility, they get followed. So they want to be mindful that people are not stalking them on social media in ways that can be impactful to them. So that's what the whole surveillance thing that I was mentioning about. That's why I was saying it's not inconceivable that they would know more. That they know more than what they're willing to tell, but this guy also has a story that that he's probably going to tell at some point as to why he got involved. And he didn't have to. This guy was with Nia Long. Keep that in mind.
I mean, you mean the 50? Please, he's been with Nia Long. Probably got tired of her ass, or this ain't his first time cheating. I mean,
that is. This ain't the best man, Nia Long. This ain't that version.
You think that was his way out of the relationship?
No, because the thing about it is, I think people overblow the Nia Long situation. The reality is Nia Long got with his brother when she was 38 years old. This was her last bus stop, and she wanted to play. He offered to marry her, from what I've been told, and she didn't want to do it. She wanted to play that game, and she had a kid with him.
Insurance.
Yeah.
I think he may rose a little higher than she might have expected him to rise.
Yeah. I think she expected him to rise. Yeah, because he was a player, and that kind of caught her off guard. And rather than her kind of getting married, she want to do the dumb black female bullshit. Oh, right. I'm engaged forever. Like fuck. Yeah. She want to get. That's why they used to say that. And then when this popped out, certain people were trying to report they were a wife and they were engaged. See, they do that, in my opinion, because she has status, so that's different than just being a girlfriend. But at the same time, that gets around the why aren't you married but you claiming this type of person, that engagement forever bullshit.
Switching gears real quick, Art, you had read something earlier about somebody in LA suing somebody.
About the segregation at I think it was Department of People Services.
Okay, I caught the tail end of it. I wasn't sure what the
this one here. Let me go all the way here. Let me find that article. Yeah, this was about a lady suing for like 32 million, or is it 3.2 million? Let me make sure I get it right here. For segregating. Here it is. Let me make sure I get it right here. Oops. Right here. It says LA County Department. Excuse me. Yeah, the Department of People's Service, a social service worker, awarded 3.5 million in workplace segregation case. And mainly, it was getting kind of juicy when I was reading it, but for the most part, it was based on, I guess, the Latino supervision, that they had certain floors to where one floor was Latino and the other floor was African American and all that kind of stuff. And so she was complaining about it, and then I believe she received retaliation for complaining.
So that's a civil rights violation within the workplace.
Oh yeah. So right here it says Young complained about racially segregated units on multiple occasions, saying that they cause unrest among employees and cause a heavier distribution of workload to black workers. According to the suit, the director acknowledged the problem but left before he could do anything about it, the suit stated. The new director refused to meet with Young, that's the lady's name, Young, or to desegregate. Oh God, the work units. The suit stated. Young went to the board of supervisors with her fellow union steward to complain about her workplace conditions, but the board members did not address her concerns. And the suit stated. So she went to different, like, multi levels to complain about the situation, and they were like pretty much treating her like Alice in Wonderland. You know.
Well, they must have found something legitimate, or else they wouldn't have settled out for 3.5 or 3.2, whatever it was, right?
Yeah, there was a case that was building up, but bruh, this started way back in 2012, right? So this was ongoing, and they just now settling the suit. And I was saying is that this stuff is linked to that Nuri. I'm not saying directly, but I think this sparking more things. That's kind of like inadvertently connected to this Nuri Martinez issue.
To the culture. Yeah, it's connected.
Yeah, and this one is labor. I'm quite sure education is going to be next. There's going to be other things there.
Well, Kristen Clark, Deputy Attorney General, she has been pretty accurate in what she's been doing since she's got in there, and so she hasn't lost a case yet in terms of investigation, in terms of bringing people to justice. And so we'll see what happens if this guy, I think he's supposed to step down in December. Kevin DeLeon, I think that's his name.
That's another chess move, isn't it? Because basically he knows where the bodies are buried, right? So he's able to have some kind of leverage to try to force his way.
Well, maybe he wants to keep his pension. Maybe he wants to keep his pension. If he steps down, he probably doesn't get the pension. But maybe Black Google Strikes maybe know more about this than I do. But it sounds to me like if he stays on and he goes out, he bows out gracefully, then he gets to keep his pension into perpetuity until he dies, right? But if he steps down prematurely, then
it may depend on how much time he has in terms of being able to fully be vested in his pension. That part I don't know. Yeah. He could still, leave and retain his pension, but his question is whether or not he's fully vested. That part you'd have to know before you could determine that part of his decision making, I guess. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now his career is not completely over, right? He could do something else in politics, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Where would
he
go? In LA,
could,
where would he go?
But whether he's been disgraced or whatever, I don't know.
He can be a behind the scenes lobbyist or something, right? He can do lobbying, or he can be a consultant.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Which is very often what former politicians do. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not inconceivable. But there will be some changes. I know that much. There will be some changes coming.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get. I guess we probably do another panel on that. But I just think that, and Hoover, you can probably speak to this, and even Ed, where you at over there in the Carolinas. It just seems like I don't know if the Latinos. You think Latinos will be used as a scapegoat as far as white supremacy? Saying, get the burden off of white folks and put them on Latinos that have office.
I mean, the reality is, you have the man. I'll say this because I could really say some flagrant shit right now. As far as in North Carolina, the Democrats have to watch. They can't pull that shit here as easily because the Republicans are always 2 seats from a veto-proof majority, meaning it don't fucking matter what the governor is, the House. So they can't play that game because it don't take that many people to say, you know what, fuck y'all. Having Tillis and the John Deere executive ain't that bad, because a lot of people, real talk, feel a lot. Even some black folks feel like they're a little bit too hard on Pat McCrory, who was the mayor of Charlotte. Ran for governor, lost and stuff like that. Because so you got to remember, it's different Latinos. Number one, because like in Chicago, you're dealing with more of the Puerto Ricans. In LA, you're dealing with more of the Mexicans. So that's why I always call it the umbrella corporation.
Also in Chicago, demographically, you have much more plurality in terms of the numbers between black and white and Latino. So you don't have this great disproportionately higher number of, as you do in LA, apparently, where you have considerably greater numbers of Latinos than blacks.
And just like how in Texas, it ain't that bad. It seems like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with LA, but it's this jailbird mentality. I don't know, because what I wanted to say is the Latinos are running this bullshit like a banana republic. But then again, a lot of them are coming from Texas and they're not doing that in Texas. So it's like, what the fuck is going on in California in particular? Yeah, forget it. But then, you got the
I don't think the white boys are willing to give up the ghost down there in Texas.
Them oil
in California. Yeah.
Then you got that's true. Then you got for the Cubans in Florida, so but those are the Cubans. So it seems like
Miami is Little Havana, so
yeah, but they do fuckery over there. Yeah, they do. Well, they do fuckery over there too. But the thing about it is with LA County, I don't know. But the thing is, they're trying to hide it. But the Democrats really, because they already got a black problem.
But people don't understand. In Los Angeles, you got to remember this word that's very powerful out here. It's called Chicano. You don't have the Chicano as much as anywhere but here. And that Chicano brand was started in 1970 at UCLA. And they came up with this group called Mecha and La Raza and all these different things. So this is something to where they're not considered themselves Mexican per se, but they're more of a people that have been born here and have invested interest here. And whoever is their neighboring, competition or whatever. I never thought that they'd be in a situation to do what this lady did, but now it's here. So, and that's why you heard Home Chick was talking bad about the natives, which were from Oaxaca. Those supposed to be the short, dark people. So you hear a lot of people from Mexico saying, hey, I must not be really a part of the family because I'm Mexican and they Chicano. There's a split there, but at the same time, Chicano still got numbers.
But even the way you framed it as far as scapegoating, the reality is look, I'm gonna say it just like this. They're the fuckers with their hand in the fucking cookie jar.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, for ain't no scapegoating.
No, what I was saying was,
you want to do that bull. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But
it's them, not us, that type of thing.
No, I'm not even. Right. Yeah, but I'm not even. The reality is, one part of the rules of America. If you gonna play, you get your hand. You gonna play games like that. You get your hand caught. That's it. That's it. And the reality, and see, even now, like. The video, how they're trying to isolate it, try to make it seem like it's just a couple of people. No, that's up to y'all down there. That's up to y'all. Like, just like I was saying with Boston, You know, black folks in Boston, a lot of pride, a lot of that. That's up to y'all in fucking LA. What y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna play the We Are the World shit, or y'all gonna say, you know what, fuck y'all, shit. If that's how y'all gonna be, I might as well not vote and let the Republicans get in there. Shit, they gonna be. If both of y'all gonna be racist, I choose racism, and a boy is gonna be a boy, and a girl is gonna be a girl. Okay,
but they're deep in the party though. That's the problem. They're deep in the party over here.
Don't have the numbers in LA that you think they do. It's just.
But then leave LA then.
No, not leave LA. I mean, if you own property like BGS or something like that, you don't want to.
Well, I get those. Everybody don't. So y'all know who y'all are. You know, homelessness and all that bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, just you got to accept a lower class status then.
Yeah, or you
essentially what you're signing on to.
Yeah.
Or you fight your way up.
That's
this is the only.
But if you don't have the numbers, how are you? What are you fighting with if you don't have the numbers?
They should have did that a long time ago.
Well, you're carving out a place for your a space for yourself within LA politics. I mean, that's just the reality. I mean, Karen Bass is doing it right now. I mean, I'm saying the 8%, whatever it is that black people are in LA, they're gonna have to come together and actually start finding some tangible ideas that they can actually get met within their elected officials. I mean, that's just the reality. Can't if you just tap out and just say, well, we don't got the numbers, so therefore
if you look at the population over the course of 10 years in California and in LA in general, then you add in the fact that the communities are being busted up by gentrification. COVID slowed that shit down. That shit is starting to ramp back up. There's a lot of money, a lot of global money in there. I mean, I get what you're saying, Mike, but the reality is, unless you got like BGS, you got a house, it's paid for, you got tax situations and shit like that.
But that's the other thing, Ed, and you know this. A lot of Latinos over here, a lot of them don't own, they rent. That's the difference between black people and Latinos here. Big Mama still got the house, she still got the deed
for now,
right? So that's the part that's kind of like giving us a little staying power.
I've seen whole town. Look, when I first moved to North Carolina, there's a town called Holly Springs. They own the land. That shit was like 80% black. That shit is 5 now in my lifetime, and I'm only 35. I'm turning. Yeah, actually, I'll be 35. I'll be 36 in a couple of minutes. Like I said, so and I moved there when I was like 10. So that's how fast that can move. Now I get what you're saying with the dynamics of. Yeah.
I mean, once the boomers start to really go away, you're gonna really.
Yeah,
boomers and the older exes, once they tap out, you're gonna see some major shit.
As soon as one generation fumble that shit or they take the check, because this is where young motherfuckers want to play the old nigga games, and I'm like, well, they had the house, they passed the house, y'all wanted to check, when had all these kids that y'all wanted to check. Yeah, y'all motherfuckers in probate. See, that's the thing a lot of the exes don't want to talk about. Is how y'all fucked up people shit in probate. I've seen that. So it ain't just white supremacy is always all seeing eye, ready to take advantage of that shit if you fuck up. So I ain't gonna let them off the hook. And yes, they do shit like eminent domain with the developers. So I'm not letting them off the hook. But like I always say, white supremacy definitely exists, but black people help it run like a well-oiled machine with unforced errors. And so in California, the different dynamics. Well, my thing is that conversation Mike is having is a conversation that needed to be had. Like, this is why Jason Black did things like gentrification, ethnic cleansing. California was one of the bigger places he was talking about. Like, that's something that should have been did a while ago when they still had the numbers. But people had this culture of we are the world, which is back behind black men wanting to fuck Latin bitches and black other shit too, and black women wanting to be we all on feminism and shit like that. Because you also got to add in the racial gang violence that goes on there too, which is something that other people don't deal with as hard in other states. Yeah. So I'm not trying. I hate to be the negative dude, but like the thing is, my issue is not saying that like what Mike is saying is not plausible. But Mike, can you honestly tell me that have in Boston is the same kind of black. I'm talking about the black folks is the same kind of culture they got in LA. You know, because that's really, I think, what would make the difference. And I think that's already been told in how they operate down there. They're too fucking liberal down there. Like we are in the world and shit like that.
What do you mean culture?
When I say culture, when you look at certain folks, there's a certain, I don't see that folks in Boston have this mentality of, I don't want to call it intermixing, but have this mentality of, they have an identity versus in California, it's this, there is no racism, there is no this, let's pretend that doesn't exist. And black people tend to do that. Everybody plays that game, but black people tend to really believe that shit, you know, for some fucking reason. And that degree is different in different zones. And so you can see it in the population numbers. So
let me let this brother up here real quick. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Go to space, go.
All right, go ahead, y'all.
What's going on, y'all?
I mean, yeah. So and I'm not trying. Look, I was born in California, so I was born in Dominguez Hospital, Art. So I mean, you know, but yeah, I mean, shit. You tell me if I'm wrong, if I'm bullshit. You live there, shit.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really know what you're referring to in terms of culture, but you know, I mean, Art's from California. I mean, he probably has a better idea as to how the culture is on the ground, in comparison to what you're saying. But in Boston, no, we have the neighborhoods have been segregated because of Jim Crow, and so that didn't really change all that much. Most of the political power in New England for Black people is centered in 2 or 3 neighborhoods, if not 4 neighborhoods, and so where the voting blocks are usually anywhere between 55 to 65 to 70% Black. And so that's why you see a lot of Black people live within Boston proper rather than New Hampshire.
How did the brother become governor of Massachusetts?
He's from
Deval Patrick?
Yeah, he's from the same neighborhood as
governor.
He's from the same neighborhood as me.
What's that?
But he's from the same neighborhood as me, but he also went to he also went to white schools as well.
Yeah, he wants to know.
But why wasn't his being Black and an impediment to him becoming governor?
Well, he came from big corporate, big the financial sector, and so he had a
lot of the right type of people behind him.
So he was just another Obama.
Yeah, I mean, like Mike could could speak to this, and actually Black Uru too. When Barack Obama was running, there's a lot, bro. There's like a couple dozen Barack Obamas that could have easily slipped into Barack's position when he was running for president. There's a couple dozen of them. Yep.
Dan Lee. Who else?
We naming them. Deval Patrick, like we said.
You know, low-key
Cory Booker, kind of ish.
I think Jesse Jackson Jr. was driven crazy because he didn't have the courage to run for the Senate. And because had he done that, you all might not have heard of Barack Obama, or you certainly would not have heard of him when you heard of him. But because he was too afraid,
and he got caught up in that scandal.
but the scandal came after that.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think a lot of the craziness that happened was a result, in part, of his not taking the opportunity, not seizing the opportunity to run, because there was a lot of interest behind him, there was a lot of support behind him, but he didn't have the courage to do it. And Obama swooped right in that slot, and the wind came up under him, and he just soared from there. And then you had the issue where you had the guy who was running against him, and as it turned out, he was, wife swapping and stuff. Jerry Ryan, the 7 of 9, her husband was, basically pimping her out to other rich guys, and that came out during the election, and Obama. I mean, so many things happened that just kind of parted the Red Sea for
You know,
Barack Obama in Illinois.
to
It
speak
was
to
pretty
Mike,
amazing in hindsight.
real quick, Mike,
Yeah.
because to speak to what Ed and Mike were speaking about earlier, when it comes to like and art, the Latinos in politics, I wish I could put a microphone in some of these Latino politicians' homes and when they're in meetings in South Florida, because I promise you, Mexicos and Chicanos in California don't got shit on these Cubans down here in South Florida. You want to talk about neo-Nazis? You want to talk about?
Do you guys think that they planned this stuff alone, or did they have white help?
I think white people always use these people as a buffer class between black people, and then these people start thinking they white.
Well, that was Reagan's whole thing, right? That
amnesty.
His Latino community is conservative. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah,
basically referring to them as being Republicans.
Well, I mean, what also was exposed is the color lines in those originating countries that they came.
Yep.
And they just brought that, and it was turbocharged by the specific circumstances here in the U.S.
Yeah,
they came to this country
with the bullshit.
Yeah, and that's I said that banana republic shit, because they don't care about
seriously though. I mean, no, serious
care
though.
About breaking the rules. They see the thing about folks here is even if you break the rules, there's a certain like finesse you got to be about doing it, because if you do it too much and you get caught, you're going to be a white sacrifice.
Yep.
You know, most of the time. Now you may be Brett Favre and they try to dodge you out, but you a politician. Like, you know, if you a politician, you know, because here's why you might be, because other people want your spot that are white. So, you know, Brett Favre is a little bit different because how he's seen by white people, especially a certain kind of, you know, so whatever. And they try to control that. They control that in the media. So, but other folks want your spot anyway, so they're going to use that, you know. So just like, anyways, I could get
real quick, because it's something that Black
and Brett Favre's in Mississippi. Yeah, a whole lot of folks gonna have to go down before Brett Favre go down.
And you know, and to speak to some, and I mentioned this to Black Uru before we spoke about this, and it's in your state again, Art. Those South Asians coming in with their caste system, and they're literally blocking out other South Asians in tech.
Yeah.
So like sometimes we hear like this. Sometimes I get where Black people are coming from when we talk about like these other communities looking out for each other. I know why we're saying it, but it ain't what you think it is, if we're gonna be honest, right? Because you literally got Brahmin Indians blocking out like the untouchables that come over here, or the lower caste, if they actually can make it out of India and get over here and get into tech.
Yeah, but the way that works is there's layers to that. Like if you're both Asian, if it's an Asian and a black, unless it's like something they need from that black, or unless
you're right about that.
Now obviously white is good win anyway, but unless it's something they need from that other group, they're gonna, even if it's an untouchable, they're going with that untouchable. They can trust the rules.
That's true.
There's a lot of Indians down here that are short and dark, and I can tell you right now, they from an outsider looking in, they tend to know how to work together like that ain't a problem, because they're not activating that unless it's time to marry or it's time to other shit. When it comes to like other groups, you know, even white people to a certain extent, if they could get away with it and it's not money that's back, you know, so it is the caste system, but it's layers to that.
It's still exclusionary of you, and then we'll worry about our shit later. Yeah.
It's still Indians.
And the lower level groups play along with that game, and
that's true.
Versus, you know, with us, you know, you take blacks that are I'll be careful, but with LGBT, they want to be Black people want to be everything first, but black. They want to be LGBT.
Well, they want black to be on the other side of the asterisk, right? So it's like LGBTQ, then unfortunately black. Right, women, and then unfortunately black.
Because LGBT, because when you want to talk about that caste system, there's a caste system in that community too.
Hell yeah.
Dave Chappelle was joking about that, but the truth is, black people that are gay accept that within that community.
Yeah, that's true.
And then they try to wag their finger at you, calling you. Even when you look at black women that are hetero, they come in here talking about what about trans, bitch? What? Like that don't even help you. Now you got.
Well, that's the virtue signal, right? That's That's how intersectionality gets flipped, because intersectionality just wants to flip the power dynamic on its head by stacking shit. So the reason why they speak to trans shit, even though that's literally direct competition, is because of the verbiage. This is how you virtue signal that I'm part of the team. I know how to use the language, right? So,
and then you get mad when, why are black men checking the fuck out? They well, because shit.
Because we don't want to be a part of these stupid ass programs.
Well, at the end, because at the end of the day, we're the ones left holding the bag. So you got people that's either gonna cluster with other groups. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't give a fuck what nobody's saying. Ain't no brother that ain't no fool. That is not a fool. If you tell me, you're Democrat, or you tell me you're a part of a cluster, there's some shit you can show me to where you're benefiting, or at least you can reasonably see you're gonna benefit in that cluster. Ain't nobody just holding the bag talking about I'm this and then
just for the sake of it, for the morality of it all.
That's why I understand if certain people say certain things, but it's like, okay, there's your cluster, you can understand that, but that ain't something that's going to duplicate with everybody else. And by the way, Mr. T, can you speak on the fact that, we have now added someone, the last real old guard of the purple pill, hope this shit gets fixed.
Wait, who?
SWP produced a great video that if I needed an hour or less to tell people why this is fucked from beginning to end.
I didn't watch it yet. I didn't watch it.
I thought you was responding to it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the power. Okay, you're right. The one I did about power.
Talking about the recent one. Just talking about affirmative action.
No, the power one. Okay.
Why people left.
Okay. So my answer was the power thing, because he said they want power. So are you okay with me kind of going into that for a little bit?
Go ahead, brother.
No, hold on. Just FYI.
Let me give Mike V some props for the Cash App. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank you, Jesus.
And you guys hit that like button, share, and subscribe. We going in. Okay, go ahead, fam.
He said power. He said trust, and he said respect.
Okay, so my response to Sarge Willie Pete was like, no, they want power. And the internet is exposing that, and niggas is running for the hills. And this is actually tying to what you're saying, Art, with the part of like, it's not just black men dipping off, right? So like other groups of men are like, okay, if all of y'all women of color are gonna worship white dudes, and if all of y'all want power, and all of y'all are playing the matriarchy game at different levels, right? White women on a different level than black women, Latina women are on a different level than black women, right? I'm out. So like, it's not a mass exodus, but I mean, men and more are like, I'm out, nigga. Literally like, I'm gonna more bang for my buck. I'm literally out of here, and I mean that like giggity, right? Like I'm out of here. So so when Sarge puts out what he puts out, and he brings up different like parts of the grapevine, certain sisters on the internet talking about divine feminine and just finding weird and interesting ways to pretty much say, we should be running this shit. And men are being like, either I'm gonna be indifferent or I'm out. And so go ahead.
Well, what SWP really communicated was he said that he thought, and what's important about this is he's been having this conversation for a very long time.
Literally
probably
a decade.
Long than almost anybody else. And so he said he just now figured out that the women want power. He just now. I'm not saying that to play him. But what I'm saying is the stuff that he was going back and forth with PGS. That stuff he said, he has a collectivist mentality, which is fine. But that cannot work if the women want power, because the women are going to be in internal competition. So when we have these conversations, that's the thing that they like. Even when you look at this situation with the Pearl shit, how they really think they trying to tell us what to think, and they don't understand.
They try to sun us.
This is not which is a power move in our space. And it's like, and so when you look at how they just regurgitate to that shit by default, that's kind of the through line. The respect shit is obvious. A lot of black women don't respect black men, but that and the trust thing is something I brought up as well. But the power thing.
But
remember this too.
The biggest problem that we black men have are our egos. SWP
you don't want to accept it.
Is supposedly a brilliant man. He's supposedly a physician or whatever. How could he not? How could he not know the truth? How could it take this long for him to know the truth? And that's ego. That's what that is.
I don't know if it's that. I think he didn't want to accept
delusions.
it. Yeah, he didn't want to accept it.
That's your ego, and that's
yeah.
about you being blinded by your delusions about what you're supposed to be and what you're supposed to do because you're a man and because she's a woman, and therefore eventually things are supposed to be worked out, if you will. That's ego.
And
that's your own ego running amok.
Go ahead.
Keep in mind that he comes out of a matriarchal marriage.
Yeah. His mom
so it ain't like he didn't
yeah,
see
that's
that.
true.
So it ain't like he's blind.
Yeah,
he ain't some nigga that comes from a patriarchal. He's part Sudanese or some shit.
Well, I mean, like, so what is interesting, and this is what I'm actually glad that Sarge Willie Pete got to, is he responded to this the same way he responded to hearing Jerry Taylor and them say, "Oh no, nigga, this is about power," which means I'm going to sabotage you every step of the way. I am going to gaslight you every step of the way. I am going to, well, roadblocks is sabotage, but those are the time I'm going to engage in all the underhanded tactics I can. And so I think Sarge Willie Pete, I think we might get a slightly different Sarge Willie Pete now than last week.
Oh
right?
He already said he's not talking about black relationships no more because he thinks he's done. And I mean, that's still his opinion, and I can understand if somebody has a different one. But that's why he was talking about SYSBM and passport was the only way. But thing I want to, shout out to DC. I see these there, and I want to get DC started on this. Is a lot of times, black folks can't. It ain't just black folks, but a lot of people can't recognize. Especially when black folks are talking amongst black folks, a disingenuous argument. And it's kind of like, like for instance, when you're dealing with a lot of these pro-blacks, like, I ain't gonna disrespect him on a platform, call him Omaha Steaks. But
I actually want to say something before DC go when you're done.
Oma Wale, because it's getting, Oma Wale, when he sits there and he tries to use the white chick as his mechanism to try to attack our space, because he's not just in the pro-black space, he's trying to flip red pill folks into that space. And how he tries to say, but he ain't said we cooning yet, but he want to say we're on our knees. And that he OB2, they're partly ignoring all of this to create this disingenuous argument.
Let me land with this. There's a difference between the power game and the justice game. And sometimes they're not completely mutually exclusive, but I think when you realize that the group of people that you thought just really wanted justice, they wanted patriarchal men, they just were goading black men in the wrong way. Now that Sarge realizes it's not that they're goading us on the wrong way, it's that they want power and they were gaslighting us the whole time. I think that's a different conversation. Right, and that's what they've been exposing for the better part of a decade plus on YouTube. But I agree with Black Uru. Why did it take you so long to get to the place that pretty much all of us been since the jump? I'm just saying. I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
BTS will tell you that in the Coliseum days, most black men weren't on that. I peeped from the jump. But anyway. But that disingenuous shit.
Well, I think Avenue Rants realized that. I think that was one of the schisms between Avenue Rants and Sarge Willie Pete way back when. For those of you that remember Avenue Rants, it's because Avenue Rants grew up in that type of hood ass single mom situation.
Is that a real dude? That sounds like some motherfucker you made up.
No, y'all don't remember. Y'all don't remember. Bro, y'all don't remember Avenue Rants and y'all don't remember him and Sarge beefing back in the day?
That sound like some Father Time shit. I've been in this space for a minute. You ain't going.
Wow.
Avenue Rants is?
Can I be heard?
That's crazy. Okay, go ahead, y'all.
Can I be heard?
Go ahead, DC. Yeah, go ahead, DC.
Yeah, that's the misnomer about the history of what is now called the Black Manosphere. 1.0 had Junebug, Obama, Calvary. Captain Solo, which is basically the dude that's really, really cool. He used to kind of like balance out SWP. I don't know how often they talk still, but
no, they do.
No, they talk a lot because he mentions them all the time.
He still brings them up.
Yeah.
You heard Sergeant Willie Pete. Even 10 years ago, I knew that he was going to continue to repeat.
Anakin.
Yeah, yeah, that's his dude. That's his dude. He's a good brother though.
Cap, that's his
Cap is a good dude.
Yeah, that's his Qui-Gon because Anakin
Cap is a good brother.
Obi-Wan.
I wish he came around. I wish a lot of the 1.1 guys came around. That's a whole nother story. I'm not gonna get into that. I don't feel like it. But yeah, Avenue Rants is real. He's a real dude.
Thank you.
He's a real dude. Yeah. Avenue Rants used to
Thank you, Jesus Christ.
Used to be back in the day where me and him go back to the chat room days. Black Voices.
Yeah,
Avenue Rants used to be on Black Voices back in the day. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of this stuff, man, because we didn't come.
And making me look like a crazy person.
We started originally, debating the women back in the chat rooms. Literally, there was this chick named Vanilla Vixen, black chick. She was a swirler. She was Kerosene before Kerosene. She was basically I love all white men. She used to write it all up in there, trigger everybody. And she used to write long ass sentences and shit. Yeah, Vanilla Vixen. If people that know back in those days, they can remember who she was. But yeah, that's the history of it, man. Yeah, we never were in the white spaces. So that's a misnomer that's about this particular space. There was always men kind of doing this kind of debating thing. Pink Elephant is another dude. He was pretty good too.
I remember.
But everybody was so individualized. Before when streaming came along, that allowed everybody to kind of merge together and then converse. So
it was a different. Because I remember listening to 1.0 guys. They didn't call themselves 1.0. They didn't even call. You wouldn't even call that a black manosphere back then. It wasn't. That wasn't a term. It was just like motherfuckers creating content and like you listen to it, and that was pretty much it.
But that's why that's why Obsidian, Angry Man, and O'Shea are That's why they recognize themselves as being 2.0. You know what I'm saying? They know that's what they were because they know that there was already men in this particular space doing that. Barbarossa. Also, me, Alan Roger Curry, even though he wouldn't consider himself that, but that's what he was. I mean, he came from the blog talk sphere, but he did a lot of that kind of, black women, black men kind of content. It was
Tommy.
It was a lot of I mean,
I know we don't want to count him, but yeah, he was on that shit mad early.
It's true.
Too.
It's true.
Mad early.
He's part of that. He's part of that. I mean, even to a certain extent. Black Authority. He don't talk about it, but
he was with Tommy.
Thank you. That's what I was gonna say. He was on Tommy's show. You going in DC? That's true. I
remember when Zoe checked Black Authority.
I listened to that.
Black Authority was on the phone. I go all the way back, man. This stuff goes all the way back, man. We're talking about 15 years ago.
Literally.
15 to 16 years ago, man.
And shout out to right now, it's past 12 Eastern time, right?
Yes.
So it's somebody's birthday today on this panel. Shout out to Edward for being an old Negro now.
Officially.
Happy birthday to that brother.
How old are you, Ed?
Man, I'm only 36. Don't try.
Only 36.
Ain't no only 36 anymore. When you start 35, ain't no only anymore.
You crossed over the young threshold. Now you know better. Now ain't no more excuses. Now you can't
at all.
Now he's crawling to 40. He's crawling to 40 now.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, 40 comes faster than you think, man. You be looking
at that life insurance.
Hard to get that life insurance.
No, I tell dudes that are like 27 all the time because my brother is 31 and my youngest brother is 26. So yeah, that's an acceleration. But no, like what I was gonna say is SWP mentions Cap almost every video.
Literally.
And then he actually talks to Cap offline and he actually runs his shit through Cap. They kind of like to see if it makes sense. And he said it on this video. He said, "Yo, I ran this shit through Cap, and Cap didn't have shit to say." I mean, so basically, Cap is where I am at. Yeah, like for real.
That's not true. Cap is a different dude. I got you though.
What he said was Cap will usually push back on like the stuff that he's saying.
Like, he did say
that video, and he said Cap just pushed back against this shit because he tired of these motherfuckers too.
Well, the power conversation changed. I said it. I'm sorry, Ed, but I gotta say this again. The power conversation changes the conversation. If we're finally over the gaslighting, or at the very fringes, we're over the gaslighting, and this is a power conversation, then that's not morality. That's not justice. That's not family building or anything. It's nigga, I need you to do this shit because I want you to do this shit. And that's a different conversation, right?
Can y'all catch me on what's going on? I'm a little lost. So
well, before we do, shout out to Joe for the super chat. Appreciate you, fam. Let me hook him up. Let me thank him.
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay, y'all want to catch him up on what, the Pearly things?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mike.
Well, Ed, you lead that. You lead that. I'll just ad lib.
And somebody dropped Ed's the Cash App in the chat. You know, y'all need to start giving him some birthday love. You know, because you know we supposed to be dead at what, 25. So he made 11 years pass. So.
When I made 25, I celebrated.
Oh my God! So y'all need to drop it. If y'all have Ed's Cash App, drop it in the chat. And give him some love.
Oh, man, damn, man. Like DC, you, because really, I've been talking. This shit really got me really pissed off, man. I really want to activate a purge. You know, when it comes to these chicks,
what happened?
Of these chicks, like real talk. You know, I basically.
Go ahead. Oh, let me read this real quick so they won't.
All right, in the beginning.
Let me read this real quick. So old as Negro, I just turned 40 2 weeks ago. I see my agent, my kids. You'll see it in gray hairs. LOL. Much love, brethren. Appreciate you, fam.
Yeah. I got Ed by a couple months. I just turned 36 in September, so bro, it's a different feeling.
Don't shut up. Y'all still baby.
Okay.
They ain't babies no more.
I want to know, when do we get out of the diapers then? What's the age?
We just old. We just old.
Well, you guys are here, so this is thumb sucker free content. So y'all in the safe zone. Okay, go ahead, brother Ed. Go ahead.
All right, so DC, this is what's going on. All right, so once upon a time, there was this white chick. Yeah, we're gonna call her Karen's daughter. All right. So basically, she got interviewed by a goofy ass Nigerian by the name of and her fees. Shout out to Nigerians, but did you hear about the interview with Hafiz and her? Okay, so this is where actually, no, that's not true. Let me get into the prequel real quick. So she went on to the Lapeef network. And if you ever saw episode 2, Attack of the Clones, when Dooku took Anakin's arm, she basically did that to a black chick. It basically has 40,000 subs by the name of B. Taylor. Now, this particular platform, just so you can add insult to injury, and I didn't know this, so I'm going to give this to you. Anton apparently fired the other two problematic, the Kayla and Kay. So he got rid of them. Then brought 3 white women onto the platform.
Yeah.
Now,
that was a boss move. That was a boss move.
Yeah. You got to give Anton credit if we're going to give him.
You inspired the anger of 1,000 sons, the rage of 1,000 sons from black women.
I don't even like Anton.
So
I don't even like it, but that was a boss move.
No comment on
so
that.
That is 3 chicks that he sent to the nether realm. Because it's
his choice.
If you count Tawana,
they using him for their substance. That's their fault.
Tawana makes 4.
I'm just saying what happened. So
good.
In the context, because this is why the women are angry. Okay. So basically, Pearl comes up there, and it's 2 other white chicks, but she's the main person. And then, long story short, it wasn't even a back and forth. It was really just the black woman being triggered, and she maintained frame. And basically that happened. Then she got interviewed with Hafiz. And then this is the second interview Hafiz did after he went at it with Coach Greg Adams looked goofy. This is the same studio that he talked to her in. It was in Dallas, long story short. That happened. So this is why Black Manosphere wasn't talking about Pearl with the Lapeef network. We were talking about Pearl because Hafiz looked like an idiot. I mean,
like a fool.
Just like, yeah, he looked like an idiot. I mean, it just happened that she was there. So now this is where it gets important. All of a sudden, that means so let me ask you this. Would you consider, and this is not a gotcha question, it's an honest question. Do you consider the Black Manosphere, to your knowledge, not the Black Manosphere, do you consider the LaPeep Network to be a part of the Black Manosphere?
No.
Okay. Do you consider Anton to be a part of the Black Manosphere?
No.
Okay. No. So all of this is important. So all of a sudden, because we did videos on Hafiz and everybody was roasting Hafiz up, lead attorney, O'Shea, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, Black women want to be who this white bitch. And all of a sudden, we brought her into the Black Manosphere. So somehow us talking about us talking about Hafiz and that is in the, we brought her in the Black Manosphere. And here's the thing, DC, all of a sudden, she has 627,000 subscribers.
God
because
damn.
Black men love
Did
white
you just
women.
have 500-something thousand?
Thank you. I told. Did I not tell y'all that?
That high?
She was at 567.
Wow.
Hold on.
Yeah.
She was at 567 before. She was at 567 before the Hafiz situation. She's at 627 now. Also, on the side note, Fresh and Fit is over 1 million. But
yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. I knew that was
but and by the way, this chick was at 70,000 in March. But FYI. But anyway, so all of a sudden it's this big like bullshit where Black women no fuck that. Omawale Paul Stakes. You know, basically it's saying they attacking us, saying that we brought her into the manosphere, that we're uplifting white women. Why a fucking George Macon and BGS, to be fair, because he's gonna come up here, is gonna say O'Shea did it too. O'Shea gassed George Macon to do it. So that's a conversation we had last week. So I'm gonna enter that into the record because
he connects that space because you gotta understand they're cool with O'Shea. From what I understand, they're really cool with him. Like they talk to him offline.
Exactly. So George
and Mama Wale. I know that for sure.
George sat there, and that'll go into what BGS was talking about too. George Macon basically said, "Why don't we uplift Crimson Cure, Six the Goddess?" Exactly.
We do.
And so basically,
we protect Crimson Cure, man. Crimson ain't nobody gonna do nothing.
So he's saying, what she's saying.
Over here, and they're gonna talk shit about her.
But what he's saying is, why don't we get her to like 400,000 subscribers?
That's out of our hands. Yeah,
and basically, we're allowing this woman to make content about Black people, and we're co-signing it. I'm gonna say this, I don't want to go too far into it because you got the important stuff. It got so far that Courtney Michelle said that we were paid off. Let me tell you how she got it.
So Courtney finally broke bad on y'all, huh?
Well, no. She been sided with Obi. She's been teamed up with Obi for a minute.
Yeah.
And so Omawale is just the more point, you know.
Well, isn't that the difference between SYSBM and SYCBM? That's what Courtney coming in.
Hold on. This is important. So Pearl paid the lead attorney, paid Hafiz, and paid Kevin Samuels for consulting. Now you ain't heard Kevin Samuels ever utter her name.
Never.
Anybody can correct me if that's not true. You ain't heard the lead attorney utter her name, and even she went on the lead attorney's. She went on the lead attorney's platform with Coach Greg Adams because lead attorney was basically roasting up Hafiz from a lawyer's perspective, and she literally asked him, "Why didn't you help me when I needed you?" She tried to say it in a jokingly way, but a lead attorney did not help her by getting views. You know, he just helped give her consulting information, and she clearly used it. And then you see how Hafiz acted with her. So all three people, Black men that helped her, that technically gave her information, she had to build it on her own. And so my point, the only person that she actually went on their platform was Anton and the LaPeep Network, who Courtney is connected to. So all these women are all of a sudden attacking us, and they're purposely leaving the LaPeep Network out of it. Because if they don't, then all of a sudden Courtney's got to answer for, why were you a part of that network? And then you're purposely not saying nothing, but you want to make it like we're so basically we're responsible for her 600,000 subscribers. That's what they keep saying. And they're literally making up lies.
Yeah, what did I say about Courtney? What did I say about Courtney when she first came on the scene? I told you about Courtney. I knew a lot of Courtneys coming up in HBCUs and Southern girls like that. That's that typical light-skinned bitch from the HBCU from the South.
Jack and Jill, church going.
Yeah, church girl.
Whenever Black Uru say light-skinned, I die.
Pleasant. And I'm telling you, that is Q and all that type of shit. Very typical. Very predictable.
Now y'all know what Courtney looks like with the blonde hair and all of that. Have you seen her
very
new
typical.
Look?
Yeah, good and bad hair. There you go, right there. Good and bad hair.
Good and bad hair. You took it back to Spike Lee.
Hey,
school days.
I feel sad for any light skinned sister that get into it with Black Uru, because he got them jokes for your ass.
That's funny.
Have you seen her new look? Her pro-black look?
Yeah.
What's her pro-black look?
Hold on, give me a second.
Oh boy.
And shout out to Mr. G's World for the. Is that G? Right there. Is that G from Chicago?
Yeah, Mr. G's World. Yes.
Okay, what's up, man? You got to send me an email or something. Anyhow, she got money to crack the code. Mayo Power. Appreciate you, fam. Hook you up.
Oh, and here's the other thing too. So basically, Omawale had a live stream. Okay, so this is where it gets interesting. Omawale had a live stream. And by the way, Omawale has gotten he's gaining subscribers. He's gained 100. He's gained 250 subscribers so far. So this shit is working.
Is it?
Yeah. So he's basically hustling. He was
content strategy.
He was at 3 point. Yeah. So basically, he had a stream yesterday, in which that stream got to like 600 and something, and Just Pearly thing showed up in the chat. Basically, Obsidian was on there, and he got attacked. And then Just Pearly thing showed up in the chat, and then the Real Femme Sapien, which is that chick that was talking about there, Mary showed up in the chat. And basically that led to what happened yesterday, which is Obsidian basically did an interview with Just Pearly. It lasted for an hour, in which basically they released that bullet in the chamber talking about she Me Too the black man, and they asked her, and because she they took calls as far as people coming up, and Sister George asked, and that's floating around.
Man, I'm about to sell y'all out. I'm going purple pill on y'all ass. Fuck this. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, nigga. I'm gone.
I knew Sister George and Concrete Rose. They weren't going. Ain't no having it, yo. It's challenge day.
Yeah.
You already know.
No, they made a video about it since last week? Earlier this week or last week? They made a video about her.
We have come from the mountains to see
you
have been right interloper the
and she just Danielle just did a video talking about why are we caping.
They are going to cut heads off, man.
They saying
no white girl here, bro.
They just did. Well, my thing, the argument that and BTS got real mad, and Art can tell you that because I need to jump back.
I don't think any of the black women gonna feel like she has any kind of say so here. Dude, I mean, that's on them.
It's not about the say so. The thing is, what they're doing. She's from Chicago, by the way, but she's in the UK.
What does that mean?
Huh?
What does that mean?
Well, that's what they said. I thought, when I say she's from Chicago, this is stuff I learned about her because I thought she was, because the videos that she's making is in the UK. So I thought she was from the UK. That's literally where she
lives. You think about her accent. Because
that's where they play basketball. And so when she plays basketball, my point is she's all her videos that she's doing, that's in the UK. So all of those black folks are in the UK. So like King Riches. So basically you're sitting here saying, well, she's making money off of black people. No, she's talking to them motherfuckers in the UK, and you can tell by the UK people's accents. And then y'all are sitting here trying to tie that with us because you see black people. And so when they say have a say, they react. It's like they want us to turn her channel off. And it's like they're saying that she got here. They saying the way they're making it sound like, because like I said, Courtney said that she paid folks off. She hasn't gotten anybody's subscribership. And by the way, they want to say ain't no white girls in the white manosphere. That's a lie.
That's bullshit.
There's a chick by the name, I'm just gonna say her last name. Last name is Ryan. She's got 425,000 subscribers, and she literally like, yo, her shit is so blatantly aimed at men. Like she literally, and she's almost like OG style, but with a white chick in front of it. Like literally, that's the type of like the older content Kevin used to do. You know, so my point is, and she's got 68 million views. By the way, Pearl got 240 something million views. Damn. And so, yeah, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, she blew up on TikTok, man. She started off of TikTok.
She got banned from TikTok.
Oh man!
And Ivan Preach just got banned from TikTok. As soon as they said no fat bitches, they banned them.
Oh yeah. I saw that. They made a video about that earlier today, last night or something.
So my point is, what they're doing is they're literally attacking us with bold-faced lies.
And they're trying to chase these white women out. They're trying to chase them white women out.
Wait. Ed, are you telling me? Wait, Ed, are you telling me black women? Wait, Ed, are you?
Get them damn white women out of there! Get out of here! Get that bitch out of here! Sorry, man. Get that white women.
You already know, man. Them women ain't gonna
be. Wait a minute. Ed, are you telling me that black women are gaslighting black men and lying on black men again? I'm just saying.
What's different, man?
That's what I'm saying. Like black women is gaslighting black men again, and they using the mythical, magical white woman.
No, but the issue is that BTS went on Omawale's thing in good faith, and basically Omawale is like, the thing about it is, y'all know how
ain't he Nigerian?
You know, no, he's a nigga from Philly.
Okay.
They changed his name, but he ain't pro-black.
Everybody, hold on. Everybody that's anti-black ain't Nigerian. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That's like the default.
Cause I be running so many of these cats, I be like, ain't you Nigerian, bro? Like,
no.
It's the way Ed said, this is a nigga from Philly.
I do think there's a slight problem with the Nigerians, but y'all go ahead.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is,
thank you, Uru. Thank you.
There are plenty of black people born and raised with lineage here that are actually problems also.
Remember, Godfrey's Nigerian too. So there's great Nigerian.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Trust me, when I say what you are, I make sure. Now I thought he was African because of his name, but no, he wanted them change name niggas. So that's fine.
That nigga say he's freeway. He said he's freeway.
What did Omawale do to you, man? What did he do to you, brother?
No, man, I'm just going by the name. I'm just going by the name.
Hold on, DC. Number one, he added me too many times, but number two, he basically came into the shit talking about I take semen-filled pills for the white man on Bernard. He didn't just say that to me, but he said that on the panel. I was on Bernard shit.
I do remember him doing that.
Yeah, so he came.
For that shit, though. I told him that
shit.
Yeah, I told him that actually.
Well, you can
Mr. G got another message.
And so my thing is that you know how uncivilized we can be. We're holding back and being very nice to him.
I heard you say that.
And Courtney. Courtney ain't really got the balance that some women can get, especially you know how uncivilized even Obsidian can be. I mean, he showed you by interview. And by the way, that was a good interview. I mean, she didn't, but the problem is it's not that dudes disagree. It's the way they're going about it. They are knowingly lying. Like it's like and it's the content strategy.
So which ones are we talking about? Like which women are we talking about? The ones that's like the people, or are we talking about the ones that are
okay,
like
so right now, as far
to the black manosphere?
So as far as the people that's really driving this, Omawale is driving this. Courtney's kind of in the mix. Like she'll be on the panel talk like because BTS, like a lot of anger was really towards Courtney, talk about mommy and people. He said this is why I got away from the pro-blacks the first time, because of that bullshit she was doing. Because you should have seen how she talked to Obsidian. She was really, you could tell she got too comfortable. Danielle was not that bad, but Danielle is in the mix too.
I'm saying she's from the Lapeef network though, right? Courtney is.
Yes, and that's the thing that kills me. It's that because you remember how they got mad with the Amira situation. The reality, you can say you're not connected to them now. That's cool. My thing ain't even about Courtney personally. My thing is, why is Danielle and all these other chicks that want to make this noise? Because apparently even Crimson Cure made a video about it because they all feel some type of way. Why did all of y'all are conveniently ignoring? Because Anton has 97,000 subscribers on his personal channel. Anton has look, I understand that a lot of people don't like him. He gets on my fucking nerves too with that bullshit. But Anton has interviewed Brittany Renner recently. He has interviewed Six the Goddess. He just interviewed Charleston White. So I mean, he's trying. Charleston White, the nigga that's always talking shit about the other rappers.
Call the cop on you, Charleston White.
So my point is, they are said very clearly that they are not a part of the Black Manosphere. They said that a while ago when Amira was on there, and they also said that their channel was not necessarily Black centric. So my thing is, I'm not even making this about Courtney. What I'm saying is, because she's on the team of them, they're purposely leaving that out. It's like the closest she came to the Black Manosphere was her shit. So I got it. Like, I had to block Sexy Red because Red was trying to sit there. I asked her, y'all keep saying, oh, well, y'all brought her in here. First of all, let's be clear here. When you say you brought her in here, you mean into our fucking house that you all are tolerated in. Because there's plenty of niggas like Tito and others that want all y'all motherfuckers gone. So I don't even, like, maybe like,
she was mostly. I kind of favor that
she was mostly at what's Platinum's shit.
Who? No, I get that. No, Red. Yeah, I get that. See, but my point is, I asked her, okay, so when you say we brought her in, where did that happen? Just so we're clear. And she said Anton. And I'm like, Anton is not in this space. You've been this, by the way, don't even get me started. Platinum gave Obsidian like damn near $100 when the white chick was on there. You know, FYI, you know, but whatever. And I'm not hating on Platinum because that went to Obsidian, but I'm just saying. But my thing is, you know this. You've been here long enough to know Anton is not associated with our shit. So why would you say that? And why are you purposely? That's my thing. If y'all want to make the argument, and the other argument too that you need to know is the Me Too shit. They're basically saying she Me Too the black man, and they asked her about it, and apparently she said that he hit on her, and her sister was gonna come up in whatever sport. I did basketball, volleyball, I don't know. So I think it's basketball, and then she didn't want him. Volleyball. Yeah, she answered that question. And then, so that's the other argument they're making is we're supporting a white chick that Me Too the black man. So now the black chicks that have, you know, you see what I'm see the bullshit.
They fishing. They going fishing, man.
They fishing. See, I'm gonna tell you that is a problem when you have black women in the space like this. That's going to be an issue. Like any other woman that try to come in here to really, you know. Because I think she's directly speaking to Manosphere now. She interviewed with Obsidian, right?
They brought her here. Now they brought her here because
that's what I'm saying. Now she really is actually in the space.
Well, Obsidian. Let's be very clear here. Obsidian has interviewed white women before. Obsidian has made it very clear that Obsidian is trying to, by any means, is legally and for the most part morally, from a business standpoint, you know, build his channel. So Kevin passed away, you know, and
I get it. I'm just saying, regardless of what his intent is, everybody knows how Obsidian is and what his intent is. He's never been shy about stating it. But my thing is that he has basically said, you know, I don't care. I'm going to do what he wants to do. And the thing is that he has the right to do it. It's his channel.
And that's exactly. And when they asked her,
he got the right to do that.
When they asked her, where does she? Because there's nothing she says is unique to the Black Manosphere. The stuff she says is so basic. It is general Manosphere. So they asked her, like, who do you think was like with the arbiter, all this stuff? And she mentioned Rollo Tomasi, which is an idea out of this stuff from. So she knew who Kevin was and all of that, because her channel was like 2.5 years old, you know, with all of that activity. And so that 240 million, all that. And so my thing is, you all, number one, even if it was accurate, because here's the thing, I get annoyed by the dudes, because you got other dudes too that are trying, like Ty City, oh man, she Me Too the black man, because you know, any opportunity he has to try to make us look bad, he's gonna take that opportunity.
Yeah, shout out to Ty City, man. Shout out to Ty City, man. Go ahead though.
Yeah, guys, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Can you not like
how the poor blacks are coming at this whole thing and still find areas to critique and ponder about? Can you still do that?
What do you mean?
Can you still say, okay, the sister's on some fuck shit, but there's some things to look at?
Explain.
Is this Bellogino?
Yes, it's Bellogino.
Explain.
Oh, man, I thought it was Mr. G from Chicago. Okay, but I appreciate you.
Because
what are these things?
The everything you say, my Lord, amen approach is not good, because I also have that same critics for brothers, even the red pill brothers. You know, in people, it's the sheer pandering, how easy it is to just copy and paste. Man, it's a lot of shit, man. People are hypocrites. They don't have the balls. They're too desperate for little followers and the numbers to question the copy paste feel of the whole shit. When you question her, she doesn't know us. She doesn't understand the intricacy and the nuance of the black lived experience.
So let's ask you this question. I mean, we're gonna ask you this question. Maybe I'll ask. What is she saying directly to black men in this space?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure that out too.
I want to know.
Well, that's a very good question, actually. Very great question. Because I don't consume a shitload of her content. The only reason I came up on her content was when Kevin Samuel, I think it was right around when Kevin Samuel died, right? I noticed she was doing a whole lot of what you call those response videos, commentary videos on Kevin Samuels and things. Reaction videos. That's how I found about her. I guess she has expanded her portfolio now. You know, she got a YouTube record label, and it's very interesting. Please let me get this. I don't interrupt me. You know what I was thinking last night? I was thinking in the rise of this whole Kanye shit, how Kanye's criticized specific sets of people of how they exploit black arts. It's like very interesting. Yeah, I signed a couple of talents. I mean, yeah, again, I'm not a YouTuber. Maybe there's some things I just don't know. I thought people collaborate with people. People may sometimes pay people to appear or do stuff. But the whole signing people thing, again, though, I am not a YouTuber. Maybe I'm completely ignorant of these things. Like the way the feel, the suburb rich mayo feel like I came inside a couple niggas that's gonna push my message.
What?
I don't know where you.
I don't know, man. I'm just black. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know.
I'm confused.
There are some parts of this that make me feel uneasy.
Okay,
I understand what he's trying to say. He's saying that it's almost like it feels like she's basically
exploiting us.
Taking homage within the space, but I don't think that she's looking at it that. I mean, from what I have seen of her, because I didn't know that much about her, but I kind of looked at a couple of videos, a couple of small snippets. It seems like she's very general in her critique, and that it seems like she's just speaking from a general base logical knowledge, and she's going to
and her base is in UK.
But she's going to trigger black women because black women just don't want to be corrected, bro. That's all it is to it, man.
Say it again, because they didn't hear you.
No, because we're not like. Here's a problem I have with this it's like nobody's really hitting the mark. Okay, so I get what you're saying, DC, but the thing about it is, let me tell you right now, and I want to be very clear, I don't give a fuck about some type of way anybody feels. So if anything, anybody is coming from well, I don't know here, I don't know there, but I just feel some type of way and it just looks bad in optics. I'm looking at this really cerebral, and really focused. The problem is people are taking other stuff and they're superimposing it into this, and they're trying to make this chick like the representative of like everything that they feel. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. Andrew Tate. A lot of people didn't know who the fuck Andrew Tate was. And then because it was big news, YouTube news, you see like censorship, they do it to us, all of that, people was talking about more about Andrew Tate. That is not fucking, because Andrew Tate says certain things that certain people can agree with. Just like there's certain things in the white manosphere that we can agree with. It's just we have our things where we diverge. You never heard nobody talking about Andrew Tate is in the black manosphere. Nobody said when he's that now that he's got a black dad, he's in the black manosphere, because black men don't get fucking triggered like that over that sexual political.
And I don't think Edward, I don't think, you know, the whole she's in the black manosphere thingy. I think that critic too is like misplaced. But I think the direction, the leaning of her material is obviously in a specific segment is obviously what it is, you know.
But how improve that? No. Ed, ask the question. How improve that? How improve that? Like how necessary? How is she leaning in a certain direction and then prove that? Because the only person who brought her up here was the what's the dude name? Anton brought her.
We're talking about somebody from the space, though. We're talking about from the space.
Yeah, so
that was Obsidian.
Okay, so
Obsidian. Okay, Obsidian did one interview with her though.
That was yesterday.
She was already hot though. At the point she was already hot.
I mean, I'm not claiming.
All right, we get it. The thing, I want to do the right, because I get. Okay, you agree with the critic. So let's get into the other part of what you were saying, which was her having a right to say shit. The reality is, if she didn't have no black people, the test that I would run is this: if she don't have black people on her panel and she says the same things, would you think she was talking about black people? And the answer is no. Right. She talks about, and then on top of that, the question that I would have is, why ain't nobody hit the fuck King Riches up and be like, why the fuck are you on there with a white chick talk about black issues? Because King Riches gonna tell, shut your Okada ass up. I'm trying to grow my fucking channel. And
you know, guys. I think Edward is spot on though when you really think about it though, and I will say, guys, this is. Okay, some of you that know that I hang out. Say that again, bro.
No, that DC trying to regulate. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, man.
Some of you guys that may have heard me before, like, you know, I do fuck with some of the passport bros. You know, I say some of the passport bro because I don't consider myself passport bro or whatnot.
I'm a passport bro.
I'm a traveler. I'm a traveler. It's just that name I don't like it, but. Let me stay in this. There's too much on the plate. I'm not gonna go into that right there. But I think you know the rise of this whole passport bro traveling guys. I think this right here is one of the reasons why it has sort of legitimized that quote unquote passport bro movement, because it's just so much to it. Because you know when you know the whole conversation she had about, you know, Kool-Aid and cough syrup and things of that nature, and it gets to be so gimmicky, even with the game guys and everything is just about the performative aspect. It's not really about result for real.
Okay, well, let me read your super chats real quick. And this is Mr. G here that we're hearing. Appreciate you, fam. He says, but does the white man's ice is colder concept valid anymore? Omawali point on the YouTube Savior Complex and exploiting our
minstrelsy.
Minstrelsy is
Is that a word? He's making up shit.
he listens to Parliament Funkadelic. You know,
I mean, you can see if I make it up. You see, just check it.
No, it's all good. And then he has another one. He says, it's the copy and paste feel. Appreciate you, fam.
So my thing is, people can say like that. You can say that about almost anybody that does reactionary content. Truth be told, you could throw that charge at Poor Man's Podcast. You could throw that charge. You could throw that charge at. You definitely could throw that charge at Melanie King. That's the nature of that. A lot of that reactionary shit. What's that light skinned dude? Black light. A lot of people throw that charge at him.
I think you're spot on though. I don't think she's doing anything wrong. Almost like she almost have the same profile as anybody that came and went viral and who become a big figure in it. But it's just, I don't know, man. We'll really have to watch and see. But there's a lot to explore here, especially with this, you know, Ime Udoka kind of situation with the coach and everything, and like it's just
The thing,
I just think there's a minimal amount of knowledge you should have, and this is, let me say this real quick, and I'm done. And I remember I was watching Obsidian, and you know, Obsidian is a very controversial figure. I remember he said something regarding, like, you know, age, and that really made me thought of somebody, right? Steffi's Cole. When I was kind of watching him, and I come to find out this guy's like 25 years old, I'm like, man, I'm 30 some years old. I've been to multiple countries. I've been to war. Like, what can this guy teach me? Like, it's like, it's stupid to me.
You been in the Biafra War or something, man?
But the thing is,
he's in the military.
Yeah, but I hear that. But the thing is, you're not his target audience.
You're not his audience.
Like Stephen's Cole's target audience. Stephen's Cole is kind of a part internet marketer. That's why I got a lot of respect for it, because it's very hard to marry the red pill and the data and really be genuine on both sides of it. Because generally you got to kind of commit more to one or the other. Stephen's Cole has a whole internet marketing operation that he built. And yes, he gives a lot of value. He don't be charging motherfuckers up the ass, but he still gets good money. But you got to think, he's like what, 24, 25? You got to remember, when you're 18 years old or you're 19 years old or 20 years old, that gap seems like a lot bigger the younger that you are. And so a lot of those, because when you look at Fresh and Fit's content, those are not older people watching that content. Those are people that are younger than them, and that's how they can get the numbers that they.
I guess maybe I'm just an old ass motherfucker, you know.
No, but when you look at social media, like when you look at, like, for instance, I like TikTok, which is really young. In the demo, anyway, I'm not saying you're old motherfucker, but the point is,
I am.
But like that's typically not. In these niches, and different niches is different, but as far as her, people can feel how they want to feel about what she's doing, but the thing that I'm looking at is people will sit here and try to blame us as if we're the reason it's happening, because my thing is, if she's about to pass Poor Man. She's got like 600 and something thousand subscribers. Jay-Z said, if I really put you on, put your cell phone in. Do you really think that Angry Man would be where he's at if we had that kind of power? Like, if we really just got that many subscribers running around here. And then what makes it so bad is a lot of the women that's talking a lot of shit, these are women that a lot of dudes low key, Black Guru said it. There's dudes that wanted to remove every chick. Maybe Crimson Cure was the only exception. The rest of them gotta go.
So Edward,
and there's a lot of.
What's the goal? I guess at the end of the day, because I've hung out in these spaces, since like 2000.
Hold on, go
16.
Go for
well, yeah, you gotta explain that, man.
No.
The goal, at the end of the day, right?
You're looking
at the end of the day.
What does that have to do with her?
No. Yeah, this is
no. I'm talking about result and actual impact.
I get what you're saying, but this is a black men's space to talk about issues that are concerning us. That there is no end goal to that. There is always a discussion to be had. But think of it like this, though. This is the thing. This is like hip hop that goes mainstream. When this went mainstream and people started hearing this out to the millions, like how people can hear about some people in the space, but how everybody knows who Kevin is. You can ask the general person that may watch clips on YouTube or TikTok or Facebook or whatever the case may, Instagram. They heard of Kevin. They don't know.
They know him in Africa, man.
So
Kevin in Africa.
It's already out there now. So that's when you started to see these other content creators like the Peeps and Poor Man's Podcast kind of hover around in this kind of they kind of hover in this same kind of algorithm that we're in, but they're not really manosphere or what I would call this particular space, because they haven't been around, they haven't been talking to us, so we haven't been talking to them. Most of us pretty much know each other off and on, even if you don't come around all that often. We know who we are, like we know who you are to a degree.
My brother.
Like, I'm saying, hold on.
Go ahead, bro.
Please, brother, please. Because where you're going is what's the end goal to the manosphere? There is no, hold on. There is no so-called end goal to the manosphere. This is a discussion for black men to handle our shit and to deal with complex issues. We all don't get along. We all not going to see the same thing. We all not going to have the same kind of ideologies and things of that nature. I proved that. I've been in this space since the very beginning. But my concern when it comes down to this so-called, I guess, pearly things is if the black women that are around, that's been around us, if they want to check her and vet her out and see if she's gonna hang around, then that's up to them. I don't care whether they do it or whether they're not. I'm not gonna get involved. I don't give a shit about her. You know what I'm saying? At the overall, if she's telling the truth about what's going on, then more power to her. You know,
but they don't care about that. The thing that's my issue. I'm being clear about where I stand. I'm not going to use this as a wedge issue to separate more black people from other black people. That's just, to me, that's just stupid to use it. And the stuff that Mwale is doing, they're misunderstanding the whole reason for this particular.
He ain't misunderstanding.
Hold on, no. They're looking at it like these are interlopers and we're allowing somebody to come in. They don't understand there is no allowing or denying this particular person from coming in. The space is open. It's still open to whoever is going to listen to him. Whoever listens to her. You can't control that. You can't control who.
No, you can't. You can't. You're right.
That's what I'm saying. The audience choose themselves. So if she's speaking, whether she's speaking to a lot of black people, this and that other, the best thing you could do, the pearly things, is ignore her. But the more we have a conversation about this woman, no, I'm just saying it doesn't matter. I mean, it's already there now. But I'm saying the more that the discussions that gather up and stuff like that, that's what drives this.
And that's where the intent, and see, that's where I get what you're saying, but I just told y'all at the beginning of this, because I just checked where Omawale's, you know, like, let me say this, and I want to say this to a lot of people that say that they're pro-black. That ends justifies the means bullshit. You can have that mentality, but when people start to go weapons free on your ass, don't play like you a victim. I don't want to see no crocodile tears, because really a lot of it's I'm saying, because what it is,
you're not pro-black. You're not pro-black, Ed. I'm
pro-honor. And it seems like you. Hold on, hold on. I consider myself an economic pro-black. I want to see. Here's the difference between me and hold on. Let me be clear. I'm gonna be quick. This is the difference between me and a lot of what I call pro. The way I view it is, you have dudes that are willing to sell out black men in order for the community to have a tomorrow, and I mean sell them out. And then you have dudes that are not willing to do that. I'm pro-black, but I'm not gonna sell black men into going into fucking Chernobyl on some shit that and then look at a poster like Black Panther with your name you ain't even seen on it. I'm not doing that. Omawale is one of them sellout niggas that sell out black men. Obi is one of them sellout niggas. They will sell because they seeing the fucking bright eyes of their fucking daughters. Yeah, they both have daughters. You know, that's them niggas. And so it's one thing to be pro-black. It's another, because when you're like that, if you look at his titles, everything that he's doing, he ain't even worried about pro-black shit. DC, let me say that the difference between, you know what the difference between you and Omawale is? And I can say it in one sentence.
One has honor, one doesn't?
Do you believe that the red pill can exist and your ideology still exists?
Yeah.
Omawale doesn't believe that.
How do you know that?
But Edwards can.
That's what he said.
Hold on. That, yep. And BGS has stated that too. That's a conclusion BGS has come to as well.
But don't you think, like, sometimes see what you just did right there? That was great. But I think as human beings, perhaps, because low-key, I was thinking about this today, man. I'm like, well, just Pearly, I mean, she's not doing anything super criminal. I mean, the internet has no borders, right? So you can't, you really can't control how far somebody can go if the algorithm take it and then.
Yeah, and her audience is choosing where she belongs. The audience is choosing where she. Did
you say yes? You do, Edward?
No, I said that's YouTube.
Yeah.
That's just YouTube. Yeah, the internet. Yeah, I mean, it just is what it is.
Yeah,
you know. But the same
really,
thing.
Honestly, blaming us for this woman is kind of like blaming black men for why ain't enough black women on the cover of Vogue or Cosmopolitan magazine.
Yeah, it's not our fault.
We have zero fucking control over that. Zero control.
Nothing to do with it at all. I agree.
Yeah, and it's really about how come y'all ain't elevated me to the same level as the white woman. That's what they really complaining about.
And that's what George Macon said. And that's the thing. So it's like y'all and BGS will come up here and obviously speak for himself. But BGS said that what you're doing is you're actually, it's kind of what DC said. You're actually going to put black women into a gender war mode.
I mean, have you heard any sisters say that though? You're not elevating me as high as them, or is that your interpretation?
No, dude,
brother, it's long experience from observation and listening to women. They're not gonna. What black woman is going to openly say that?
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
it's not that code. Kind of thing. You have to. They speak in code. You have to see the trajectory of things and how things are being presented, and you have to interpret from their behavior what their true intent is. This is just classical kind of, you don't like me as much as you like the white girl type bullshit. I mean,
right? You like all exoticas and shit.
Rule number one.
You like all light skinned women.
Okay, rule number one of hating is you're never going to admit that you're hating. So if somebody's
exactly,
and so how you know that they're willing to. Most of the time, these chicks are not lying like that blatantly. And dudes, people are lying. No, not like, dude. Anton, anybody that's been in this space for 2.5 years, and there's a content creator that's telling you Anton Daniels is a part of a black manosphere is a liar, or they're fucking stupid.
Oh yeah,
and shout out to let me give a shout out to Joel for the super chat. Pro blacks attempting to hijack the black manosphere.
Yeah.
Hey,
guys.
Hold on.
I don't think that's true, but yeah, go ahead. I don't.
I definitely think that's true.
We got better track.
No, BGS will correct that shit. Like, let's see what he got to say. No, I get what you're saying.
Amawale tried to be in this space. He said that he made it a point to say that he wanted to be in the black manosphere to have another option to the so-called thinking around here. And hold on. And that's when I have like literally wrote to him directly and said, look, man, everybody over here is not on what you're talking about. There are different types of ideologies over here, just like there's different type of ideologies in the pro-black space. He knows
I'm
that.
sorry.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure he's listening to this right now.
Yeah, and
Omawale knows that. It's the truth.
Omawale is and I say this for me. Omawale is an uppity nigga that thinks he knows best. And what he wants to do, what he wants to do is
you guys got something going on.
Hold on. No.
Go ahead. Speak
I'm being dead ass accurate on that. Like, I get you want to be the diplomat. That's cool.
But I'm not being a diplomat, brother.
He's just a Libra. That's all.
DC, you are politicking a little bit, DC.
Let me say
DC, you are politicking a little bit.
Edward,
I'm gonna let him finish his point.
No, man, I'm saying I'm gonna let Ed finish his point, but me and Ed don't agree on everything.
Well, let him finish his point. You cutting him off, and then you making
I thought Ed was done.
Who's this talking right now?
I'm just trying to keep on talking over and over.
Me and Ed goes back and forth all the time. Who's this just talking about finish his point? Who's that? Who's the Bama talking like that?
That's your friend, Bit of Truth, right there.
Bit of Truth, man. Come on, man.
Do understand? I'm coming in. Do understand?
No, hold on, man. I mean,
now you cut me off. Why am I
because
here?
you're coming in trying to check me, man. Don't do that, brother.
I'm sitting here listening to the whole thing.
Don't do that, though, brother.
You think I'm wrong?
Hey, yo,
don't
sir,
do that.
Hold on. I'm uncomfortable with this pro-black.
Don't do that.
This pro-black crime.
Yeah, don't do that.
Pro-black crime.
I think it's
pro-black on pro-black crime.
I think it's just a misunderstanding because Edwards took a little break.
And
cool, but we ain't that cool.
And Bitter Truth, to be fair,
we
DC
cool, but we ain't that cool.
Okay, we got it.
Bitter Truth, to be fair, DC ain't the main one that's like really clogging up the.
I just stood on my square.
He said we cool. We ain't that cool.
And DC, and I understand.
I've been the same dude.
In DC, I'm not talking to you directly.
I know that.
Yeah, he didn't mean any disrespect.
No, I'm talking to the constituency that would play this. Oh, it's not that bad. You know, so that's what I'm saying. Okay, this is what you're saying. I'm piggybacking off of it. Here's my thing when it comes on Marley. He is on some zero-sum game shit. He's just this is why these dudes got removed from the. When I say removed, they got eviscerated for the most part from the space the first time. It wasn't because they're pro-black. It was because they do what Hafiz did. They start attacking us, lying on us. We're not, because they can't win the arguments on the merits. They want to say it ain't that bad if you just alpha your way through it. Just like when he went up there to talk to BGS, and basically BGS basically dragged his ass to the deep end of the fucking pool where he ain't used to being at. See, it's just, I don't see a difference between Omaha State and fucking FD Signifier. FD Signifier or Aaron Fontaine. Them niggas for the bitch. That's how I say. I can tell the pro-blacks that, okay, they understand what it is and they trying to make it work. They have their opinion. They have their stuff behind that. And then the motherfuckers like, you niggas just need to get back under mommy so we can go ahead and make this shit work. I know the difference. And don't say, you sound like you trying to say, same thing with Obi. It's the same shit. And so because the tactics
in the UK and off of off of TikTok, she literally became almost. That's just she had got. I saw
the tactics that they are using are not honorable tactics. So my thing is this: you want to come in, because I'm gonna tell you, Omaha Steaks will not fucking get in front of BGS and say that bullshit. He won't say he won't run this shit about Pearl and we brought her in, because he'll basically take out that red lightsaber, man.
It's not true,
man. The what dude Chicago, whatever, fucking though. But the reality is, man, she got her base. Her base came from the UK, bro. The UK is the 50% out of racial. The UK. That's what she come. That's what she got her base from, bro. Because
what does the UK has to do with her just being physically in the UK?
Let me speak. Let me finish speaking. I'm gonna explain it to you. Her base,
educate me.
The majority of her followers come from the UK. Because when you see her videos, if you go back far enough, most of her videos said they are from people from the UK. They have a 50% data rate over there. And so vastly different place, vastly different mentality, right? This is that
also she is featuring on her panels other people who have social media presence as well. So she's leveraging, and those people are not, as you say, she has white people, she has black people, she has Indian people on her. So she's getting a breadth of coverage from people well just outside of the United States. She's probably got followers from Nigeria or whatever, just by virtue of the people, or Jamaica, just by virtue of the people that she have on her panel. And those people might be even more. Let me finish my statement. Those people very often are even more sweeter on white people than we are.
Yeah.
So I think a huge part of her fan base ain't got nothing to do with the manosphere in the United States. I think it's much more international than that.
Indeed, yeah, you're absolutely right. And a lot of people don't
basically international.
And a lot of people don't understand that. So here's the thing too. This is what black people are doing. I can't stand when black people do this. Not on this panel, but in general. They see one black person and they assume this is a black centric thing. And they just get emotional with it. The reality is this is a white female that has the ability to pull from multiple different demographics. Like exactly. So think about it. If she's a white woman, because this is
you're acknowledging it somewhat though. I mean,
bro, I can pull from different goddamn. I did not
have a period.
No, you just said it, Edward.
Yeah, but I did not have a period.
See, we can like her and defend her against these hyenas, against these pro-blacks, and actually acknowledge the fact that she is white. It comes with a certain privilege.
I think he over here because he really since he got on this panel, bro. Everything he's been saying has been left in this conversation. Something's up with this man. This is what's been. I'm serious. Something up with this man, bro. Since he got on this panel.
That's Zulu talking.
He got on this panel, man. He didn't
let Ed get to finish his point. He didn't let Ed get to finish his point.
Okay, go ahead.
All I'm saying is because one thing that she'll say as a defense mechanism is she doesn't give advice. So she operates like a host. So when you think this is what she says, and what I've observed, anyway, the point is when you're white and you could think about it, you got Kevin. A lot of folks that listen to Kevin, a good percentage of them were not black. Now most of them were, but especially when he got big. So you see people that are in that algorithm for this conversation, they're in the white manosphere. I'm talking about women, right? And niggas, white men are losing money too. And these are remember these non-black people that Kevin said that wanted to get in the mix and are open to dating certain folks. They will look at her and say, okay, this is a white woman, so this much means I can listen to this because it's a white woman hosting it. So even though there may be black people, they may be seeing the show in and of itself, just like with Auburn Preach. I had a white woman come to my show about an older white woman talking about Auburn Preach and why they look at Auburn Preach, because it was back when Auburn Preach were going back and forth for Fresh and Fit. Just like how there's a lot of people that watch Fresh and Fit that you don't think will watch it. Once you get to that part of the algorithm, and you're not niching down. See, what we do in the black manosphere is we focus on black men. And then some black women may come into it just because of the nature of the relationship. When you open yourself fully to the algorithm, you're not limited by that. For example, Darius McTow. Darius McTow has more white people to listen to him than black. For example, you can argue Fresh and Fit. You can argue Coach Greg Adams. They are in bigger parts of the algorithm. Mediocre Tutorial Reviews is at like 500 and something. Poor Man Podcast is like 667 now. That's not just black people. We assume because it's a black face, that's the main people that are watching it, but everybody didn't grow their content on that. So with her, basically, she was at 70,000 in March. She's where she is now. That's not a growth of that of black people. So I would argue that maybe 25, maybe 30% of her audience is black, maybe 40. But this, and then you got to look at where these black people are coming from. And so what happens is the argument, last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to let y'all rock. I appreciate y'all giving me the floor. Bleed Attorney says something after he said fuck the manosphere, which I don't know where that came from, but he said that like 3 times in the same show. But so it must be something going on with some people. But the point is, he said there's a difference between people that make male-centric content and then people that are like in the manosphere. There's a lot of folks that may not play black manosphere in general, that they make content targeted towards people. Like Black Light Podcast, for example, is at 35K. He makes male-centric content. He said it himself, he don't claim the manosphere because of the shit. It's the same reason why Whatchamacallit said he don't claim Passport Bros, or what I would imagine. So I think people get confused.
You talk about me?
Well, no, I mean, I get that. I'm not putting nothing behind that. It's just people have.
It's a whole different conversation. Let's not even get into it.
Well, my point is, I get that. So anyway, my last thing I'm gonna say is this: black people, when I hear people talk about this shit, it's like they're saying, "Well, you let them enter our space." So it's like, okay, so is YouTube our space? Because when I ask them where the borders of our space, motherfuckers act like they don't know.
All right, so let me go ahead and play this real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the master teacher,
Salute.
All right.
Where's AB? Where's AB?
Why do I feel
Hey,
like why do I feel like BGS?
Before BGS go, I just want to say this. Before BGS go, I just want to say this, man. Like, only thing I gotta say on that Pearly shit is, I'm like this, okay? Like, if she's a chameleon, mega chameleon, you know what I mean? It's gonna show. So let's take she's gonna speak against this feminist shit. Oh well, you know what I mean? That's another one onto the ranks, you know what I mean? But if she comes up two-faced, it will show. Just let it show.
And we didn't get to hear from Bitter Truth as well. So he's been here waiting patiently.
Oh, let him go. Bay, go ahead.
I'm here. I was just had to unmute my mic. I mean, this whole Pearly things. Wait, let me bag it up. First and foremost. Pro-blacks trying to come into the manosphere sector, or whatever you want to call it, unless they have elevated their consciousness to where they're not black woman worshiping in a toxic way, they can't come over here. They sound stupid. They start sounding like Hafiz. And you can't have that. You really can't have that. BGS, you can tell them back in the 90s, they used to promote dating single mothers and free love and sharing a woman, like concubines almost, where really you're the concubine.
Yeah.
The woman that whole a woman must have 5 boyfriends thing. That's where all of that stuff comes from.
Yeah.
It comes out of that sector. What is that? What did I say, BGS, the other day? We was talking about it. It takes a village and community thinking.
And that's been around forever. As you know, it comes out of the conscious community. It's also in academics with the womanism movement. It's also there with intersectional feminism. It's been there because that is the ground. It's the ground. Idea in the black community. It's been that way since the slave farms. It hasn't.
Yeah, it's ground zero.
Yeah,
it's ground zero. So I mean, that's why you don't see a lot of pro-blacks, because that's the whole definition for me. You don't see a lot of pro-blacks coming over here, and when they do, they make fools of themselves. The only one that I know that has come into not necessarily come into the sector, but has been actually talking right for the longest. All right, that's deep into that the consciousness movement or whatever is what's his name, Jason Black, because there have been many times where he has had single mothers call up and he has dogged them the hell out for their lifestyle.
Yeah.
You
can tell Boyce Watkins is like an icon in on YouTube. what we call it. I've met him a few times. Boyce Watkins is an icon for this kind of stuff, right?
Super STEM, Dr. STEM.
I mean, he lived it in his life, though, man.
Say what? No, that's. I mean, if you want to see, he doesn't promote it. Okay, he doesn't. It's not upfront and on its face like that. But Boyce Watkins is deep into that sector. So so that's their ideology.
Right. His dating life.
I said it.
Well,
right.
hold on. Let Bay finish. Yeah.
His dating life says it all. So I mean, there's nothing he can deny. His dating life says it all. The way he went in on when people was asking what the hell was he doing, the way he defended that whole situation, we just sitting back and just waiting for the shoe to drop.
Yeah, he's been shamming black men in the sector for since I've been in the sector, and that's been about 8 years. He's been shamming them. I actually got a video talking about him way back in 2015.
That's sad.
Yeah, that was a classic.
And shout out to Joe for the BGS tax. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank you, Jesus.
Appreciate you, BGS, Igmore, and Boyce Watkins. You're welcome.
And don't forget to donate to Ed's Cash App for his birthday.
I didn't know. Okay.
Let me put it back in the chat.
You got something coming in, man. Yeah.
So let me put it there.
The Pearly thing situation. I'm gonna say it once because I'm not gonna make a video on it or anything. This chick is overseas. Why are people worried? Why are black men here in America worried about what a white girl overseas is doing in a market that so desperately needs it?
They're not. That's the issue. They're not.
Like, where do you get the opinion that we're worried?
No. You're talking about those particular men that started this stuff. Why are they worried about it? They're not. They're not
worried. Right. They, in all honesty, is because I've heard it, and it just. I mean, there's a difference between criticizing somebody, trying to help somebody, and then there's hating. And I said it when Kevin Samuels died. I said it is going to be a bloodbath over who's going to take his seat. Okay, Kendra G, she can have that little cheap little Instagram show she got. Because if people don't know the game is not only do you get the cash apps and all of that stuff over there, but you sit there, you let these people come on there, all right, on Instagram and talk about their dating hopes and dreams. Kendra G insults them, but behind the scenes, these men and women are getting hit up in their DMs, and therefore they figure out who they want to get flued out to.
They smash
and bang. That's part of the game. Fresh and Fit, same, or practically the same game. You have nothing but Instagram and OnlyFans models on there. They give out their information when they introduce themselves. Then Fresh and Fit go ahead and whoever else get the yelling and screaming at these girls. They all know it's part of the act. But meanwhile, once they leave that studio, guess what? They got a whole bunch of new subs, if not thousands.
Yeah.
It's all part of a freaking scripted game.
Yeah, Jerry. Basically, that Fresh and Fit is nothing but Jerry Springer in the 21st century. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's all it is. Like, these dudes don't really care what the hell they saying. Their lifestyles let you know that they're hypocritical. All these people are hypocritical, sitting up here trying to, with all these. Anyway, just Pearly things. She can do whatever the hell she want to do. Ain't nobody hold no gun to nobody's head forcing them to watch her show. If I ask you to name your 3 top female male space content creators, is her name in it?
Nope.
Nah.
I see more people in this panel. Only heard 2-3 no's.
Nah. Come on, man. What kind of question is that?
Okay, so why is Obadwali? Why is this dude? I don't even know who the hell this dude is. Don't even really care. But why is he over here bitching about a chick that he ain't never gonna meet? You know what I'm saying? She ain't never gonna watch his videos. Why the hell? Right. When
First time I heard that
only
nigga.
is concerned with people who can actually help her grow her channel. That's it. She ain't worried about no freaking. She ain't worried about us.
No, she's not.
No.
You know?
I agree.
It's a waste of time for him to talk about her. That's all it is. It's all about the money.
Well,
But $500 million in the UK. That's what I keep telling y'all that.
But we already know.
Yeah, my thing is, like I said, they can't beat us on the arguments. So what they do is they start lying. That's really what that is. And yeah, I mean, like I said, we hold back a lot. Like a lot of folks, you know how people are in this space, and you know, my thing that really pisses me off. You had these women, motherfuckers telling me, I'm not even gonna say that here, but you know, a lot of people are really showing their colors, man. As far as like Danielle sitting there, like.
Yeah, she's a black woman, and you know what?
Yeah, this is good.
It's you know, I can blame her. You know, they went off script on her a while back, and they did it like a week before this stuff blew up. Right? Nobody said anything. Right? In fact, her constituents, her subs, are saying, you know, who cares about this woman? Why are you going off about this woman? You know, why are you concerned about it? She's not in the black space. What are you doing? But you know, because like I said, we have Art of Itmore, right? In his channel, we went over where this started, who the players are who actually perpetuate this narrative. We went over that. This is not accidental. This is intentional.
BGS, can I ask you a very telling question that may answer why, I guess, mostly
ask me the question.
Women.
Just ask me the question. Don't have to set it up.
So, with the criticism of the red pill and so the message that she's putting, whichever nomenclature you want to use to characterize
her. Who you talking about? Her or who? Talking about her? You talking about
her? Talking about her message or the content that she cover and things of that nature. Do you think
it's like this, right? She dates black men, right? How she got to Kevin Sam? She actually explained it on the whole video, right? She was doing something else in a whole different realm, right? But she dates a black guy, okay? She got with Kevin Samuels because she dates black men. Okay, if basically somebody's doing black male content and understanding black men, and you date them, where you gonna go? You're gonna go to Rollo Tomasi about how to date black men?
Yeah, hell no.
Let me ask you.
Do you think it's because black women is so dysfunctional?
I don't like people asking me questions.
I mean, like,
no, I didn't hear your question. I didn't hear you ask the question.
He's answering.
He got his own moment. He came up with it. He got his panel, bro.
Say yes or no instead of asking me another question.
No, what was the question you asked me?
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Telling you, bro. I'm telling you, I thought I was lying.
She dates black men. See, I've been doing this a long time. I know what's going on. She dates black men, okay? And she went to Kevin Samuels first because she dates black men. if you date black men, and you want an answer about how to date your black man, are you gonna go to a white guy like Rollo Tomasi? The answer is what?
Oh yeah, it makes sense. You're gonna go to person of similar kind.
That's why that's where it started. Okay, and she found a niche. Okay, she found a niche that she could actually make content off of. And basically, for the most part, when she first started talking about this kind of content, this red pill content, she was actually talking to white people. She had her white girlfriends on. Say, have you heard of Kevin Samuels? This is what he's saying about the red pill and high value men. Does it make sense to you? Okay, that's where she started, and then she took the classes. Okay. And then all this stuff that she blew up in is when she moved to the UK. But evidently, with a white girl dating black men, it's not going to rock with white people. Who's going to come on her show? It's going to be white people. It's going to be black people.
That makes sense.
Because there's Asians and Latinos and whoever else. They don't have these type of shows like this. It'd be mainly us and white folks.
They do, but it's not in this number. They do.
Yeah, they're very small, minor number. And the whole thing is that I mean, let me say this, and I'll be quiet. It seems like that people are upset that she played the game better than them.
Obsidian said the same shit. Oh my God, word for word.
And the reason why is mostly whites and blacks is because white and black people drive the culture. They drive the Western culture.
And I literally heard
they are upset because they know if especially because it wasn't driven by somebody else, right? Like some other content creator that's competing with her. Like the women competing with her in this space, especially the ones that have good numbers, they're not talking about just pearly things, okay? For the most part. Okay, this is driven by basically what they call pro-black leaning nationalist guys, by 3 of them. Okay, we actually proved that because that's where the narrative come from, and then they started hanging her moniker on the necks of black men. Okay, she's a woman king of the black manosphere. That's where where all this upsetment started, and now they're trying to get women to actually come in and be upset about it because guess what? Guess what the black manosphere has? Guess who's in their midst? That's just triggering them, and they're doing this on purpose. They know what they're doing. It's no secret.
Yeah, you put her face up and say the woman king, and oh man, ooh, Lord,
undercover brother, white Sheeta,
man.
I didn't even watch it.
You gotta look at her. You can say the woman king, but it just
alert shields up, man. The deflective shields. Oh my God.
Well, I mean,
Cleon then cloaked in the
Hey,
space.
soon Sister George got up there, boy, her
decloaked the Cleon shit.
Cleon came out, boy.
Oh, that ain't cloaked.
Right, that thing.
Well, I mean, what you say about what like my thing is this, folks. I don't know why. This is the thing that black folks always love to do. They think they're gonna harp on emotion, and this space ain't that. And another thing they really don't understand is, again, there's a lot of dudes that don't want no female. Maybe Crimson Cure gets that like universal exception in the space, and it ain't just people think it ain't just Jessica X. So, I mean, y'all are sitting here playing that game thinking, like, for instance, Red Supreme, for example, was kind of talking shit about it as far as how you let a white chick in space. But Red Supreme's issue is outside of Danica and maybe other people. He really, like, ain't no chick should be in here either. Just a male space. So a lot of these chicks don't understand it by they being gassed up. Like, I had to block Red because she was really wilding out. Because, and I was like, she didn't lose her moderator. She went straight to block. I said, I'm not playing with you motherfuckers. Like, but
who did you block?
Sexy Red.
Yeah.
Who the hell is that?
She's not. I don't think she's a content creator. She's one of this audience. Yeah.
She's known for being on Platinum's Elite's page. Which, by the way, Platinum Elite donated like $75 to the white chick. Even though love portion, that's not true. Hold on, that's a lie. Really, it was Obsidian because it was his channel. So I will give Platinum Elite.
But it was in honor. But it was in honor of the white woman.
So they just love
but no. But okay, so let me tell you what happened with Red. This is what happened with Red. So Red
wow,
and pretty much made a fool
hilarious.
she made a fool out of herself because so Sister George went out up there and she was up there for like 13 minutes. You know, she was like the representative of the chick. She asked the hard questions. It is what it is, but she comported herself like somebody that has some damn sense. I'll give her that. Good. So she didn't go hard, even though she asked the question about the Me Too situation. She asked it. Then it had a 13-minute conversation. Then I guess Red came up there and then basically asked it again, but then she wanted to tell Pearl of what she wasn't saying, I guess, trying to create the conclusion that they want to have, regardless, right? And
he tried to Hafiz her.
Exactly. So then she went down, and then the interview was over. It was about an hour. Then she comes back up when they're having a panel. Oh, I got another one for you. It's gonna be beautiful. But she basically was saying, well, because she has a father, and she, you know, she's not doing anything. Here's what she didn't anticipate. Pearl was listening. So what Pearl did was she super chatted 10 pounds and then did like 3 sentences saying, well, actually, my father's cheap. I've actually heard her. and by the way, I've heard her say, I think I remember.
White woman there.
No, I basically remember her saying that with Hafiz. That her dad is cheap. He got money, but he's cheap. See, my dad would never co-sign me giving $2,500 and da. Then she said, "Oh, well, maybe she doesn't have a job." Actually,
this white woman is not going to have the same problems as you. No. I mean, she should already. That should not even be.
But what she was trying to say, she was trying to say everything, but she's white, and that's where I'm at. And then she did another 10 pounds. Actually, I had while I was playing basketball, I had a sales job in which I made $30,000. And then it was something else. Now here's what's significant. After the third time she did that, Sexy Red ran out of shit to say. So because Obsidian was reading Obsidian was letting her talk. He wasn't trying to get her, but he said, "What do you know how Obsidian is?" Well, Pearl actually says this. What are your thoughts? And then so when she ran out of shit to say, she started trolling. Yes, I'm gonna die alone, and I'm 39, and I'm old, and I have a dog. That's what she started doing. Now apparently Obsidian didn't catch this like the first 5 minutes of her doing it. He thought she was being sincere. Not that everybody else is saying she's trolling, remove her, but basically, you know how black women do when they're embarrassed. She didn't anticipate that she would still be in the chat, and this is how you know too, because people were suspecting that she wasn't that wasn't her in Amalawa's fucking I'm a Wale's chat. And basically, I promise you, I was in AP English.
I mean, we won't call it fake Nigerian, bro. That's what we'll call it.
In the chat, and so she was in the chat during his stuff, and then it was everybody in there. But she was asking questions, and then that Real Femme Sapien, which is like an Afro Latina that looks Spaniard, was in there too. And so they thought that was a troll. And so it was funny, man, because like when they get met with this, they don't know what the fuck to do. So and ain't no chick other than Danielle. Danielle's the only one.
Yeah.
That's it right here.
That's right there. Play that whole scene. Play that whole scene. Play the shower scene. Play the shower scene.
I want to say this. Danielle is the only
I can't play the whole thing.
Danielle was the only one that actually talked to her without some attitude and like some damn sense. The rest of them, they just act super triggered. Yo, no, last thing. I promise. This is like 20 more seconds.
But go ahead.
20 more seconds.
20 more seconds.
Yes, a dude came on there. A dude came on there when they had the chat. Had not the chat, but the panel, and said, why don't y'all promote more black women? And Obsidian said, okay, what black women would you suggest? Why don't y'all promote Cynthia G?
What?
And then you know and then Obsidian, hold on, and then Obsidian, and then you know the panel basically did that, but a lot angrier. And then that conversation went for like 8 minutes. Like he actually, and this is what's funny, you know, the dude's a Cynthia G listener for real, because he started to say, she got some good points. What are these points that she had?
I can't know.
Y'all be impregnating these women. And I was thinking to myself, of all the black women you could name, that's the chick. And then So basically, what Obsidian started to do is he played the Charlie Brown like wah, 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 every time he would talk.
It's a long 20 seconds here.
Obsidian had fun. He had a new nigga commercial too.
Yeah.
Quick question. I have a quick question.
What's the quick question?
Why is Obawale or whoever this guy is worried about pearly things when you got a mixed race black boy who got body slammed, 13 years old, body slam on his head by a white cop in school, cracked his skull and damaged this kid, got him brain damage? Why isn't he talking about something like that? Why is he worried about black penis?
He's trying to rein in and break up the black manosphere by any means necessary. That's what he's trying to do.
Yep. But he's not. Nobody cares.
You don't. That's exactly the problem. Nobody cares. So he's trying to get people to care. He can't get the black men to care because they're not. Because what he doesn't realize, there's a lot of pro-black and pro-black leaning men inside the black manosphere already. You can't get.
That's half manosphere.
Hold on. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So what he needs to do is fire. He can't fire us up. He needs to fire up the black women, which is what he's trying to do. That's why you can't do it with a black woman. You have to do it with what? White she-devil.
Maybe he forgot that black women's credit right now, their credit score is like a 520.
He don't give a fuck.
Ain't nobody. It's just like Dr. Umar trying to talk crap. Like, niggas, sit down. Sit your ass down.
It ain't
you
nothing.
making videos that you proud that you finally got a sign up on a building. Stop it.
It ain't nothing that Black Girl Magic won't fix.
Yeah.
If you pro-black, aka blue pill,
he's deep into it because anytime you hear him say queen and sister,
oh no,
right there in the middle, yeah.
Oh, mother goddess.
See, right there. Wait, BGS, you just said it right there. When you still run around calling black women queen, like nigga, stop. That shit went out in the 2000s.
Dude,
we got to let go of that language. That is something that got to go, man.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You cannot call black women queens, goddesses, grand rising queen. No, I don't do none of that shit. I've never done that.
The credit is bad. The credit score is bad.
I remember being around Zaza and be like, nah, man, yo, what's good? Yo, nah, I'm not doing that. Nah, man. Nah, bro. Because they need to be that shit just takes accountability right out the window and elevates her in this elevated mommy status because they have a child or they have children, so they boss their children so they can boss you just like their children. No, hell no. Nah,
look, I'm searching. I searched Amawale's name, and you got this big sweet life of Atari. That's what I call him.
Wow. I thought she's still around. Is she still around?
Oh, she got 71 people watching this live talking about I have a dream that one day black, aka BLAQ, boys will be holding hands with white boys, and basically you got a woman. True. Yeah, you got the woman king, in the middle with all the civil rights people. Hey,
that's why you can't do that, man. You cannot.
Oh my God, this is the state of that's the state of black consciousness right now.
They are so pissed off because the black manosphere itself is starting to elevate itself, right?
Can you pull it up, Art, for me?
Before it was a joke, before it was an afterthought. Now it's a serious thing. So they want to try to stop it in its tracks.
So in other words, a lot of black women are mad that black men aren't simping, and a lot of black men have come to the conclusion, this simping shit, this kissing women's ass, particularly unfortunately our sisters, because of their attitude and personalities, this shit is just not working. The way that they think, it's just not working. We've created monsters.
Hit the community.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I love watching that O'Shea post.
Yeah.
And Art, do me a favor when you send the link. I mean, I'm not trying to call me first, because I'll be knocked out. You got the number. Call me. Hey man, I'm doing the show, so that way I can come in.
Yeah, because I started because I thought it's about 9:30 your time. That's when I start.
I was dead to the world. I'm just now waking up.
So I figured that you'll wake up, and if you wake up and see the link, then maybe you know. If not, you just go back to sleep. You know.
Yeah, because last time wasn't nobody in the panel.
Right.
This is why I want to give him the maximum years. You trying to give him the minimum years? I'm like, no.
Yeah, he's trying. Yeah, see, the whole thing about them saying that the black ministry is worshiping Pearly and stuff like that. This kind of propaganda, man. This is
look. He said when Kevin was alive, I maintained a principled. I love that, a principled critique.
Yeah.
Hold on. Scroll down. This is Omawale's tab?
Yeah.
In other words, Kevin was his base.
Yes, but scroll down to where he's got all the people. Weird. Is that supposed to be like a white savior thing? Where
no, scroll up.
Yeah,
no. Where the pictures where they're all the black guys
hands.
Around
Yeah,
yeah.
Kanye and K.
No. Scroll down. No, scroll down. Keep scrolling. It's a picture. It's not a.
It's a picture. Yes. Keep going.
Oh,
yeah, right here.
Right
this
there.
one.
Right there.
Yeah.
The black sector of YouTube right now.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Because isn't that that's Game of Thrones, isn't it?
Yeah. But that oh my god, that is such an overreach. That is such an overreach.
Oh,
you know what?
Misa.
Yeah. You wrong. You wrong on this one, brother.
Valerian for mother.
Yeah. And all the darkies gonna worship her and
I know you're not the biggest.
fight for her.
I know you're not the biggest fan of Obsidian DC, but look at this. Pearly Things, Unplugged, the exclusive. Look, second picture.
What is that? I can't see it.
What is that? Knee pads.
Now, keep in mind, Obsidian opened the floor. Definitely Danielle asked her a question about the Me Too of the dude. And definitely, I mean, the women could call. Sexy Red went up there, so it wasn't like it was an interview and we're not gonna bring nobody up. Archer went up there. A lot of dudes went up there. And what it was is she didn't have a panel. It was one at a time. So if you type in Tampa Supreme, it'll show like the call with
who is Tampa Supreme, by the way?
Another nigga that don't like me. He's just one of these niggas.
Because
he's been
oh my god, he got
oh yeah.
I think I've watched one of his videos and I didn't even get halfway through it.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead.
I didn't even get halfway through it because I didn't like what I was hearing. It sounded like a lot of small-minded petty shit.
I want to send a major shout out to my brother OJ.
Somebody came in and got the echo.
That sound like Zulu.
That's African Wireless, Passion Fruit Wireless.
I want to send
hey, my back in America, man. So fuck y'all. Goddamn it.
Goddamn it. Fix your phone, Negro.
Take that mango off your phone, man.
Mute yourself.
I want to send a major shout out to my brother O'Shea Du Jackson and sister Awa for coming through with the big pockets and sponsoring our Sunday evening black broadcast. Make sure to replay came the full video below. This is with all of them motherfuckers. This is that stream where everybody was there. And is this the one? Yeah, this is I think the one with Obsidian. They were thrashing Obsidian.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. I know we're not gonna play it, but I want to show y'all the haircut, the pro black look. Who does this remind y'all of from what TV show? Come on. Internet, you making me look bad.
Hurricane Wireless.
I know that Wi-Fi said big F you on your birthday.
You know what? I can't even lie. I went and ordered the Xfinity Super Pack to boost up my Wi-Fi because I got tired of my stream dying on me.
This shit is wired.
Zulu, unless you're gonna talk, man, you gotta mute yourself.
Yeah, mute yourself, brother, please.
So while we're waiting, we'll go ahead and look at this right here.
All right, so what?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I remember this scene. Like, do I help the baby? Do I risk going to jail?
That was probably Pearly back in the day. So really,
you're on your own, white girl.
Yo, we still haven't talked about how she threw us under the bus. Danielle, man, she said that we advocate grooming young girls for dating and
I haven't repeated that what she said.
Grooming
Go
young
ahead.
girls for dating and marriage.
Yes, and then look, Roger went on a panel tonight and told her, man, he said what you said was, and I know you didn't mean it that way, but that's what you said. So she said, well, let me clarify my points. Well, it's a little late. You should have clarified your points last night when it was damn near 1,000 people on there. Well, no, it was.
Well, what did she say?
People.
Wait, what did she say?
She said that the Black Manosphere, some of our main talking points is advocating for grooming young girls for dating and marriage, and that's bullshit.
Dating or for dating and marriage for us or for men in general?
She's talking about a niche crew of guys that's here to talk to younger women. That's not that's a very small number of people that even do that, and if they're legal, then there's no qualms about that anyway.
Well,
there's like whole websites dedicated for young girls to meet older men for dating and sex and sugar daddy relationships.
We need to define the word girl.
Yeah.
Are you talking about a minor or are you talking about a young woman? That's
a young woman.
You're
right. You're right. Young woman.
If you're talking about a young woman, if you're talking about the young woman, where's the crime?
Yeah, exactly.
There is no crime.
And basically, the people that should be grooming little girls for dating and marriage is her mother.
Is a mother, exactly.
Her mother, family. Yeah.
You're supposed to groom boys and girls for dating and marriage.
Exactly.
And daddy is supposed to
and just to show you how. And by the way, that's the on the left. What I was talking about, that new haircut, the pro-black, just like Hillary from that episode on Fresh Prince.
Can you blow it up?
What's up with that wireless, Ed?
Yeah, blow it up, because
that wireless tripping on you on your birthday, man.
I got the Xbox on too.
You talk about the Bantu knots at the top?
No, on the left, to the left of me.
On your left, Joey.
Second row of the left, Courtney.
I can't see it.
We went from the blonde hair. Yeah, my bad.
She went from the blonde braids to the the black
to the box braids like Janet Jackson. Poetic.
Can we talk about Courtney for a hot second?
Talk about who?
Courtney.
Can we talk about Courtney for a hot second?
Right now.
Because
talking about it, so.
I've look. It's as far as I'm concerned, she's a light-skinned version of Kendra G.
No.
You play to me. You playing the game. Look, you playing the game. I get it. You getting older. It's getting colder. I get it. You playing the game.
Okay.
Pretty much that's it. You're playing the game. But but we've seen you on the Lapeep Network. We've seen the clips. Because I don't know anybody that actually sits there and watch that show for hours.
No, they have their audience.
I know, but as far as in here, y'all don't speak on these people.
You'd be surprised how many emails I get from them.
Yeah, let him finish.
No, listen what I'm saying. I see the clips. From the controversy. What's her name? Who's the bald guy with the beard, with the glasses?
Chicago Gorilla?
No, the one that's the multi-millionaire guy. Antoine by himself. Love that guy. I'm just now getting into his own channel. What am I missing?
No.
You're missing a lot. Clearly, I'm missing a lot.
No, bitter. No. What it is thank God.
Help me out here.
Bitter. Thank God Charles is not here. There's niggas that don't like Anton because I get Anton. Look, I don't listen to Anton like that, but real talk, I give props to a dude that can secure. Like I said, he's getting some high gets for social media. Brittany Winter, Charleston White, so I give him credit. So and his channel, on his personal channel, is bigger than the Lapeef Network. So
but if you go on Lapeef and you hear some of the shit Anton says, man, you'd be trying to change.
Well, that's why I don't. Well, this is what I'm saying. I don't watch the Lapeef Network because it's a bunch of fucking babbling. I was been watching Anton's I guess his name Anton. I've been watching his channel for the past 4 days. All right. I love what he's. I love what
I
he's
thought
saying.
you was like a long time subscriber.
No. Please come on. I'm not the internet. I'm not the social media guy. That's why I don't make
You be around, though, but the truth, you around, man. We see you everywhere.
Look, I'm around, but there are certain people. Listen, I'm around, but there are certain people that I listen to because a lot of people is just they on that bullshit. They either pandering or no. Oh, that's who he is.
And he's not. But I'm just saying, 4 days ain't shit. But no, but like real talk. No, look, man. There's a
Peep me game.
I originally started listening to Anton because I got tired of motherfuckers asking me about marriage on good and damn well I'm not married. So I said, who can I point you to that is married, but at least gonna tell you to vet these bitches and give you something. If you're somebody that's dead set on wanting to get married, who is somebody you could listen to that might give you some information. And I started listening to him not for marriage, but really it's for business shit. And his business shit ain't really all that. So I went back to Glendon. But when it comes to this, he has experience and he gives dudes a lot of good practical advice. If you're dead set, if you don't want to hear it's nihilism to not get married, and I'm a Christian, Hafiz. Anton's a good person to listen to because he'll tell you need to get vetted. Everybody ain't a wife. Here's the things to vet. And they're good shit. So, and then he'll do other shit like, millionaire game. But as soon as he told me that he's got his sneakers as a long-term investment, his sneaker collection, I was like, oh, okay, he's doing this Jay Morrison bullshit. So, I'm going back to listening to
You know what? Look, the one thing I've learned is, let people run their hustle. Clearly, they understand. They understand something about their hustle that we don't. And from what I understand, especially if you talking about he done bought all these Jordans and all these other shoes and he ain't touched them. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, Ed. There's a show on Netflix about this white guy. All he sells is vintage clothing, like old sports clothes, old sports memorabilia. He got a show on Netflix. This guy's a multi-millionaire, and all he do is just go to garage sales, them freaking you know how when you don't pay your storage fee, that storage war shit, he go there. This dude's a multi-millionaire just from selling old shit.
I'm not saying that that's not viable, but you got to understand when you look at the type of demographic that he's going for. It's interesting because
it's a neat demographic, sir.
This is one thing when like him and Pocket watching with Jay was kind of, it was friendly fun, but they was kind of going at him a little bit. Him and lead attorney, because some of the shit, how they were basically pocket watching, basically. So again, I'm not mad at that, but when you know how black people are and you know the triggers, and then you look at the glasses, the Gucci robe, I got money, you know what it is. But when it comes, and like I said,
it's front and it's done,
he does. Really, the way I look at Anton stuff is like a vlog.
That shit right there.
You learn to like. So but at the end of the day, there's worse people to listen to.
But you got to look at all that shit, and then you hear him talking shit, and mostly it's like, the reason why you niggas ain't successful is them just, sometimes he goes on some real grimy raids on folks, and most of the time it's on the beef, and I don't know if he's gaslighting people or what, but. And then on this channel, he's a little bit more mild, but then you got to go put a robe on. You got to fucking, a big ass watch on. You got some Kevin Samuels glasses and shit on. You got the whole, you got to have vision, Willie. You know what I'm saying? Exactly.
It's content strategy, man. Shout out to Pod City and Ramil. They hit the nail on the head on that one. That is true.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not wrong with that.
Can't be mad with it.
A lot of people don't realize that. So what they do is they take the shit as gospel and they want to argue with you about the shit being gospel. Like I told so
let them have it, man.
Yeah, so I'm a marketer, so I understand that part of it.
Yeah.
And trust me on this Pearl shit. Like for example, the reason why I kind of am passionate about it is because I hear Glendon all the time talking about some white motherfucker like Graham Stephan or all these white people that did their chosen ones, and he is like he has some of those same complaints, and it's kind of like he had to realize that at the end of the day. YouTube is gonna pick who they gonna pick, and I can tell you, there's a lot of I know white people that their content is good, but you know they don't get picked, and sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to do what you gotta do in that algorithm.
Well, shout out to Black Excellence for the super chat.
Jesus.
It's not the first time they're spreading the ideal that the Black manosphere is pro-pedo. Stop playing with these broads.
Yeah,
But
they
these
tried.
broads ain't even the main ones doing it.
They tried it with the passport bros. They tried it with the SYSBM, and this they always try to hang this on
But my thing is, you know, Danielle is an old enough woman to not use the term grooming. First of all,
exactly.
Even if we let's switch that term out and say training young women. Who the fuck is doing that? What channel is doing that? I mean, Roger and his wife's school. I mean, he's doing a video series. No, I'm saying that just to put it in the content. But and even
She named Kevin Samuels. Ain't that what Kevin Samuels tell y'all to do?
Kevin tells us to
Kevin ain't never said no shit like that.
No,
Danny said that?
No. That's what she said. She said it on Obsidian show. I was down there, my ass was, I was typing like a motherfucker.
I'd have asked her, show me the clip. I'm like, show me the clip.
Yeah, well, Obsidian had to take it down. It got a copyright strike, so Obsidian had to take it down because I was going to pull the clip because
she copyright striking.
Roger had to go in there and tell her what you said. I know you didn't mean it, but what you said sounded real fucked up.
Did he say that in front of Pearl? And the reason I'm asking that is because that'll locate where that is.
No, he didn't say it. She said it.
No, did she say that when she was talking to Pearl?
Yeah, well, she said it while they were going. Obsidian was talking, Pearl was talking.
All right, so
and
I can pull that clip. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, please pull that clip. You know, and she was like, "Y'all, I mean, look at her face, man. I mean, she was visibly unnerved by our perceived support of this woman, but she didn't get the whole reason why Obsidian had her up there, because there's so many misconceptions about what Pearl is doing and who she's with that he had her come up there and answer questions.
Do you think there could be, brother, with all due respect, do you think there could be any possible logical response from that woman? That was a clear faced white woman.
Yeah.
That's all that was about.
Exactly.
That wasn't about no reasoning, no logic,
exactly.
None of that.
Exactly.
That was
They're like fucking Terminators.
A blonde-haired, white woman. That's what that was all about.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And tonight they was on. They did a show, and she was saying that basically we were.
Y'all both can't talk at the same time.
She said y'all will do anything to protect y'all's white women. I mean, they was just going off.
That's all it
man,
was.
y'all got to go see this shit, man.
That's all it was.
Y'all white women. We have white women.
Yeah,
we have white women.
Yeah.
Where the white women at?
That's what I said. That's what I said.
As a woman.
BTS, it's time for you to do an updated myth of white womanhood.
Boy,
the thing is, this goes so deep.
The white woman pathology.
Hold on. Go, Jim.
Sure.
I was gonna say this is, Clark said it. Moynihan said it. A whole bunch of people. Frazier said this stuff, man. There's this thing about black women can do what they want. They can date who they want. They can date white men, have babies by white men, right? But black men cannot.
Yeah, they can't take it.
Still that way. They can't take it. They can't take it.
And they don't understand. We don't care. We don't feel the same.
That's what everybody was saying. We don't give a shit.
It's the exact opposite of a white man. They're the mirror image of white men. Okay, because white men feel the same way about their white women. White men can date whoever they want, impregnate who they want, go all over the world, whatever. If a white woman messes with a black man, that's it. They have no chill, right? Black women are the same way, just the opposite. Black men cannot go overseas and date other races or date other people from other countries. They can't intermarry. They can't do none of that, right? Now they like I said, Serena Williams and Meghan Markle are their queen. She's 41.
Wow.
Well, my thing was, Do we really need you to tell us how to think? I mean, you up in there telling us what we should think about this woman, and we telling you we don't give a damn about this woman. We didn't bring her into the space. None of that. And then she kept talking about Lapeef and them bringing her in and trying to pit her against the black woman on the deal, and that was because of a response from Kay and Kayla. Kay and Kayla are the most ratchet, two unruly ass individuals you could ever see, and you cannot reason with them. You cannot talk to them about nothing.
That's why I don't watch their
brothers. I'm telling you.
That's why I didn't watch their show.
Yo, he removed them and replaced them with 3 white girls.
Yeah, and they got pissed. Oh, everybody was pissed. It was hilarious, man.
Shoot, well, it's time for growth. It was time for change.
Yo, hold on. I'll pull that clip too, so y'all can see that, because y'all see that, because that was funny. That's the clip that she took the arm off of B. Taylor. That chick had to do like her own like 5-hour live stream to get her ego back. She had to, with other black women. It was funny, man.
She was that hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, why not remove a bitch, man? When the bitch came up on the damn camera with a damn roach.
Wow.
With a roach.
What?
She was smoking weed while on the show.
Oh, okay.
No, actual live roach as a pet.
Oh, you mean like a cockroach?
Who is this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A foreign cockroach.
Oh my God.
Okay.
What's wrong with people?
I don't know.
That's the first I heard of that shit.
Clicks and views, huh?
Well, you know, you remember when the Tawana situation, people forgot about that. I knew that
something no. Yeah.
Oh, I knew something was wrong with Tawana the first time she went on Kevin's show. I saw her before I knew anything about a Lapeef network. She had that shit on her shoulder. She was having tics whenever she didn't agree with
exactly
something Kevin would say. I said, I'm good. Oh, I'm good at pointing out the crazy. Once I
saw her before she went on that show. She had been scheduled for it and they called it out. And then she went on the show and then she came back and Anton asked about what was her experiences. And from then it was downhill and that until they kicked her ass off the show.
Tawana was classical, typical Black Chicagoan female, just classical. Just.
And then her boyfriend got on the damn show talking about he's gonna whoop Anton's ass, man. It was hilarious.
It got
That's
real
my
Negro.
woman.
Yeah. And then Anton said, "Look at the man you choose. You don't choose the street. Now look at you.
You got all that.
Like Mister.
Yeah.
You're ugly. You're
He said,
worthless.
keep talking. He said, keep talking. I got receipts. See, because what she did was she tried to holler at Anton. Anton still had the text messages. So he said, exactly. Yeah. So
Hey, yo, you know what I call black women crying about Pearl? I
What's
titled
that?
my video "Tears of the Sun."
Oh, they called us. Why black? This is what they named their show tonight.
That's what they are.
They said, why black men have their capes on for just pearly things on YouTube. That was the name of the show tonight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
So they calling us out.
Oh, they can do that shit.
The real question is, why you mad?
I figured she was gonna do that shit.
Like, why you mad? Like, ain't nobody got pearly things named my. You know what this all stem from? It's all stem from that Hafiz situation. Because we spoke out, we didn't necessarily defend pearly things. We went against what Hafiz had to say to her because he called her a whore and everything. I mean, dude, if you were sitting there with somebody else, you'd speaking against
y'all shit.
Yeah, then she repackaged the whole deal with Obsidian and Omawale because Omawale came on the show and said some real out-of-pocket shit to Obsidian, and Obsidian said, okay, come on up to the front. He put him on the speakerphone like he was at the principal's office. So Omawale up to the principal's office, you know? So he didn't come up, man. He did not come up to address it, but he gave him a forum where he could talk about his issues with Pearly and have her answer the questions, but he didn't want to do it.
He missed that opportunity. That was crazy.
I think I was on that show. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
he did.
Really wasted my time.
Shout out.
That's what gaslighters do. They start shit, won't show up to the party to defend the shit they started. We all know this, gentlemen, but I digress.
And shout out to Diogami for the super chat.
Thank you, Jesus.
For the Miss Ann Fund from Canada eating popcorn.
Hey, happy birthday, Edward.
How is George making to sit here and talk shit about us taking the white girl side when O'Shea basically called Hafiz retarded? O'Shea has said, I've had issues with plenty of different people, but never have I honestly anybody I've had a problem with. I have thought that they were not smart.
You're trying to make logic out of this. It has nothing to do with logic. They know what they're doing. It has to do but sparking that deep-seated resentment of white women and deep-seated inferiority complex that black women have about themselves and white women.
So BGS, can you explain to me why on the side they telling us to get our booty to the polls and vote to empower white women? Because that's what vote for the Democratic Party would mean?
Because they don't mind following Miss Ann trying to get power, right? They want if Miss Ann is doing for them, they will gladly follow behind them in feminism and politics because Miss Ann is going to give them a seat at the table, right? And when they say get your booty to the polls, in other words, shut the fuck up, get behind us, and follow Mama. Do what Mama says.
And by the way, I appreciate all of y'all support. As far as the
happy birthday.
Happy birthday, bro.
Talk directly.
Happy birthday, bro.
Directly to Miss Ann. You can't be in the presence of Miss Ann directly by yourself.
Exactly.
We needs to be there.
Yeah.
BGS is for women was for nothing. Because they clearly ain't learned shit.
Oh, the thing is that in DC, I don't think
DC's for white women.
Okay, DC's the thing is that this is so embedded into their culture. It's been passed down so long, right? That this is one of their trigger points. Okay, they know this is one of their trigger points. You cannot socialize that out of black women. Okay,
nah, you can't.
And that's why I was pissed off at what they were doing. I said we just got black men and women actually talking. Okay, Obsidian's been wanting this for 9 years. We just got them back to the table where they're actually talking to us. And you're gonna do this? You're gonna throw this hand grenade in the middle of the meeting?
Yeah, true.
I said that's unconscionable. But the thing is, if you want to do it, go ahead. Nobody can stop you. So you're trying to reignite a war that we kind of calmed down because we kind of finished that old gender war 2.0. We kind of squashed all that, right?
There's so many niggas that wanted to come back.
Right.
We got a whole bunch of red pill neocons. We trying to shut them up, but if we got to reactivate them, trust me, we got motherfuckers that left the space. We could call King Sigma. Marcus has been in a long-term relationship with a white woman, so he ain't got no problem trolling y'all motherfuckers. Oh, we got people. Love Fantastic, love a good troll.
Yeah, Fantastic was on this show tonight too. Fantastic was on there. He said, "Y'all making yourselves look bad." I couldn't believe I was agreeing with him.
Oh no, the thing is, we disagree on a whole bunch of stuff. There's things that we don't we all disagree on. And this is one of them, right?
Oh, on the chick shit.
Yeah, he get on some tinfoil shit though too.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna talk about him because he knows what I think.
Because he'll come.
You know what I think about his ass. Okay.
Beetlejuice. That motherfucker show up.
Well, when it comes to the red pill,
man, it's all good. Let him come on up.
Yeah, when it comes to the red. When it comes to the red pill argument, Fantastic is pretty much on point. Even he appreciates BGS's stuff. It's just everything else. But anyway, this is the first video.
He don't like that. I don't know about that.
Nigga. He don't like that. I really don't like. You want to call me old nigga? I said, "Oh, you dumb."
Right.
Oh yeah, I remember y'all fell out about that. This is what he called the little fella. Well, the last time they got into it, didn't he say? He said, "I don't, nigga. Don't nobody care about you. What you talking about?" And then he got down off the panel.
So guys, this is the clip. These are a series of clips. This is a clip where the arm got took off. So notice that there's three white women on here.
Oh yeah.
And apparently this is after what's the car got fired. So let's go.
Pete Taylor.
Oh, this is way better.
Curves for life. Me, myself, I'm Lapeef JI. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk.
Is that a real beard?
Just a man.
Yep.
Right.
No, that's not what. That's not the
Philly
topic of discussion.
Man, for you.
I
It
think
brings me to.
No, JR's from Chicago.
Yeah,
these are Chicago.
Lapeef Jr.'s from Chicago. Anton is a Michigan, a Detroit dude. Yeah.
The
so
topic
they
of night.
Midwest brothers then. Okay.
Women should date multiple men at a time to explore their options. What I thought. So I'm gonna start with Curls
like Bluto from Popeye. Look at B. Taylor. Good.
You on mute, just so you know.
Look at them faces, boy.
Watch when White She Devil starts talking.
Sorry.
Watch
I think they should.
Yeah, boy, I know where they can plant that face
Like,
too.
just because you date doesn't mean you have to sleep with people.
Bullshit.
You know what I mean? And men do it. Men will.
DZ, like, I'm not them niggas.
Who told him that shit?
What are you talking about?
That's the lie they spread around.
Stop
they want
playing,
you to
man.
believe it.
Stop
They
playing
want you
with
to
me.
Yeah.
Serial date as many women, and they make sure women prove who is the best before they choose you. And not to say, like, again, because I think sometimes when men hear that, they automatically think that means you got to put out. Go out on dates, get to know men, and decide if that's somebody you even see that you want to be around. Because a lot of
guys pay attention to the facial expressions.
How are we supposed to vet you if you don't put out? How are we supposed to know who the best?
But the thing is,
they're lying, man. They give up goods all
men
the
would,
time, man. Come on now.
me or DC would date multiple women. But the thing is, we would not lie about smashing them. If we
Thank you.
Absolutely not.
Women lie about that shit. No, they're just friends. Bitch, please.
They round down. He only put the tip in.
My language. And then me and DC would meet up and say, hey, man, me and DC would meet up, start shaking hands. Hey, man, she said she ain't smashed you. And DC would start laughing.
Yeah.
And you believed her.
All right, let's keep going. Pay attention to facial expressions, guys.
Yes, sir.
They will be important. The triggering. Shit. Get my ass beaten this game.
Never mind, I'm not gonna go there. But sometimes you can get caught up and you might put all your eggs in one basket, and then you find out a few weeks later that he's trash, that he's broke, that that's not his car, that, you know, a bunch of different other stuff. So just, you know,
here it comes.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm gonna go to Pearl next on that one. Women should date multiple men at times to explore their options.
That's not his car. Has that happened to you?
Pause it right there. Pause it.
Look at her face.
That sounded personal. Her story sounded very personal.
Hey, Black Guru, Pearl. Did you know Pearl is from Chicago? She's from the north side.
Oh yeah. No, that don't surprise me.
You can tell.
Because the thing is that she knows she gave up them cheeks, man. She know them cheeks got clapped. That's why she mad.
She a big girl too.
That's why she mad.
He ain't about nothing now. Yeah, after they clap the cheeks.
And she a big girl. Look at her neck.
It don't matter. This don't matter. Here's the thing.
After the fact, you spotted the trash in the car.
Charles.
Look at Pearl's face.
Pearl is it don't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, exactly. But see, this is where they go and they tell these stories that they've heard being passed down from fucking all kinds of women, and they don't even know if they was alive in the first place, but they just pass it on and keep passing it on. As if, you know.
But now y'all
look at her face. That happened to her. Look at her face.
Exactly, it happened to her. You could tell how the venom in her voice when she was telling the story. That happened to her.
It gets better.
What you don't know is that she's a rotational girl.
It gets better. Now y'all see the villain origin story.
Wow.
Watch how she responds.
And the guy look at her eyes.
Look at Anton. Anton ain't gonna be able to hold it in.
Now watch how she responds.
Is that you being funny? Or is that
No, I was just asking. I've just never heard of that. I was just asking. I've never heard of
Was that you being funny?
You can answer the question. I wasn't answering you.
I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just asking.
That's white girl.
Hey, it's tonight. You can be rude as you want to be.
No, I mean, I just feel like men look for loyalty. So if you're like dating a bunch of guys at the same time, like I think guys kind of want to be like.
By the way, I want y'all to pay attention to anything that might be unique to the black manosphere versus general white manosphere shit.
Like they kind of like it when your attention is focused on them. So I don't know. I don't think it's that good to like date multiple people at the same time, but like if a guy's not giving you attention to the point that it's like plan A attention, you know, I think you should probably just find a different guy to date.
Keep it moving.
Keep your legs closed. And in today's dating world in 2022 with these type of men, they may not be like you. They may not be like you. So therefore, these men in 2022, you need to expand your options, or you're going to be walking around heartbroken, not the men.
If you are trying to talk to a dude that is winning, go ahead, Pearl.
It's not the men in 2022. It's the men you pick. 1 out of 3 men are either virgins or
I don't pick them. They come to me, and there's attraction.
Hey, let me finish. Let me finish.
You jumped in between a conversation.
One in three men are either virgins or they haven't had sex in the past year. So there's a plethora of men that will be faithful to you and won't play these games. They're just not the men you want.
Women aren't going to be attracted to that in mass ever.
Yeah, well, that's
I understand that, but it's like you are what you attract. Like, so you can't generalize.
Oh, here come the finger.
Oh God!
They don't want to hear that honesty.
Come on, bitch!
Come on, wifey devil. Come on.
She get mad. Oh shit! I know what she can do with that mouth. Though.
Big dog holla.
You need to play the episode 2 Attack of the Clones when Anakin got both of those lightsabers and got their arm took off. Do something. Let's go.
You not are what you attract. You are what you put up with. Thank you.
Get out of here.
You attract all types of men.
But why would you? But wait. But I just got.
I thought
this was like a magnet.
I just got one question. Why would you want to attract all types of men when you only got to get it right once?
I didn't say you have to. I said that if you're beautiful, you're going to attract all types of men.
Oh, come on, stop with
that's not true.
With guys,
put up with.
Why do you think that they're?
By the way, guys, pay attention to the guy at the top, to the left of, to the right of Pearly. Notice his name.
Oh God!
Is this the guy in the green hat?
Yes.
Sorry, you talking about Mr. Logic?
Oh, he trolling.
Logic.
That'll be important for later.
Why do you think that they would attract?
Oh, okay, yeah, never mind.
3, 4.
It depends on the woman. Like
If
you
you
can have a
ask me
guy
this
that's like on
question as a
standby.
woman.
You never went on a date with him. He may just compliment you from time to time, or you may have given your number to him. Then you have your main guy that's you're actually really pursuing. Then you have a guy that probably took you out on a date, but you're not really talk to him every day. It's just kind of like, oh, hey, what's up? How are you?
So you just
it's nothing like where I'm going on dates every weekend with different dudes of the week. Like that's not what a roster. That's why I'm not trying to compare myself to men.
Call me
because
when
I'm
you
not
get
going to
home
be
from
like.
your date. Call me when you get home.
All right, so
But it's like you're taking attention from guys, so you're kind of using other guys for attention.
Men use
and
women all the
validation.
time. That's
why is this a let's point the fingers?
No, it's a balance, right? It's a balance. It's not a point of finger. It's calling out facts, right?
And some men do. The majority of men don't get to use women. The majority of men don't get sex on a regular basis. It's not easy for them to get.
Okay.
And so
I
it's
don't know what
small
men you
percentage.
talk to, but I know the men that's around me, they be getting the cheeks.
Yeah,
because
the
you
only
only
man you talk
see
to
a-
is you're attracted to.
Exactly. She don't get it. She don't
The
get
only
it.
man you talk to and who you're attracted to.
And look at that raggedy attitude.
That's
plus
why.
And plus the risk of Me Too.
Yeah.
The only man that this woman gonna talk to is who she's attracted to.
Yeah,
Period.
my audience basically said she's already on the second 2 kids, 2 different dads.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to see her naked because she giving off transsexual energy anyway.
Who that? B. Taylor?
B. Taylor. Yeah.
B. Taylor. B. Taylor. She has 40,000 subscribers.
Okay, that wig is kind of iffy, man. She got
here's where she lied. Here's where she lied about concerning all types of men are attracted to him. I mean, you get some men, you get a large portion of men who are attracted to you based on how you dress and how you carry yourself, your attitude. So you talking about the chick who said that the men that she talked to, they getting all types of women. Like, yeah, because they talk to girls like you. Okay. They talk to girls like you. That's your circle. You're in that lower tier baby, second baby, two niggas baby mama circle.
Right.
You're in the baby mama circle. Y'all are the easiest chicks to sleep with in the world.
Yeah.
Okay. Easiest in the world.
And assume everybody's sleeping and living like you.
Just as an aside for women that are actually listening to this, if you carrying it like this particular sister here, that only men that you're gonna talk to have to have a certain dollar amount or be attractive enough, you need to really understand what you're going to get, because what you're going to get is what you're giving out. No doubt, man. This type of energy, no brother of any kind of stuff is going to be trying to take that serious. Not really, man. Absolutely not.
And she don't get it.
Her like that.
I'm smashing and I'm gone.
Dashing.
I'm gonna lay a murder scene out on that bedroom. You're gonna be spread eagle, and I'm out before you wake up.
I just want to see the power of them jaws, boy. I just want to see what them jaws can do, boy. You hear me?
I'm gone.
And that's exactly what Pearly Things is trying to tell her. That's exactly what she's trying to tell her. Like, you
see, Kevin taught her well, man.
And only focus on one guy. The only guys that she said that, well, you know, I talk to these guys every now and then. That's because she's not the one reaching out. They're the ones reaching out.
You know what?
They're the ones inviting her to dinner, trying to spend some time with her. Outside of that, she ain't texting them niggas unless she got her fucking hand out.
You know what's so cold about some sisters like this? They would have children, right? They would be asleep. They'd be like, just come by a little bit later. This is what they would do. Now, this is fact.
Are you talking about fucking on the mat, fucking on the bed with the babies on it?
No. I'm not that
nigga didn't. Hell no.
DC taking us to a dark place. DC taking us to a dark place.
I already told PK about this shit.
They will wake you up before the kid get up. They'll be like, hey, it's time for you to go and wake up. You know, just leave.
That's
crazy.
Yeah.
Right. The midnight man is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Man,
that's why what's the name was saying, call me after the date.
No shame.
Call me after the date. I'm the midnight man.
Yeah,
And she
go
says,
ahead and eat up.
She sees nothing wrong with just having a roster, as she calls it, of men.
Crab cakes. Get the crab cakes. So
But what I want y'all to pay attention to is notice how this looks. If we're arguing back and forth versus if the white chick is saying it, it looks extra goofy.
Yeah, I didn't see this. This looks crazy. If this is what y'all talking about,
no, this
then
was
I see
this was before.
I see how this got started.
Hey, no, this is the prequel.
I see it.
No.
This is the prequel.
We weren't talking about her at this point. We didn't start talking about her.
No, that's what I'm saying. I could see how it got all the black women triggered, because this is like their kryptonite. This is crazy right here.
Exactly.
And black women knew about this.
You have a black woman advocating for hoeing, and you have Miss Ann advocating for purity.
Exactly.
And the black girl is trying to say, pick me, and not Miss Ann.
Yeah, it's not like she's pushing you there. You're fighting to be that way.
Exactly.
You know what? Before you play it, this is what pissed me off when I was on Obsidian show, and I was trying to tell him. I said, look, you know, this black women fight. They practice the worst in white female society when they need to be practicing the best. Look at what they're doing as far as dating. How are they successful with men? And then you need to copy that. You need to copy Beyonce as far as her personal life, not her record life.
Exactly.
Completely two different things. Go ahead.
All right. It continues.
Small percentage of men.
So Pearl, can I ask you something?
Oh yeah, this is when she took her lightsaber strike.
So, okay, you know how a lot of people use social media and different dating apps and stuff to date people, right? Mm-hmm. And some of these people, you never talk to them on the phone, or you're just texting. Like, is it bad to like kind of talk to multiple people or have a roster when you're on social media and have a dating app?
I'm fine with that.
I mean, are you dating someone?
Oh, I wasn't talking about me personally.
Never are you talking about yourself.
I mean, I think if you're dating someone, you should focus on them, and if it doesn't work out, then find someone else.
How does that work for you, Pearly? Are you actively dating?
Oh my God. I keep my dating life off of the internet, but
Unlike
you.
Yeah. Let me try to interject, man, for y'all going in personal
If
business.
it works so well, we just want to know the results. You know, if you're going to be giving all this advice,
I don't actually really give advice. I was asked a question, but okay.
All right, let's go ahead and get the bruiser. Let's get to the men so we can go ahead and close this one out. Go ahead, bruiser.
All right.
Yeah.
So if the average man makes 50K, what do we say to their guy is only making, the average salary?
No, they can be happy.
I think they can be. It's just like a lot of women want the lifestyle over the man, and so they feel like they can't be happy. Like if they have to go down in lifestyle to have like a family, they aren't happy.
Red pill
But
flash.
they're not happy because they're stressed. Like they have a lot to, their day to day is going to be stress. I'm not saying it's not stressful for the man either, but what I am saying is that instead of kind of walking in the house and being like, hey, I've been in here, I've been, doing X, Y, and Z. Now you have to worry about this. Now you got to sit down and talk about your expenses. Now you got to figure out and have a spreadsheet.
I mean, that probably happens with people that make a lot of money too.
It's called life.
I mean, we have a higher standard of living than anyone did ever in all of human history, even if you're in the lowest income.
Facts.
It's
Like
because of
ever.
social media. Social media has given us a reality of other people, big houses, cars, and a lot of influencers, they have to pretend that they make actual money for people to actually want to follow them.
Y'all are so wrong.
Absolutely.
All so wrong. Dead wrong. It's not enough. Inflation is at 8.5%, 9%. It's bad out here. The average retirement account has $65,000 in it.
We sit at his house and drink all the time. His wife go to work, take care of the kids, go to football practice, cook, do everything. And he said, well, you getting fat. Well, I said, well, why don't you do this? Why don't you make her stop working and afford her the time to do that? Because I'm looking at her from the outside looking in. I'm looking at her work schedule. I'm looking at everything she does.
Look at Pearl's name.
Oh, shit.
What does it say?
This logic.
He must have told her to do that. That's
What did it say? You sit on the
that's
couch
hilarious.
Wait, let's football all
Miss
day.
Logic.
And then she's moving and shaking. And then you gonna ask her to go to the gym? How about if you had the amount of resources that she needed, you can afford her the time. Resources buys you time. That's it.
I disagree. I honestly think you're either feminine or you're not. I don't really agree with this narrative that working is going to make you masculine. I think it's just an excuse for women to like be rude to their husbands.
Okay.
Like, I think you're either feminine or you're not.
Look at Bruce. Question, Miss Pearly. Man, you got smoke now.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Have you
I don't buy
ever
that.
known a female that was in the military?
Yes,
All right. In the military,
my
she's
best friend's in the military, actually.
so it's a good example then,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
She have to be strong or she'll get ran over. She gotta be fast or she get ran by.
Mm-hmm.
Certain occupations like the military and all these other boss type jobs, it takes a certain type of person. So now by living in that environment and doing that, ideally, that's why the most feminine women in the world, if you go back in time and you look, my best time was the medieval time. Women was women. Guess what they were?
Oh, shit. You lost me there. You lost me there.
What's up with this dude, man?
Yeah. Remember, Bitter Truth said he watches Anton's channel, not this network. Remember that.
Yeah.
Was that
It's kidding.
Anton saying that?
No, this Logic saying that shit.
Okay, yeah, I don't watch Logic because this what turned me off the Logic. When the Dr. Umar and the trans dude,
oh shit,
and then he had turned around a week later and had the trans dude on this show trying to play like he didn't know that the dude was trans. I'm like, nigga, get out of here. Like, everybody knew. Because I did a show on it. Motherfuckers was in my comment section telling me that the dude was trans.
Oh,
yeah. And I was like, really? I didn't believe it until the next day. You know, so how you gonna play like you didn't know here a whole 7 days later?
Well, all the sisters was advocating for the trans to be up there, and her not him not having to disclose that that something relevant to the conversation, that he was a man basically coming up there trashing men.
No,
You know,
I'm talking
he
about
couldn't
on
hack it.
Logic show.
Yeah.
He knew. How did you not know? If you were in the circle and that whole thing popped off, how did you not know? Like, because my show came shortly after, like the next day, and people was telling me. So you mean to tell me a whole 7 days went by and nobody told you nothing? You didn't know it? You didn't, because the surprise was out the next day, if not 2 days later.
I didn't see him with that.
But my whole thing with this situation right here, like what Pearly Things is trying to say is that, yo, you can work a stressful job, but when you walk through the door, you don't bring your work home to your spouse.
Boom.
You don't get to yelling and screaming at your spouse because you had a bad day at work. You decompress. That's why when men come home, we want to have a drink. Let me sit down, baby, have a drink. You know, if you want to sit next to me and wait until I start talking, however we got it going on, let me decompress first. And then we can go ahead and do house stuff, and we'll talk about work shit later before we go to bed. You know, now that I've calmed down. But no, what the fuck is they talking about?
And shout out to Heru in Apocalypse for the super chat.
Thank you, Jesus.
It says the real Siobhan is a 6 at best.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to be cursing, but I'm tired and I'm on my second beer.
Code 45.
All right, let me play it.
Go ahead.
They doing? They went out there busting their ass working like that.
They were just for their man.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
well,
I mean, I disagree because like my friend, she's pretty feminine, and she doesn't act like a dude just because she's in the military. Again, I just think it's an excuse that women tell to men to like convince you this, but it's just nonsense to me. The other thing is like, I don't know why girls are complaining about doing like housework nowadays. Like, you have to do your own dishes. What's one more?
Yeah,
and everything's automated nowadays. You got a Roomba, you got a vacuum, you got an air fryer. Like, you're gonna tell me, oh, it's too much. It's like, I mean, you have to cook for yourself, don't you? Like, you might as well.
But when we talk about the military, and
wait, one more point. And what percent of women really have?
Hold on, Lash. Hold on, Lash.
One more thing. What percent of women really have masculine jobs? I mean, like, come on. Like, what percent of women are really in the military?
What
percent of women are really like career go-getters? Like, they're teachers, nurses. Like,
the percentage of people, period, in the military is 0.7%.
Well,
and the percentage of that of females is 16%.
Wait, hold on,
Bruiser. Hold on, Elijah.
Bruiser. I mean, I'm sorry. We're not talking about masculine jobs. We're talking about jobs you're in charge.
Mm-hmm.
That hits different. Look, watch this.
Mm-hmm.
In the military, female commanders suck. You know why?
Mm-hmm.
They always been overboard. They have to go and try to be what a man commander would be, what a man leader would be.
Mm-hmm.
And if they can do that naturally. So for your friend, you said that's in the military, that you said that's super feminine.
I wouldn't give her a 10. I'd give her 1 to 10. I'd give her like a 6.
You know
She's always been like that. Like, her level of femininity's always been the same.
Okay, watch this. Look. Do she got a boyfriend or a husband?
Boy, he really trying to corner her ass, ain't he?
She's a boyfriend.
Yeah, he reaching.
Ask him. I bet he'll give her a 2.
All right, y'all. We got it.
I had pushback for Pearl earlier too. We disagree.
Logic, you ain't got a
You
substantial.
have a whole scoreboard on top of your head that I gotta look at for this entire time, and you're talking about you're not pandering.
All right, look. What scoreboard?
Damn, they got 24 to 1,063. B. Taylor got 24. Pearl, that's fucked up.
It's gone. If that scoreboard gonna distract you from your ass whooping, it's gone. But now, if you see her, your points is getting defeated.
No, my points have not got defeated.
Yes,
actually.
it is.
Y'all disagree with what she's saying, but it doesn't mean that it's been defeated. I made my point and I stand on them.
No, I'm gonna start calling her. I'm not gonna call her.
That's not what your point being
Yeah,
defeated.
that's two realities. That's that two reality shit.
Pearl, I'm start.
Yo, this is why we couldn't go in there. Yo, we would fuck these motherfuckers.
Logic.
So Jim Duggan.
Logic.
She been suplexing you all over. Look,
Logic.
Don't do it. Logic.
Why I can't tell the truth?
Listen, logic.
Okay, you know what? Now she want me to.
Come on. Hey, come on. We got to move on.
Hold on, listen.
Because why is my phone blowing up from different Black women that I don't even know that's telling me that this is all a setup?
What?
She activated the network.
Yeah, that's what they do. They throw up the hyena signal.
Hey, dick investigations and custom enforcement.
They call each other out.
Black women. I told you.
Yo, logic.
Come on, y'all. Come on.
How can you be set up if you're a grown adult? And
I have a question. I have a question for Pearl. Pearl, you said that your mom, you had 9 kids, and so if your father were to just leave, you know what type of position that would leave your mother in?
This is that typical.
Yep.
Hold on, this is so good. I just wanted to highlight that, but you've been waiting the whole time to get this shit.
Trying to align her with feminism.
Let's see.
Yeah.
And now she's not
would
working
get a
for your
job.
father, making fun. And do you know what type of weight would be on her shoulder? Like, you're laughing, but you would live a completely different lifestyle at that point because your mom is now busting her ass in a way she's never had to. She doesn't have support, and she still has to do everything she had to do before, but only by herself.
This play is called The Color Purple.
That's called independence.
This is called The Color Purple.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you don't know my family, and my mom's like one of the hardest workers that I've ever met. My mom would be fine; she would figure it out.
So she would be in the same position. She would be okay. It wouldn't hold no weight. Your family would be equivalent.
She
wouldn't
be in the same position, but
exactly.
My mom worked at my parents' company, so it's a little bit different if you're working. And they went from zero. And so it's a little bit different. And she was the president. My dad was the CEO. So it was kind of like a duel. But
you know the weird thing
would
about
no
it
longer
is
be dual.
They hate this bitch.
Because the mom worked and the dad managed, so the mom could go to another job and be the president of another job.
They hate this
easily. But see, they can't see it, man. They can't even connect in a linear fashion.
I'm just this is highlights why, like, one of the reasons why they get
There's guys that lose everything, and there's nothing to help them and support them that comes along with. Because the one thing that y'all advocated for, and this is the reason why I highlighted feminism as the thing, is y'all advocated for equal. But the interesting thing that's not equal is that y'all fight against updating the family court laws that were literally designed at a time when women couldn't even vote and they didn't even have the ability to go and work at all. So why do y'all advocate against equal when it comes to equal results or the things that men go through? But then at the same time, y'all advocate equal when it comes to the benefits of choosing for yourself to do what you want to do at the same time.
Now, see, this is the type of shit. If Anton stuck to this shit, Anton would have
He'd be good.
A lot less people, basically calling him the robe wearing bitch, as Glendon says. Fuck that nigga, as Charles says. He'd have a lot, especially as a married man.
Let's be clear. You sitting home and relaxing, because most of these women, when the kid become of age to be able to go to school full time, y'all fucking sitting at home and drinking all day.
Tell them how you really feel.
Mm-hmm.
You're not cooking and cleaning it's not enough cooking and cleaning in the world for y'all to be able to justify being able to sit at home and doing what you
Wait. I just want to say one thing. This is the first time that women has read off another woman off LaPeace Network. Steve Taylor is out of here.
Oh wow.
She ran.
And that's when she went and did that 5-hour stream to get her soul back. That ritual, that time.
Right.
With the tarot cards they call Brooklyn Brew.
Yeah.
Natchez about to have her special little witch card.
And that right there is what the real issue is with Pearly. That right there.
But she
that
didn't
right there
speak
is why
on.
they don't want no parts of no more Pearlies in this space. No more logical, clear thinking, sober-minded white women coming in here and figuring out the fact that we could run the table on these black men up in here. And they know that. They know that. And that's why they want to know parts of this woman in this environment.
You know what?
So that's the first video. The main event is going to be what Danielle said on what you call it.
Yes. Thank you.
But this gives y'all some good context.
So that was B. Taylor. That was the B. Taylor thing.
Yeah.
That everybody was talking about, because I paid it no attention. But my whole thing is that, like I said, why is it that you follow white lesbian-based feminism, but you don't follow white feminine women who have husbands and boyfriends? Because everybody knows that, because I guess this is why it came out that Pearl's boyfriend is a black dude. You know, it came out that her boyfriend is a black dude. And no, she didn't want to put her business out there, because look, now that women have found out that she dating a black guy, oh my God.
Oh yeah. She know how the hyenas are.
I guarantee you he's a black dude that none of those black chicks wanted as far as dating or whatnot.
She's dating a black guy?
Yep.
Yeah.
She always had.
And she stated already that she can't get no white dude. CBS told you that. So that's her preference. So what she dating black dudes? Big deal. Just a little bit more competition against them that they don't like. And my answer to that, when they get
She's the manosphere Rachel Dolezal.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's the same. I don't know if it's the same guy, but I know because I saw some of her earlier videos where she had a black guy she was dating.
It was her boyfriend.
The guy was kind of fat and kind of normal.
The African guy?
He was no jawline nigger at all. Not in the least bit.
No. I think the guy that she's dating in the UK now, I think he's African.
Yeah.
I think he's on her panel sometimes, Sarah Garvey.
Oh, that guy?
Oh, Sarah is a dude now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she hires a lot of Nigerians, like for her clip art and folks recruiting for her channel and stuff. She uses Nigerians for that.
That's what's in it. That's what a lot of black people, because of that Brexit thing. They got a lot of Nigerian immigrants in England.
Yeah, they've always had it. Well, it used to be part of it.
Let me tell you, if Miss Pearly, they need to be trying to run Pearly up out of here. They really do. They really do. She is a clear and present danger.
Yeah, she is. Absolutely. Clear and present danger.
Oh my God.
Oh shit. Yeah, they need to run up out of here. They need to run up out of here.
You know what? She putting the screws to them with just simple things that it just shows you the difference in black culture and white culture.
Exactly.
And she don't get emotional.
Did that happen to you?
She don't get emotional. She stays on point. You know, she has a very sober approach to in response, and so they can't get her caught up in because black women will try to get you into an emotional fight,
right?
And she don't really get emotional. And I think that's how she kind of neutralizes them to a large degree.
And I think she really didn't know. She was asking a question because that sounded dumb. That would sound dumb to a white person.
Yeah, it's not part of their culture.
No.
They be 16 years old driving fucking Mustangs and shit up and down the street.
White women that date multiple men would not admit to dating multiple men on open air. They would never say that.
Exactly.
I date multiple guys all at the same time.
Yeah.
Game. That only makes sense. That only makes sense to us in the black world.
Yeah, because that's
the reason why she thought she could say it, and she thought that she was going to have a crew of everybody agreeing with it.
And the thing is, and people say, well, what's the value of something like this? Well, the value of something like this, a young black female might see this shit and be like, wow, that shit does look fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Ain't nobody saying whether you should do it or not, but don't be so, because she saw it as a dominance thing. Okay, so I got if you want to pull up the other video.
And BGS has talked about this stuff from the historical point of view. Go ahead.
All right, so this is the one. This is from Tampa Supreme, who doesn't like me, but he'll get over it. And he did it from his phone, and he sacrificed 12% of his battery life. So, kudos to him. Like I said,
send that to me, man.
Like I said to you all, I told you all that you all can record shit, screenshot shit. So whenever y'all tell me y'all want to speak on something, y'all can at least record a couple of seconds to do it. Y'all ain't gonna have me speaking on shit blind, and I'm looking stupid. Anyway, let's go.
And I was his stance on the Me Too movement as of now.
The Me Too movement?
Oh, she jumped right into it. Oh, my bad. That's me.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Me Too movement.
What about your accusations? Like when you got the guy fired from his job, do you still feel the same way about that situation?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah, because I had evidence. So if you have evidence,
what evidence was there? Because you said that you were talking to him about you were telling him that you weren't getting hit on at school and guys weren't checking for you, and then you said that he told you, well, you know, you're gonna be fine, you have a nice rear, right? So we're like you kind of brought that up to him, and then that I'm not gonna say that was right, but it was a bit sketchy.
Here's the deal. He hit on girls when they turned 18. So he would coach, and I just don't really want. He would coach girls from 14 to 18 and then hit on them the second they turned 18. It wasn't just me, there was multiple women.
So is it wrong for him to hit on a woman that's 18?
Just want to submit the evidence, all this bullshit you niggas were doing, trying to come at me with Glendon, all this morality, virtue signaling shit. Now all of a sudden y'all niggas want to act, not niggas, but you know who the people were. And
they went in on R. Kelly too.
And I'm not defending R. Kelly.
We're not defending it, but they don't have the same position about grooming and all this other stuff when people are talking about the parents. You know, so and they're saying that, I mean, she went on a tirade talking about how wrong it was and all this stuff. Now Pearly is saying the same thing.
Well, I just wanted to highlight that part, like, cause anyway, let's go. My bad.
She was a victim. Daniel, please. Mr. Just Pearly Things needs a chance to respond to your question. Go ahead.
So, personally, I think that's weird. It's not illegal. It's not, you can do what you want. It's a free country. But my sister was coming up and going to be his coach next. Or she was going to be coached by him next. So, I mean, personally,
but
I had evidence. It wasn't just me. There was multiple people. The second that they turned 18, he would hit on them.
Let me jump in here. Let me jump in here.
Can I just finish? If you think that's okay, that's your prerogative. I think that's weird.
Hey, let me jump in here for a minute, because what Sister George is referring to is your recounting of a situation. I take this was you was in school at the time, high school.
Yeah, it was right after I graduated.
Okay. So you have an athletic coach who is getting a little too particular with the students in his charge.
Familiar, not particular.
Which in itself, in my opinion, is inappropriate. In my opinion, I don't think it's appropriate for somebody that is of authority and power over young people at that to act in that way. I don't think that's appropriate, in my opinion. I'm not a coach. I never have been a coach. I probably will never be an athletic coach, but just on the outside looking in, that looks inappropriate to me.
Definitely. I agree with that. It is inappropriate.
And again, if I didn't have the evidence, he would not have gotten fired. They don't just fire people for no reason.
But what type of evidence did you have? Because, and then, you know, because it was a couple of things, and I know it was a quick video, and there were certain details that were left out, but, you know, it just looked super sketchy. because he hit on you guys after you turned 18. Now, I'm not saying that that's appropriate, but it's definitely not illegal.
Well, it's not illegal. Okay, I want y'all to know what y'all think about that. But especially Art, you in the school system, shit don't have to be illegal for you to get let go for shit like that, right? Or am I wrong?
A coach came on the show and said that what he did was wrong and unethical.
Yes, ethics.
It's unethical. It's not illegal.
Yeah.
But it's unethical.
So that notice how that's what she keeps harping on. Like, and even before the Me Too, even before this quote unquote Me Too movement, we know how it is. Even in the workplace, that is not the barrier to get fired.
Right.
That is different than getting fired in criminal charges. Anyway, go ahead. I just want to get y'all thoughts on this.
Well, let me
Hold on.
go ahead. Before you
go, because I've had daughters in athletics. I mean, some of their coaches were female, a couple were male. Athletics, there's a lot of emotion, there's a lot of touching, there's traveling. There, and this is all happening during the time of a girl or young woman going from adolescence into adulthood.
Exactly.
I think it's highly inappropriate and bothersome that during that period you could have somebody and to be fair, I would argue there may be as much same-sex grooming going on between girls and female coaches, frankly, as there is females and male coaches, frankly. In fact, I think especially if you look at volleyball, especially if you look at basketball, I think if anything, the bigger issue is that of same sex. But I think that's highly inappropriate and bothersome. And if I were to ever discover that, some dude that my daughter had played basketball or volleyball for, as a high school, and then almost like as soon as one of them turned 18, dude start trying to hit on him, I'm dropping some lead off in his ass.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
there's a reason. And to back your point, it's not like all of a sudden because they turned 18, they became sexually attracted to them. It had been festering. And all of that alone time and personal time, and let me help you stretch your quads and all of that stuff. Yeah. Exactly, all of that stuff. It all plays in, and then when you mess around there and find yourself like the Michigan guy, the Michigan athletic doctor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he's sitting up here sticking his fingers all up at these girls while their parents are in the room. Yeah. The mom's in the room and he's fingering the girl and playing
calling
with
it an exam.
toys.
Yeah, calling it an exam.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm sorry. Pearl was right. I don't know what this girl is harping on. Plenty of girls was going through that, and what you're doing, you're pretty much saving a girl from possibly being raped. And there's no telling how many girls that may have done something sexual to him, but aren't speaking up because they feel ashamed of themselves because they were groomed.
Now, or is it possible that this could have been something different? Sure, it's possible.
Yeah, this is her
It's
side.
definitely possible.
But this is half the way. We're not even we're about a third of the way through. So I just wanted to see what y'all was thinking so far.
Yeah, one more thing. Yeah. We have to take into consideration too that this is not what the show was about. So she brought in some foreign shit from way out in the outfield and brought this shit in to basically make her look bad to us so that we would become disillusioned with her.
She tried to get us with a gotcha moment.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And this is what Danielle is doing is the nicer way of doing it. Red came in later. You're not going to see that because this is just Danielle's clip. This is a more professional way of doing it. Now, that's why she had a lot longer time. Also, by the way, this is Obsidian apparently being on his knees on the knee pads. Keep in mind, Obsidian, when he does interviews, does not always allow, Obsidian doesn't always let people call up like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure he asked her and she was cool with it. So I'm just saying, let's go.
She said it was okay.
All right.
And you you said that you actually hated men when you're in a space that actually are advocates for young women. You yourself have been an advocate for young women, right?
Have I been an advocate for young women?
Yeah, in the sense that of saying that don't wait around until you're a certain age because your numbers go down, your sexual market value goes down, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know that older men with resources tend to like younger women, right?
Yeah, I know that now.
Well, men,
This is where she fucked. This is probably where
Here
she
it
started
comes.
getting the era. Yeah, I didn't even hear it, and I can already tell. Let's go.
men
I didn't know
period,
that when I
like
was.
younger women. Men, period, tend to like younger women. It's just the men that have the
Yeah.
resources, and have the means and the
Yeah.
wherewithal are
Look
in a
at-
better position to actually get them.
Look at
Sugar
look at-
daddies.
If you think that's normal to coach a girl from 14
It's not
to
a fact
18,
of me thinking that it's normal. It's a fact that you're in a space that thinks that it's normal. The mental.
What?
That's what she said.
No.
That's what she fucking said.
Oh shit!
Now she said today that she was a part of the space. She said, "I am on the roster, Roger, as being a part of the manosphere, right?"
Is
And
this
Roger
your
said,
queen?
"Yeah."
Is
Roger
this
told
your
her, "Yeah."
queen, Wakanda?
Yeah.
Is this your queen?
Roger told her, "Yes, you are on the roster, but if you're on the roster of being a part of the manosphere, why are you throwing us under the bus saying that we a bunch of fucking pedophiles?"
Yeah, basically, yeah.
That's
I mean,
bullshit.
hold on. We got to divide.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, man.
On this shit.
Y'all will be up at
Diversify
6 a.m. I ain't worried. Go ahead.
I mean, is this? I mean, is what you call it reading this wrong or okay?
No, this shit got to be addressed.
No. She blatantly said it. You know.
Yeah, she called them pedophiles.
All right,
Yeah,
let's keep going.
It's
Yeah,
all the
let's-
whole space pedophiles. Yeah.
Sphere have been
No,
super
no,
advocates
'cause
for
I-
dating
that's
young
Yeah,
not
hang on
women.
a second. Hang on a second. Let me sort this out.
Mhm.
Danielle, have you ever known me? And you've known me for some years. Have you ever known me to say or even suggest that hitting on a woman who isn't even 18 is okay?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. So who are these individuals? Since you open this can of worms, who are these individuals in the black manosphere you're talking about? Because it ain't me.
So a manosphere talking point has not been that women, when they get older, they tend to.
I don't mean to cut it again. I just want to make it clear. Tampa uploaded this with the intention of basically saying that Danielle took out took her head off her neck. So he said it literally when he typed it in. So I mean, it didn't really help her. But anyway,
date themselves out of the market. That was a talking point of Kevin Samuels, right?
Yes.
What?
Okay, so what are you talking about?
That's a left.
A manosphere talking point.
Hold on. So
that hitting on a woman who isn't even 18 is okay.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. So who are these individuals? Since you open this can of worms, who are these individuals in the black manosphere you're talking about? Because it ain't me.
So a manosphere talking point has not been that women, when they get older, they tend to date themselves out of the market. That was a talking point of Kevin Samuels, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
That's a leftover woman at 35.
Exactly.
And a girl that's not even 18. There's a lot of daylight between there, don't you think?
But in this space, people are encouraged to get married earlier, preferably than later.
Yeah.
Right.
And you disagree with that? Why again?
I'm not disagreeing with that, but if you're talking about a man that is hitting on an 18-year-old and she didn't really make a complaint initially, but it seemed like she made the complaint after she deemed that she wasn't special. And I was just kind of curious about it.
Oh no, I had immediate complaints. Immediate.
But you went to drink with him at a bar. Were you scared? You didn't.
Look at the clown faces down in the chat. Everybody saw through what she was talking about. I mean, and then you see she's going all over the place. You know, and there's no central point. It's just anything she can grab to try to make this woman look like she's not what we think she is.
And shout out to Admiral Smoke, Sand Dog Group for the super chat. It says, Ed, quote of the day, shut your Akata ass up. You have to put these quotes in YouTube shorts. You got released from the hospital diagnosed with a severe case of dopamine.
Drapetomania.
Okay, it's covering it. Drapetomania. SYSB. Appreciate you, fam. All right, that's for those 20 and up, you guys. 20 and up, you get the James Brown treatment. Okay, continue.
Anybody else? Yeah, shout out to Smooth for said this is what defending Glendon Cameron does. So basically you're blaming me for the shit that Danielle is saying. I know you don't like me, but you know, hi.
Smile for the camera.
Yeah.
It was like you were creeped out. When you told the story, you seemed very creeped out, but you didn't seem like you still went along with things, and I was so curious about that.
I mean, the second that I realized what he was doing, I left. So,
but you then went to the gym with him, right?
What are you talking about?
You said that you went to the gym. He owns a gym. You said that you went to the gym with him, right?
Yeah, because I didn't realize he was trying to look at.
Oh, okay, right. So I'm trying to understand: is the gym before the bar, or is the other way around? I'm trying
to after the bar.
This is afterward or before?
It was after the bar.
After the bar.
Yeah, I went to the gym. He was a coach.
She wanted to go brag and have like she had she wanted to go brag to her friends that she had a drink with her coach, right,
Okay.
Pearly?
Okay. Had a drink, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a drink with him. I didn't want to sleep with him.
Well, I was about to say, yeah, I'm trying to understand where you're going.
It just seemed like it was.
I mean, if you give an 18-year-old free alcohol, most of the time they're gonna take it.
No, not really.
I'm not
because
saying,
according to
Oh, that's bullshit.
yes,
they will.
you didn't want to take the alcohol, right?
Here's the thing. You're right. I shouldn't have been in that situation. I shouldn't have. But as soon as it got
Is that her taking accountability?
to the point where I knew what he was doing, I left.
He was absolutely wrong, but there were still things that happened on your end that what I'm saying.
You're right.
Okay, so now that I seen this, because I actually defended Danielle, basically because I didn't hear it. Something like this, I got to hear it out of her own mouth before I start going in, because I give, especially content creators, whether they're male or female, that deference. Let me be very clear here. Danielle, if this is a black woman, you're not doing this. It's one thing for you to call black female fuckery out in general, but when it gets personal, you're not doing this.
Yeah, she said she would do the same thing if it was a black woman. No, she wouldn't.
No, that's a goddamn lie.
No, she wouldn't.
That's a goddamn lie.
Yeah.
Challenge her or Concrete to show me any situation where they've done that directly.
They've never done that shit. I've watched them for the longest. They have never done that shit.
Well, I mean, and what Concrete, what Danielle doesn't understand is because we listen to her and BGS for Women, stuff like that, we actually understand the tonality in her voice when she's being sarcastic, when she's running plays. Like we actually can tell, because we've heard her talk, shout out to Complex and Conversations, all that stuff has been in. So we know, just like how BGS is probably sure when the bullshit's coming from me or other people, we can tell. And other dudes on here can tell. So my thing is this. We get what you're trying to do. And Obsidian is literally letting you do it. This is why I bring that with and I'm not blaming Obsidian. What I'm saying is he's giving you the room to do this, but apparently Obsidian was on his knees. And this is why I was trying to show y'all. This is why I was really getting very angry about with them, because this is not some honorable shit. The truth is, she don't give a fuck about black men enough anyway when it comes to shit like this. Like all of us, this is pretty much just some get at. And quite frankly, I mean, do we do this shit to others? Well, us on the panel don't. But I just wanted to highlight that. I mean, we're gonna keep playing it because it's still like a good, we're 60% in. So anyway.
Yeah, because she's trying to call Pearly things a hypocrite and a whore.
Yeah.
Now, and
at 18.
And the reality is, when you understand, this is the thing I want Danielle to understand.
Well, and she also tried to say, we Emmett Till.
I don't.
Yeah.
But
That she's out to,
that's a whole
you know,
nother thing. That's a
to
whole
basically give brothers lynch, right?
That's a whole nother.
I mean,
thing.
she basically accused her of lynching that dude.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But
hey, maybe Danielle got on because maybe she got on because she's seen it there. You know, the views is high, and this is her chance to, you know, for her to get some clout. You know, for her numbers.
Part of that, but
He took her
that's not what's driving it.
Look, he took her for a drink. A coach is seen as a replacement father. He's a father figure, especially if it's a male coach. He tried to hit on her. He tried to get her drunk for drunk sex. All right. Like she said, once she realized what he was really up to, because 18-year-old, 16, 17, 18-year-old girls from the suburbs don't know the game because they don't grow up with the same rough life that a hood chick would.
Especially white girls.
Right. They don't grow up like that. So they're not accustomed to the game. She learned a lesson. Like, wow, this dude, he let me know he wanted to fuck. He wound up taking me out for a drink. Like she said, I'm 18 years old. Of course, what 18-year-old girl or 18-year-old period is going to turn down free alcohol because that's one of the first things they want to try.
So that means it's her parents' fault then.
Now this is how and this is the funny thing about what she's doing. Danielle she's trying to have it both ways. She already agreed that the dude is wrong. So of course niggas gotta be wrong. This is why I say you don't like my thing, and this is I can say this about Ty City and all y'all. Y'all don't give a fuck about this nigga.
Yeah,
Stop
but
trying to
listen to this though, Ed. She didn't even bring up in this conversation that the man was black. But in tonight's show, she brought up that the coach in question is a black man. And then she tried to say, well, I was trying to advocate for y'all. I'm trying to protect y'all stupid asses from getting caught up with this white girl. Yeah. And I said, so that begs the question. So you smarter than us. So you got to tell the manosphere who should be in here, who we should bring, who we should listen to when we don't have we didn't bring her ass in here. What Obsidian brought her up there to talk about wasn't even this. And then she said tonight that Pearly has been talking about black issues. Pearly ain't talked about no black issues. Even on the Lapeef show, it was general issues, general questions, not if this was a black woman, blah, blah, blah. Now, he did try to pull her into some logic about some questions about weave and all that. And she said, no, I'm not talking about that. Well, now Obsidian did that. So she said, no, I'm not talking about that.
Yeah,
so
because Shay said something. Shay was on there and she had a good showing. She said, because Shay basically said that, you can't be pro divestment and then get mad when the daughters, because she's been saying that the daughters of these white men you want to date or the sisters and stuff like that want to now look at your men. That's hypocritical. And that's what she said up there. But she also made a hair thing about the politics of hair with black women, stuff like that. And then Pearl kind of smirked. And then Obsidian tried to ask her, do you want to elaborate? And then which again, Obsidian didn't have to do that. We know when Obsidian is full of shit. Yeah. Trust me, we know. Right. So this is not one of these moments. And
but he warned her too. He warned her. He said, since you open this can of worms, do you really want to keep going down this road? And she continued.
Yeah, and part of this is when it comes a lot of these chicks are and I'm not giving an excuse, but they're out of their mind. Like they're so triggered, they don't even understand what they really don't.
It was blood in the water, and she wanted to destroy Pearly by any means necessary.
But even still,
you 100% right.
You can look at it at that angle, and then you can look at, and the any means necessary is how easily you slid into the glove by saying that we're grooming folks.
Yeah.
Like we know what that word means. We know what that word means in the black community. Black people don't associate that word with anything positive.
So who's trying to get us lynched? That's what I'm trying to want. Is Pearly getting us lynched, or did she just try to get us lynched? Because she just called us out our name and trying to bring the spotlight on us.
I'm not even trying to say all of that. What I'm trying to say is the point that I'm really trying to highlight is how even if you're in this space and then you're quote unquote red pill, you quote unquote try to aim for the awareness, because keep in mind she's married to Kirkland, a mere black man.
Kirkland, yeah.
Kirkland, when this is the myth of white womanhood in action. It's not some shit we're just fucking making up. Like, and even still, this has been going over for a couple of days now, and they keep on making videos, and it's like, and you want to switch. She want to say she's switching up the story, but you're switching it up. The reality is, again, and this is why I brought up the Glendon shit, because you see how people reacted then, and it's fine. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that is a very definable thing. So
but I remember how she came after you though on that shit.
Well, that's fine because Jessica X did too. And Jessica X kind of kept the same kind of energy here when she said the dude was wrong, period. So you see how intentions are. And so all these people that want to say this, y'all don't give a fuck about this white chick. Y'all just want to make us look bad, which is why I respond in the way that I'm responding to it. But because it's not just her. Like I said, Ty City all of a sudden give a fuck because he want to be like, these niggas are hypocrites and this. Because this nigga is always competing with women. And so he's always throwing us under the bus for any chick anyway because he's mad he ain't growing. I mean, that's really what that is. And so you got these diversified interests that really are not, they don't care about the mission. That's what Grinch would say. They give no fucks about the mission, which is black men having a voice, thinking black men, and you see it, and it's very obvious here. I mean, but
this is what bothers me. This is what bothers me. How you gonna sit up here in one voice and say that the manosphere is about grooming young girls into sexual conquest, but then in the same breath gonna turn around and get mad at Pearly Things for outing a potential sexual assaulter?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you know, who was trying to groom? He was trying to groom a young girl into a sexual conquest, and because the guy was, you trying to make it a racial thing? Like, no. Listen to what she's saying. The guy, however old he is, which I know is over the age of 30. And I talked about this shit. You over the age of 30? Why are you trying to holler at girls who ain't even 21 yet?
Yeah.
These girls ain't even in adult grown woman age as far as outside of the age of college. You shouldn't be hollering at anything under the age of 25.
Even if the girls are only 18, 19, or 20. To me, that ain't the issue. The age difference ain't the issue. The issue is this man spent time with them in their formative years, developing emotional and maybe even physical attachments to this man.
They're vulnerable.
And then right when they get to the point in which they're legal, then he uses the benefit of having developed all this kind of relationship with them to make them very easy sexual conquest. They already know how this man sound. They know how this man. Maybe even, like I said,
they trust him. They trust him.
They have felt this man. They may have been in his home even. I mean, there's so many ways in which, you know, he could have over time just kind of made himself some sort of really attractive object to them that by the time they turn 18, it's done already built up to that point. Go ahead and do something with it.
He's had success with that. Let's not be stupid. He ain't out here hitting on as soon as they turn 18 if he's not successful. He has a success rate, probably younger than that. But for protection purposes, he waits until they're legal so he don't get caught up legally. Criminally.
At the end of the day, there's a difference between a quote unquote, a civilian. Do like waiting till they 18, or not even waiting till they 18, but they're 18, and then a teacher that's in that school. That's what I'm saying, y'all.
Right?
Because that's just like how any of y'all in the military know a military person doing violence is different than a civilian doing it. Because the thing is, it's so. Number one, all y'all talking about is he got fired. Ain't nobody talking about, he got a jacket, he's on the sex registry list. Because I'm sure y'all would have brought that shit up if that shit would have happened. So my point is the barrier of entry for that is a lot less. And if you're a black man, look, man, let's be for real. When it comes to like dudes like Trey Songz, or even Deshaun Watson, we don't sit here and people, because the play that she's trying to run is, I thought y'all was against me too. We're also against dudes being stupid. Like before the Me Too movement, we have experiences. Like for instance, like I worked in a call center environment with like 500 people. It was a lot of black people. It was some white people. Let's be very clear here. If you're an ops manager, right, or you're a supervisor, a lot of supervisors got fired, and some of the times it was because the bitch was about to get fired. But they would holler at these chicks at the job and wait until later on to you to run that play. That's why I never did that, because I knew that I just didn't do that because I was red pill for red shit. But anyway, these dudes would get. I've seen ops managers get fired because they don't want to get sued and stuff like that. You know what? I'm telling you, you were told. When I went to the Philippines, the white dude, which is the division president, so basically he's the boss of my GM and had like 4 sites. He got off the phone with all the women and got on the phone with us, like on another line. And it was like 8 of us. Some of them was like my boss was on there, and I was like a sales manager. It was just only one per site. My boss was over a couple of sites. They said, "Yo, we had to send somebody back. Do not fucking fuck. Y'all can do what you want to do. Y'all can even trick. Do not fucking fuck with the people that work at the job. Period. And here's the thing.
That was smart.
And let me tell you something. And I'm gonna put myself into it. Yo, I was playing a supervisor role. I got everybody's phone number. Why? Because if they were late, I wanted to be let known. They did not tell me we weren't supposed to do that. They got me in the office because they said, "Why did you get their phone number?" Because that's what you do. That's what I do here. Like, what are you talking about? And then they tried to, they were grilling me, I guess, and they found, okay, there was nothing there. So they said, okay, fine. But that's how much they were trying to protect their bases. But that's how much they were fucking on it. Turns out the chick that was the assistant general manager from one site was fucking one of the dudes, but whatever, you know. But anyway, out of Nashville. But anyway. And the trainer that got sent back was out of Nashville. But anyway, my point is that's how much they were on it. So that's when I was like, damn, they're not playing, because there was no intention behind that. Because they saw I had all the dudes' numbers, all the women's numbers. It was just the people on my fucking team. But that's how,
and no evidence of any type of inappropriate text.
But that's how much exactly, yeah, because I gave them the phone. That's how much, because it was a burner phone. That's how much they were on it though. And I was like, wow. So they weren't playing because somebody already got sent home too. And so what they told us, and they was like, damn, they didn't say that. So they started saying they let, because we had like Filipino counterparts. So I guess they were the ones that was supposed to do that, but they never told me. So it was what it was. But anyway, the last thing I wanted to say too is there's nothing about our space as in, like our space. There's nothing in our edict of our space, whether it's SYSBM, Black Manosphere, Ignore,
nobody owns it,
or even because it has anything to do with training women to do shit.
Exactly.
Our job is to, number one, give Black men a voice. Number two, network. I'm not in any particular order. Network. Number three, advocate for what's in Black men's best interest, and really to get Black men, as Mr. Palmer would say, change the laws in your mind, change your perspective. Our job is not to change women. This is why when people like old people say, well, I talk about women, he talks to women, we talk about women. We don't, that's not our point. Our point is highlighting things so dudes can have a better perspective, so they're better able to go into this environment. It's not about changing the women.
And avoid pitfalls.
Exactly. So when
thank you. Picking better women.
So Danielle knows this. Danielle on the hangout, the BGS, and for women, she knows this. So for her to sit there and say that, like, this is worse than a lot of people saying it.
That's why it's so bad.
Exactly. So it's like you talk like, and then you gonna be like, well, Kevin Samuels said that. Like, yeah, that ain't what the fuck Kevin Samuels.
Yeah. Throwing a dead man under the bus.
Yeah. You lying on a dead man.
Yeah,
but that's the.
Go.
I mean, that's the depth of the irrationality. Because that's a white woman, they will not play fair against a white woman. Don't think they will. They will not. They will do everything within their abilities to interdict that white woman.
Yep, their eyes get green and they lose control.
Death Racer says Marcus denied the allegations, but let's be mad at Ty City for giving a black man a voice. Just believe Pearly, LOL. Let me be very clear here. Ty City don't give no fucks about that nigga. Let me be very clear about that. So stop acting like y'all niggas all of a sudden y'all shut the fuck up with that, Death Racer. You know good and damn well they don't. Ty City is using that as a political tool to throw egg in our face. And if you want to believe that, go ahead. The reality is Danielle herself said she would do the same fucking shit. So please stop that. Number one. Number two, he denied the allegations. What is he like? Number one,
who's gonna say, yeah, I did that shit?
But even still, that's what. And see, look, this is a teaching moment too. Because keep in mind, we got a teacher on here. You right? That's not this. Remember, what did I say was the job of our space to change your perspective so you can better engage in the environment. That's not the barrier. Like the ops managers and I'm talking about black men. You know, they had good money. They was getting good compensation plans. That's not the barrier. As a heterosexual black man, all they got to do is go in there. And so and if there's anything to that, and I promise you, it wasn't that they just fired people. No, what it was is they be keeping track. They may not always tell you, but they be keeping track of certain stuff that's in there. And what they do is they'll slam you with it. Because a lot of times if you want to get attorneys or stuff, this is what we really got. So, and so it's like, you understand that. So when people say, oh, he denied the allegations, you have to understand how sensitive that is. And see, when Red went up there, I don't think she's going to say it in this video, but what she said is her younger sister was going to be up under that coach. And she's going to say it. I think she's going to say it.
She did say it.
So my thing is, y'all,
basically, yeah, she said it.
What you all literally are doing is you all are literally creating a wedge issue. This chick is not in, regardless of what we say, this chick is not in this space, number one. Number fucking two, it ain't not a guy. Y'all want to bring up Glendon? You niggas didn't do shit. He making more money, and quite frankly, he actually accelerated in his content. He's got more subscribers than he did before that as far as acceleration. You know, like not because of that, but so y'all didn't do shit. Just like y'all not gonna do shit to Pearly. So you're not attacking her. You're attacking us. Yep. That's what you're doing. And you all think that you're righteous and you all are taking a nigga you don't know at all. And you all are using this. And then if y'all get mad, if we basically like bite back on y'all, now y'all go feel some type of way. So understand, like when it comes to these pro-blacks and all that, they didn't, regardless of this situation, you wouldn't like the bitch if this never happened. Y'all would just find something else. And y'all are talking to us like we don't know that's what y'all are doing. Like, remember, DC was in here and DC gave y'all the benefit of the fucking doubt.
Yep.
And until he started seeing something, he didn't even see this. And you come in here, just believe the white bitch. Nigga, fuck you. Because the reality is, I really don't want to go there. But like I'm going to say this. I don't want to bring other people into it. There are certain people that y'all think are untouchable, like Crimson Cure. The truth is, Crimson Cure ain't untouchable. The reality is there's certain people that will say certain things that are close enough to her in Angry Man's camp that the shit they say could be valid. But the problem is ain't nobody trying to really start shit. She says good points. And the stuff that they saying ain't like, I ain't talking about no Me Too shit, but I'm just talking about don't rise to the same level to even do that. It is what that is, right? Everybody has something they could say. Melanie King. A lot of y'all niggas wanted to reach back in her child accounts when she was doing children, and y'all want to basically make her look bad. We pretty much shut that down because ultimately that would make us look bad.
But here's the thing.
My biggest problem with the women is not the women.
Look, nigga, let me tell you something. Hold on. Jeff Fraser, you keep running your mouth. I got a moderator thing. So you fuck me for Pearly. Like this ain't this. We being serious. You got something to say, bring your bitch ass up.
Yeah, all right. Okay.
Like I'm not even getting mad. I'm not even getting mad, but I'm saying you're not going.
I got him. Okay.
Y'all could be over there with Ty.
Hey, go ahead, Ed.
Concentrate.
My biggest problem with the women in this environment is not the women themselves, because women gonna be women. This stuff that Danielle did and Pooh and Pearly, that shit is predictable as rain in Seattle.
Yep.
You know, my biggest problem has always been the responses of the men, the lack of maturity, the lack of cohesiveness, the simpery, whatever. All that shit just gets exploded all over the damn place. Whenever there's some whiff of coochie anywhere near you niggas, man, and it's really disgusting. It really is, you know, because you expect women to do the shit that they gonna do. They you know, you're not gonna, they gonna do what they gonna do. If it's a white woman around, black women gonna act a certain type of way. Sorry, that shit, that's just gonna happen.
Yeah, let me address Death Racer for a goddamn minute. If you've been, unless Death Racer, unless you are mentally deficient, right? I'm assuming that you're not. Okay, I don't normally like to do this. Unless you're mentally deficient, it's not about her. We've done a whole show about them throwing this white woman at the black manosphere. Okay, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. Unless you seriously have a low IQ and you can't understand basic facts. Now, we've been going through this for like 4 days. Okay, 3 hours. If you can't understand that, man, shut the fuck up. I'm hoping that you have common sense. You can put 1 + 1 + 1 together. It equals 3.
And I just
hold on. Let me finish, okay? It's really simple, okay? And you come in here with that bullshit, trying to stir up shit. Why don't you go over there with them, okay? We know what they're doing. They're trying to slag the black manosphere by using this. And Sister George and Sister George is doing the same goddamn thing. If you feel some kind of way about the goddamn white woman, go to her channel. Because this is not about her. It's about the hit that they're trying to put on the black manosphere. Now, if you think niggas are done, hey, dude, YouTube is a big place. Here? YouTube is a big place. Go someplace else. You feel me?
I want to say this because this is important. This is the point. Instead of letting her hold whatever that comes to her. So you really believe that this video that we're doing right now is going to save her? You see what I'm saying? And when you look at the video that Supreme did when he typed earlier talking about, he's going after her head. So let me get this straight. You believe that what Danielle is saying is going to affect her. Keep in mind the Glennon situation and how much y'all did that when Aubrey and Preach even got involved in that, right? And this chick is a white chick and much bigger than that. And in a situation, Me Too shit is not bad on YouTube. So you believe that what Danielle is doing is gonna magically erase all of the black people that ain't got nothing to do with this space anyway. Like
she said what she did was to help us. How does this help us?
But I'm not even talking. I just want to focus on that thing. This is the mentality here. Like in his mind right now, we are doing a phalanx in front of the white woman that's keeping the missile that Danielle sent. The only reason this video is up is because Tampa Supreme put it up because his intentions, which is fine. That's cool. There's evidence, and that's cool. I'm not going to shoot that. And so you believe this video Tampa's putting up that I'm playing, because technically the video's up now, that this going to spread and just delete her channel? Like, you see how retarded you're thinking? And you're saying that we're the issue when really you're just emotionally resonating with the chick.
It's not even the issue. Basically, this is just part of the general problem. Okay.
Yeah.
This is just one in particular, and she basically tried to paint the whole manosphere that she's a part of as pedophiles.
Now keep in mind, she's a habitual line stabber. Keep in mind that Roger basically, and technically, I've always thought Roger and Kev, and I'm not blaming them.
That's not what you're saying in that chat. Shut the fuck up. That's not what you said.
No, that ain't what I heard. Yeah,
that's not what you said. Come on, stop with this. Stand on your goddamn square, okay? That's not what you said. We can read. Now, if you want to hit a link, you want to come up here and you want to debate this, because I've been in this goddamn on both spaces, right? I know what the fuck.
I'll send you something in that. Ed, I'll send you something in private.
I know what the fuck is going on, and we don't need you throwing gasoline on this bullshit. It's Negroes like you to keep this bullshit going. We know what she said. She tried to use Pearly to paint the whole manosphere, black manosphere, that she's a part of. Because she's mad because a white woman happens to be doing so-called black content, which was absolutely none of her goddamn business.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why y'all don't take this to anybody. Like, ain't nobody taking all this bullshit to Anton or the Lapid Network, or they not taking this bullshit to King Riches. Yeah. They just focus on it. You think I'm not paying attention? If y'all really cared about it that way, then y'all would be going after everybody. Y'all ain't really talking about Courtney with the fact that she was associated with that. No, you all, this is strategic. I mean,
because the real threat to the status quo is here. Not with Anton, not with Lapid, not with Courtney. This is the real threat to the broader status quo of the gynocracy. So everybody knows that, and that's why this area is always going to get disproportionate amount of attacks and whatever, even given the relative small size of it. The real power and the truth of the message is here. That's why they're going to create any and every way possible fallacious. Otherwise, black men are the white men of the black community. That's all that shit's going to be directly.
I said this in multiple videos. If a black, pro-black, or the so-called pro-black people like what's his name, Wale, he actually wants to talk to us, we got streams 7 days a week. Bring your ass up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
bring your ass up here. I actually had a stream with his name on it. Did he bring his ass up there? No,
he never does.
No, and Obsidian did too. And well, not his name, but for him to come up, Archer went up, Danielle went up, Red went up, but you didn't, because again, this is a direct hit on the black manosphere because it's gaining too much influence and power. That's what it is. That's easier. Because his folk, the young guys around him actually mention this kind of stuff. Okay, it needs to be taken out because it's messing up this so-called matriarchy we call the pro-black community. Right? They're trying to mess it up because it messes up with their money. Because the people that actually support the conscious community, the pro-black community, are black women. That's where the money is. Everybody knows it.
And we've been talked about politically.
We didn't have to talk.
We've been talked about politically. Sorry, Ed. We've been talked about politically, and in a way that's respected, where we are gaining some respect, and we don't need this kind of hit, especially not from our own.
No, well, even still, because what's gonna happen is y'all gonna get purged out. So when y'all start to reveal yourselves, I mean, don't think that people ain't collecting information as far as who's saying what. And
I've gone to bat. I've gone to bat for Sister George and for years for Sister George and Concrete Rose to be in this space. Okay.
You know how much BGS has took for BGS for women and their stuff. He gets BGS get directly blamed for them.
Well, that's why it hurt when I heard that shit, man. It hurt hearing that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it did not look good. It wasn't a good look at all.
So let me
let it play, man. Yeah.
Because my Just Say No Wireless.
I was trying to tell brothers, when this stuff first came up, what did I say, Ed? Ignore this stuff because I know what it is, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, but people are not going to ignore it because it's red meat. They're going to chew on it, and it's going to keep going, and it's going to devolve into what you just saw. Because I know black women, when white women get involved, right? They have no chill, and there's no, basically everything's fair.
No, what's up? And they feel, and since they have this self-righteous indignation, right? And because of that, it fuels and empowers a level of impunity with them where they feel justified in saying or doing anything, because they have this righteousness that, she's an evil white woman, so I should feel free, weapons free. I should be able to say or do anything.
Yeah.
And if black men are if black men are being lynched or whatever in the process, so be it.
Yeah. Yeah. Let it play.
It's just like a dude selling drugs for to feed his family. The woman gets mad at him.
On that point.
Sorry, because my internet is acting.
Let me ask you something else, Daniel. Since I got you here, you and Concrete Rose had a very pointed show the other night, very recently, in which you basically more or less agree with Omawale Africa that Just Pearly Things is something of an interloper and a carpetbagger and getting on through profiteering off of black women and making them look bad. Do you still support
Same shit they said about Kevin?
That position, or has it changed over the course of this interview?
This is the thing. I don't prefer. And it could be a personal preference, but it's like black people to me have their own set of issues that are unlike anybody else's. And if you don't, it's the not having a lot of experiences. You know, you've had experiences, and I'm not trying to discount that, but I just, it's an uncomfortable thing because you're talking to a lot of black people. A lot of things I've seen, you know, seem like a bit exploitation. I'm not comfortable with it at all.
Oh my God. Now compare this to BGS talking about Richard Reeves and how this shows about talking about our issues and how that is a good thing as far as getting it in the political discourse. So guys like Dr. T and Tommy Curry can basically get involved. You see that it shows a fundamental misunderstanding of why we say what we say, or she's actively misrepresenting it for convenience.
What did BGS say? He said, it doesn't matter if our talking points are being used by white people. It just it lends more credence to what we're saying. It's still our message.
But see, she don't care about that. And that's the issue.
Because guess what? She's not a black man, is she?
Yeah.
Don't.
She's here at our pleasure, right? Because you're not a black man. You don't have the same experience that we do. And you're here because we allow you to be here. If you don't want to be here, don't be here. Go do that with black women if that's what you want to do. Okay? Nobody tells us who to associate with or who to listen to.
Yeah. Exploitative.
No, and don't get me wrong. Let me say this. Let me just clear this up. Yeah. There are some things that I absolutely agree with her on. Absolutely.
So what exactly do you find her saying that's exploitative? I'm trying to get to
it was her previous videos where she was reacting to rap videos and trying to translate them, and you know, when she was,
oh my God,
so she went back and researched her.
Oh yeah, clearly,
like a good momentum from Kevin Sam, you know, doing the Kevin Samuel stuff. It was like, okay, I see you, but I don't know. The jury's still out.
You didn't think the rap videos? You didn't like them? I used to
no, not really.
I used to react to rap music.
Gotcha.
Me and my ex-boyfriend used to react to them together.
I'm glad you mentioned this. Let me ask you this, just Pearly Things, because this is another thing. A lot of people are accusing you of having jungle fever, basically. That your boyfriend or your significant other.
I mean, like I said, Obsidian ain't shying away from this shit. No. Like Omawale try to act like he was just, you know, come on.
Your gentleman is a black man. I don't know if he's black Brit or black American, but in any event, he's a black man, and that is your kind of entry point into, you know, going into the black community. I don't know if you prefer to speak to that or not, but
Tampa's typing.
That's something else that's been circulating around. I just wanted to give you a chance if you choose to speak to that.
I hate when niggas do them eyeballs, by the way. Women too.
Yeah, my ex-boyfriend was black. Yes.
Okay. Anything else, Miss Danielle? Well, let me ask you this question, Danielle, because you knew Kevin in his lifetime. Just Pearly Things consulted with him on two separate occasions, met with him at least once, if not twice. I have to ask, did you do the same thing?
Actually, I received a lot of advice from Kevin on the back end, and it's not that we talked every
you know, because niggas don't pay for shit.
So
but
this is no. This is just a long no.
day or anything like that. But you used to hold panels, and
man, that don't count. Then Kevin
that don't count exactly.
Kevin gave me advice. Kevin gave a lot of people advice.
Yeah. Larry Parker gave me $500.
And Kevin, we brought Kevin, you know, as a favor to me, Kevin used to come over to BGS for women. So we did have panels with Kevin.
You know how many panel hours that I got with Kevin? Then I got quite a few. If you're gonna count that shit.
If you're gonna count that, and what I'm saying is that we did it, and but we don't get credit for that shit.
Cool.
Kevin can't put that on his taxes.
No, he did. He did it as a favor to me.
Get to the major shit now. Let it go.
He had a couple things that actually happened to some family members while we were in those back chats and stuff. And it wasn't anything. It was business stuff. But Kevin would actually give us advice back then.
Gotcha. Very good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me get Grover.
You say Grover. Oh yeah.
So did it end?
Oh yeah, it ended. My bad. I'm okay.
Oh shit. So after that, he basically said he had Pearly to tell how much she spent. She spent $2,000 on Kevin. Yeah. She spent she consulted with a couple other black dudes, and they were like she said it was
and lead attorney.
Yeah, she said it was like $400 and something, and she bought lead attorney's course too, and he got some help from her.
That's good because he could put her as on testimonial.
Exactly. So she been paying black men, and that's what Obsidian said. She's been paying black men to get on. The same thing that Dr. T was talking about when the white women come to his class to learn about black men. So she went to the top. She asked for advice from Kevin on his show, and then he tore her a new one. So then she paid for a consult. Not only did she pay for a consult, she paid 2 times and had him to get her set up for her to start streaming better.
According to Courtney, she paid black men off so we wouldn't argue. So now it's because we all got a check from Pearl. We got them Pearl bucks.
There's a difference.
Apparently. And my thing is, if that's what you believe, I need to check from Danielle. I need to check from all y'all. Shit. Yeah. Credit Cure owe me some money because Lord knows I shared a lot of her shit. Yeah, if we're gonna do all that, I mean, get the fuck out of here. Man.
They owe me some money because I used to promote their stuff.
Yeah, I mean, are you serious?
We all owe you money. Sure
do. Y'all ain't shit. But yeah.
I mean, but it's we've done too much today. I wish I could find that Cynthia G one when he brought up Cynthia G. That shit was funny as hell.
But how does this make y'all feel for real after watching this? And y'all watched the piece. I mean, there was more after this. I hate y'all didn't get a chance to see that, and the part before where he was talking about Omawale, and he was basically tearing Omawale up just like you did, BGS, when you was on the show. He couldn't even let you talk on the show without trying to say that he knew what the hell you were going to say before you were saying it.
Yeah. Well, what fucked him a mile away up is BGS did something he usually don't do, even when he got people in the chair. And you know what that is, BGS?
What they do?
That's fucked up. You started laughing at him, man.
Yes, he did.
I've done.
Yes, he did.
I've done that before because I don't like I don't like somebody that has no idea what they're talking about, because within like 2 minutes I know whether you know what you're talking about or not, right? Like Rodney has never ever heard me laughing at him when he's actually talking about what he knows what he's talking about. Nope. I actually cleared the floor for Rodney. Rodney's there doing the job. He's seeing this shit. I actually brought Rodney on during COVID because Rodney, what are you seeing? The patients that are coming in because the doctors are lying. What are you seeing?
Yep.
I give Rodney, I gave Super Trish, I get all these people the floor, including Nicole.
Yeah.
Take the floor. I'm gonna shut up and I actually defend y'all. I said these are experts. I don't care what you guys say. These are my experts, okay? Because they're doing the job. I'm bringing them in because I need accurate information. And what Rodney said,
they were paid off. That shit ain't real.
But I actually said that. I said when my experts. When I actually put them in place, I said what they say is gospel to me. And Rodney can tell you when Rodney says something, especially being a nurse, that's gospel to me.
Yeah.
Okay, 100% gospel to me.
Yeah, and he didn't respect you as a guest. He had you on the show and asking you, and he should. It's just like having an expert witness and then telling the expert witness they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, that's why I laughed. I said, since you understand this so well, man, go ahead and tell me what you think. Okay, that's why I started laughing.
And then he started to stay in and realized it wasn't making sense, so he backed out. Yeah.
And then when you talked about what was it? You talked about the military command in Africa.
Yeah, AFRICOM. Yeah,
AFRICOM. And then when you start talking about, the dates and shit, and then I start going, oh shit. Because I used to be in the military, so I was like,
yeah.
He's telling you stuff and he's not putting together there's certain dates.
Yeah.
I'm putting together the dates that you're given are dates when certain things happened.
Yeah, man. I followed this. Because I actually, because of my group, the group I was in, it was my job to actually follow this kind of stuff, right? And I actually, I used to listen to. They used to do this at, I forget the place in Baltimore, John Hopkins, right? Used to give these military talks, right? The DOD used to give these talks about China, about defense, and all that kind of stuff. I used to listen to that stuff back in the mid 2000s, right? And listen to the recordings. They're actually saying exactly what the plans are, right? The books, the theories, the tactical theories, the plans, all the kind of stuff. I used to listen to all this kind of stuff, right? So I know this stuff inside and out because I've been following it for over 20 years.
And they don't get that. You're talking about stuff. He's talking about stuff right now that you were in the preparatory planning for years ago. That's why I think people don't have that appreciation that nothing happens in an instant.
No, this stuff was mapped out. I actually gave him like 3 books. Go read these books, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I gave him the policy. I said, look at Teresa Whelan's policy on government space. It's still up there. Go look at it, right? Colin Powell actually Colin Powell said it about AFRICOM, right? And basically, I had like 10 guys in the military say the exact same thing why AFRICOM failed because they didn't trust black soldiers to actually police this, which is what Colin Powell said. Okay, but the thing is that he thinks he knows this stuff. That's why I started laughing. But I said, good man, go ahead and tell me what you think. Go ahead, man. That's why I started laughing. Okay, because its point is silly.
Yeah,
its point is silly.
Yeah, the show it was difficult to look at because he's telling you about what's going on in Africa and why Africa doesn't need infrastructure, and I'm like, that's dumb as hell. That's dumb as hell. Why? How are you gonna? And he said they only have infrastructure just so that they can pretty much extract resources. It's more than that. It's ease of movement.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that the thing is that he finally got away from it because we're actually supposed to be talking about SYSBM, right? He was trying to trap me because I said the plight of the black people and the experience of the black people, the reason the way they are is because of white supremacy, which I have said that from the very beginning. That's obvious. It's obvious. Yeah. So he was trying to trap me. I said, okay. I said, what's your version of white supremacy? And that's when we're going down that rabbit hole. Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you told him that we couldn't get out of it because that's the system that we all operate in, I don't think that he has the macro vision to be able to see how pervasive white supremacy is.
Well, at the end of the day, a lot of them dudes are like, he's smart, he is, and he's well learned. But the problem, Red, but the problem,
he ain't that smart.
Well, but the problem is they run it. Usually, this simple language is the best language, and what he does is the same thing a lot of these other motherfuckers do. They try to use big words and big ideas. And that way they give them a perception that they know more than they do. And they never can simplify. This is why when you ask them a direct answer, they never want to give you a direct answer. They want to give you a story. I'm like, you can give me a story. Tell me your answer. They give me the story. Right. Don't tell me the story. Then give me the answer. Right. And you do that because of your, I mean, for real. Yeah.
That's right. It's stalling as a way of thinking.
Yeah, and most people, the thing about BGS is BGS can challenge them it's kind of like Dooku. Dooku don't got to worry about most lightsaber duelists until somebody can last long enough till he feel that power, which is why Anakin took both of his fucking hands off because he could outlast that, and that's when that age started doing. Same thing with Qui-Gon and Darth Maul. That's him. He's not used to that, so when somebody can challenge him on his face, though he can't even argue that, you're not educated. This is where, George maybe used to say, you ain't read the literature and all. They always retreat back to that bullshit because they'll try to say, even though the shit they're saying doesn't make sense in the moment, they'll try to say, you don't know as much as me. So it's like what, preachers do with the Bible. You ain't read the Bible as much as me until they start talking to an agnostic. They probably read the bitch more than they have. Right, and then they start to look stupid. So they avoid those conversations. Or what they'll do, what Amawale will do, and Obi is they'll get. And by the way, Anton did this. They will get involved and realize, oh shit, the people are smarter than I thought, and then either they'll calm their ass down, talking shit about the space.
Yeah.
Or they'll retreat back and come back. Amawale kind of came back, and now he's with he's trying to. I mean,
he ain't bothered me since, because he tried to tell me about the conscious community and pro-black and that kind of stuff. And I said, dude, I said the conscious community, or what we call the pro-black community, actually broke up after 9/11. I said, if you go back to Maxine Waters bringing in the having to bring down the CIA director John Deutsch about crack cocaine being flooded into Los Angeles and CIA being a part of it, right? John Deutsch never forgot that. And he said, yeah, I read about it. So, motherfucker, I was there at the meeting when he was there.
I remember that.
I saw the snipers on top of the rooftop. I said, that's a different experience. You read something that you think that you read something. I was there. I was in the middle of that.
Yeah,
and I was in the middle. I was in the middle of my friend bringing Gary Webb to Los Angeles to actually talk about this, because nobody actually talked about it until then. He actually went down to Ricky Ross's jail cell down there in San Diego in the federal pen to talk to him. Said I know this intimately more than you do. Okay, don't try to pull that pro-black card on me. Like I said, there's only 3 people I actually respect. I said this in my video, right? That's Bitter Truth, Dr. T, and Art, because Art. Those are the only people that really know this stuff inside and out, because they grew up in it. Okay. Yeah. Art don't talk about it because he's trying to protect people like I am.
It's like, talk to me when the sheriffs jump out of the bushes on your ass.
Well, we just told him too. He told him. He said, when you told him that he said you can't defeat this system, and he said it's too big, and then what are you going to replace it with? Man, it was like it had taken the wind out of his sails, man. He
didn't even say system of justice. I mean,
he couldn't. And then he started arguing about we just tried to use Matrix as an example, and he was trying to say that the people inside the pods weren't alive. Yes, they are alive.
Yo, and even before that, if anybody that hasn't watched this video, you need to watch it. What's wrong with you? And BJS, you said you put the video where you was wilding out in the Patreon? Because I'm definitely gonna be watching.
Oh, it's on the Patreon. Yeah. I mean, people said I should have released it, but the thing is, I said
no, I get it. You pay for it. Stop being cheap.
No. Yeah. It's $1 if you really want to.
Exactly. But
$1.
Yeah, that's why, because I listened to it and I said, okay, too much name calling, this kind of stuff. Let me pull it back and just do a live and just
wait. Is this before you saw the actual video that I just showed?
Oh, that I didn't. Well, this is the one that you just showed with the sister, them being on that. No, it's actually the Amawale's thing when
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so in the beginning of the video with you, Amawale had, he did a couple of things. Number one, he tried to play something that somebody said about white supremacy. That's what got you.
That was mine. That was mine. Yeah.
Yeah. He tried to. Oh yeah, you believe in white supremacy, and then something else he did. I think. With the Matrix, but he was purposely playing shit in order to kind of set up the conversation.
Yeah. Right.
And the thing about it is, it's like, dude, it's kind of like a chick. You want to say that you come in partnership, but really you want power. We talked about earlier.
I knew it was a trap. The thing is that there's people that you walk in the traps and know what they're doing. There's people that try to trap you and don't know what they're doing. Okay, because he's never confronted me one-on-one live, but think that because he doesn't know the depth of my knowledge.
Yeah. So I mean, and like I said, man, at the end of the day, man, I'm not the type of person. Grinch is the dude that he want to go all in quick. I'm usually the nice dude. But I'm gonna tell you, when people want to really operate like that, it's like, dude, you don't understand, because there's a lot of stuff y'all don't see about this space. Like y'all see like our shit. Y'all ain't really dealing with. You know how rowdy the SYSBM folks can get. They're their whole other shit. And then.
There's a lot of people in this space that know a lot of stuff. Rodney's one of these people, right? And they have expertise in certain things. They don't have expertise in everything, but they have expertise in some things, right? And I actually lean on people like Rodney, people like Dr. T, people like Nicole, people like, you know, whoever, right? Because they know more than me. I know when to shut up and ask questions. Hey, man, you do this for a living. Teach me. I know, because Rodney teaches me. Nicole teaches me. Okay, Dr. T teaches me. I know enough to shut up and learn. Okay, some people don't.
Yeah, and she still don't realize what she said because she came out because I had a couple. I've been had a couple of streams, and she came on my stream, and like I said, when people brought that up with me, it might have been you, Rodney, or somebody else. I said, "Yo, that shit, I got to hear that shit for myself."
Yeah, I think I was telling you about it. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, I sent a text to BGS too. I said, man, you got to check this out, man.
Yeah.
Dude, I almost ran over shit. It was a chick in a walker. I'm sitting here because I got, you know, them sandbag ones that's got it on the dash and I'm driving. And then she decided to get right in the middle of the street with a walker. And this is like a 5-lane like street. And then she's just, boy, I was Grand Theft Auto, man, 5 stars. You know, I'm sitting there looking at it, but she was in there, and like I said, you know me, I was going in, but not really. I was being respectful while I was doing it. But like I said, I thought she comport herself. But this is the first time I really saw it from front to back, kind of what she was saying, and it's kind of like wow, like y'all just, I love it. Y'all just retreat to this is a bullshit.
You're gonna radicalize these black men all over again. That's what's getting ready to happen.
Yep.
Okay? We just got to the point where we're trying to transition from this radical red pill stuff, right? Which is needed, you know, which was needed, to something else to actually move toward a different spot. And you're trying to throw a bomb and try to start this stuff off. I said, I'm not gonna allow this stuff.
I'm looking at like at that the breakdown stream, and they got a couple 2 or 3 comments, and China White's in there. You know, she wanted these women to be lagging around, which, you know, I don't got it. She couldn't stand. She can't stand Jessica X either. Talk about when I say the manosphere is sad, I mean just that. I mean, you got a lot of these chicks.
Well, why are you here?
Black women have I'm gonna tell you, the biggest issue that black women have is this thing about y'all somehow want to be women, but y'all want to dominate. That's not how that works.
That's the black community.
Yeah, that's not.
That's the guy. That's what when I did my video, I said, look at this. You know, when I said, look at Omar Wale's thing. Look at the people look at their faces, right? Look at their reaction. That is the gynocracy in action.
And by the way, they didn't know.
Yeah.
Can I say something about the manosphere?
Go ahead.
We have to be honest and really look at this objectively. If we, and I've used we loosely because I'm just being honest. If we look at it from how is it that we talk about the dysfunction that these women are having coming from these single mother homes, and pretend or ignore that black. I know that's what I'm saying.
It ain't just single mother, boss. I wish it was.
I get it. I get it, but we're talking about majority.
No, you're talking about majority. No.
We're talking about collectively. Where if we're 70%, we're talking about collectively.
This is an age old.
Well, let me make my point. Let me make my point. You can't sit here and say that these women are coming out damaged and the boys are coming out unscathed. So some of these women, they do have a point when they talk about men in the space. I mean, look at how some of these dudes act. You have dudes who they actually have a disdain for women because of how their mothers have treated them growing up. They have a disdain because they are of the rejected class, and they have a disdain simply because they're just not dateable. They're not dateable, so they pin all their problems on women.
Dateable to whom?
Dateable really to a lot of different people.
No. They're not dateable to their sector of black women. Okay,
not just their sector, sir.
No, sir.
Hold on. Wait, let me explain it. Okay, please let me explain it. You're talking about guys who are. You have talking about guys who are overweight, unkempt, poor. All right, those guys aren't dateable to anybody's sector except for a very small, minute sector. All right, you talking about those guys who are trying to overshoot their skis, thinking that they can get a 10. All right, when they're a 2. I mean, you got to really look at it from. I mean, we're all layered. It may not be our world. It may not be the type of guys we associate with or whatnot. But these guys do exist. They have access to the internet if they have a smartphone.
Okay, so hold on.
I talk. Let me explain. I talk to these dudes all the time, right?
Right.
I talk to them all the time. Okay. That's where SYSBM came from. These dudes could not exist inside the black, inside the black community. I live in LA. Okay. I live in LA. I seen overweight dudes, black dudes, sorry dudes, dudes that not work being taken care of by women. Okay.
Yep.
Consistently. So that's not true. Okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying. These women have a point.
And the guys that are in this manosphere are not those dudes. Okay.
Well, I didn't say all of them.
Hold on. I want to crack it.
I'm telling you what I know, because the majority of the guys that have these problems are guys that have good jobs. They're educated. They speak the King's English. Okay. And the thing is, they're getting rejected by black women. Okay.
Not talking about them guys.
Yeah, but those are the guys that are in the black manosphere. The other guys aren't.
Yeah, but bitter.
Let me run up out of here, man.
Okay. Later, DC.
I fell asleep. I was tired, man. Fellas, nice rapping with you guys, man. All right, thanks for having me up.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, man. Time for me to head back to the man. I got to get up in a couple anyway. So
watch the replay, DC, so you can see that film.
Salute, man, and I'm gone.
Good night,
bud.
DC doesn't investigate. He keeps up on it. Don't get twisted.
Yeah, but bitter. Here's the issue I kind of have with what you're saying. My thing is, when you look at what black women complain about, them niggas are not who they're complaining about. So when you keep saying like them niggas that are the undesirables, like they are fat, they're lazy, they're this, they're that. So my question is, when you keep saying they got a point, that's not who the fuck they're talking about. Because my answer to that is date interculturally, date interracially. Ain't nobody in this space, not one person, is telling black women to date those type of niggas. So
I understand, man. But that's not what I'm talking about.
Do you know how you sound? That you sound that nigga that called in on Obsidian shit, talking about he listened to Cynthia G and talking about no, seriously, he was saying, I'll pull a clip talking, y'all get these niggas pregnant. Cynthia G got a couple of points, and when people kept asking her what the point was, all he said, you get them pregnant, you get them that. When you look at actually their complaints, because you keep saying they got a point. So their complaints has zero to do with those guys. Those guys are invisible. So when they talk about what the black community is not doing, they're talking from a personal experience. That ain't got jack shit to do with them undesirable dudes, because they are not even interacting with them unless they absolutely have to.
Well, then what the hell is a Ray Ray and a Pookie?
Oh shit! Hold on. Just calm down there. The Ray and Pookie. The street dudes that black women prefer because they got swag. Okay, that's Ray and Pookie. Ray and Pookie ain't got no problem with women.
So not all of them. Wait, hold on. No, because listen, not all of them are swagalicious. Do you understand? Hold on. Understand something here. I'm down here in Atlanta. I'm retired. Unfortunately, I spend a lot of time out here in the streets, and I see this shit. I see these undesirable dudes. All right, you be looking at like, why the fuck is this chick with this dude? Then you see these losers trying to holler at chicks. The chicks, either they reject them or they holler back on a playful note, because this is, like we say, this is what they're attracted to.
Because
this is what they come. This is right. This exactly. Okay. This is what they. This is what they're attracted to. This is what they complain about. A lot of these chicks have a basic college education. They have a basic job. They can afford them to at least dress nicely and drive a Nissan Altima and all of this shit.
What's your point?
Because you said they got a
because you trying to.
What I'm trying to say is that listen. You want me to explain my point, but you're trying to explain it for me. Let me do it.
Well, then do it then.
Jesus Christ. These are the same, look, the same dudes that are undesirables. These are the same dudes that these chicks chase after and then have these babies by, and then turn around when they get into their 30s, start complaining about no good men ain't shit. The stepdaddy season. Exactly. These are the same dudes that I'm talking about. I see these dudes out here in these streets trying to holler at these chicks. I just told a story with some dude in his 30-something. I think he was like 36, 37, a drunkard. Never mind.
What does it have to do with the black manosphere, though?
These dudes proliferate a specter of the manosphere.
No, they don't.
Okay, hold on. Time out.
Then why are they using manosphere talking points?
Hold on. Time out. So
I'm talking about physical experience.
So shout out to SWP, who literally what you talking about, he covered an hour this is yesterday, from beginning to end, which is saying why black men should go SYSBM and go and Passport Bro. Because
what's the title so I can keep it?
It's the video before his newest video. So it's the second newest video. It says why they left. And he goes through all of this because he finally came to the conclusion that these bitches are fucked, and he don't even want to talk about black relationships anymore. That's literally what he said in that. But he'll explain it. And that's SWP, who be holding out. He be going.
He's been here for 15 years. Yeah,
exactly. So my thing is, but going back what you saying, you keep saying they got a point. They don't have a point, because if this was my cousin, and it's like you're talking about undesirables that you're fucking, I'm gonna say stop fucking them. Even if you want to get with a white man, once you fuck them, you are sexually voting for that. Do not come to me on niggas that you're saying yes to, and then you complaining. That was the same shit that dumb bitch was talking about. That bitch with the linebacker neck in that video. And it finds out they broke it. We know you were attracted to him from jump, or that was the best that you can get. And then you say, they use. And this is what me and BGS got into kind of an argument about the game niggas, because you talking about the platinum elites. That's who that's who you don't know them, but they laughing for a reason. Because we know the archetype of what you're talking about. You talk about the platinum.
Are they part of the fresh and are they of the same mentality of the fresh and fit audience?
No,
the game niggas, and even still, fresh and fit audience that's not even a mainly black audience, and a lot of them ain't even ADOS black. So when you keep saying and anybody can use our talking points, that don't mean they not full of shit. So
that's true. They do be full of shit.
And shout out to Bruce Major for the super chat.
You know what this sound like? It sound like some shit just
to make okay. Now, what point do these black women have? Now, lay it out to me.
First and foremost, the prime example is when Fresh and Fit went after that Anna chick. All right, because she wouldn't sleep with him to be on the show. She had a lot of men, and as we saw, we had that one brother sitting up there who did that interview, trying to explain why he attacked this woman for no reason.
They do not fit none of the shit you talking about. But go ahead.
Shit, that's a Pookie and Ray Ray move right there. That's some.
So now we talking about Pookie and Ray Ray play, because that nigga Sudanese. I mean, that nigga.
No, not Fresh and Fit. I'm talking about the nigga that did the interviews that made a fool of himself. Those people, what I'm saying is, those people did not go away. Those type of black dudes.
Okay. Well, to make it make sense, because we're not getting
those. Listen. Those type of dudes did not go away. Those type of dudes did not go away. It's not like they vanished. So
what type? Hold on a second. What type?
Can I finish?
No, because we're not.
Because you want to look. Stop trying to argue with me and just let me finish.
Hey, listen to me. We're not understanding you. What type of dude is that?
You keep cutting me off. Let me finish.
Okay, finish then.
Those type of dudes didn't just go away. They still exist. They're on the bottom rung of it. Do understand that this whole manosphere thing has layers of men to it. All right.
Bottom rung of what?
So when these chicks, when they wind up having dudes in their DMs, or they're out here in the streets, and then when they turn the dude down or whatever, or the dude gets salty, all of a sudden they want to kick out all of these facts, data, and statistics. There's videos of niggas doing this shit to women that they shouldn't even be talking to. So when these women get on here, when these women get on here and they make their complaints about men, and some of the men in the manosphere do understand they're not pulling the shit out of their ass. These are the type of guys that are approaching them.
What kind of guys?
The ones that they're complaining about.
What? Okay. Give us a description. What is it?
They're
What
gonna
does he
say,
make? Okay. What does he make? What does he live? Education? What kind of guy? What kind of guy is it?
The men that they're complaining about are these guys who are emotionally immature. Okay. They're non-communicative. All right. They're combative. They're violent. All right. They're very argumentative.
Okay.
All right. And they talk about, hey, yeah, these guys, what do they say? These Kevin Samuels disciples, these fresh and fit disciples, these manosphere disciples, because you have a lot. You have a lot of guys who are in this space who are gang goofy. They don't know what the fuck. They don't know how to even talk to women. Ooh. So therefore, they come at these women like that. They come at them wrong. So therefore, these women do have a valid complaint. It's not all of us. But it is part of us that happens.
I'm gonna put this. Hold on, I'm about to put this shit in a fucking box right now.
It sounds like he's anti-Kevin Samuels.
Hold on.
I'm not anti-Kevin Samuels. I'm just pointing out the reality of the situation. Y'all talking like Manosphere dudes are 100% perfect. And that ain't hardly the case.
I'm about to put this in a box right now. If the Black Manosphere didn't exist, would those guys still exist?
Of course they would, but they wouldn't be using Manosphere talking points to come at these pigs.
Okay, babe. Guess what, man? It's called the internet, right? Okay, we can't control who use what talking points.
Nigga,
I didn't say that.
That means they're part of us.
You got hustling ass Christians. So if we eliminate Christianity, ain't no hustlers no more.
So
they just gonna use some other shit.
Let me ask you this, right, babe? Because I got 20 subs that have Ivy League educations, right? They use the same talking points. What's the difference?
I'm not talking about the content creators. I'm talking about the guys who
these are subs. Who can we control who listens?
So what's wrong? So here's another question I got for you.
Wait a minute. Wait. Stop. What do you think the Manosphere is composed of? What type of guys do you think the Manosphere is composed of?
Mostly middle class guys. Most of them are educated.
Okay, so mostly. So what about the non-mostly? What do you think they're composed of? What do you think they're comprised of?
They're regular working class guys.
And what else?
And what else? What do you mean what
else?
else?
So you mean tell me it's just well-to-do guys who have money and maybe lower middle class? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That's what it's comprised of? That's it?
In other words, basically what I'm saying is basically the whole strata of all black people all across the board are composed the Black Manosphere. So what?
So what you're saying is that it is comprised of men who do not know how to relate or talk to women, correct?
So how are they going to learn?
That's my whole this is my whole thing right there. You said it right there. See, here's the thing. You talking about guys who are out here trying to ride a bike without training wheels.
So what?
They're trying to ride the bike without training wheels, and then this is what I'm. There is a okay. So basically, it's wait. So basically, it's okay. Basically, what you're saying is that it's okay for these uncouth, untrained guys to go out and try to holler at women. Yes. Which is not a problem, but the thing is as I'm saying, when they wind up getting rejected, they fall back into familiar patterns. Oh well, like fuck what? You, bitch, and all of this stuff. They fall back into those patterns.
BTS, hold on, and guess what? Hold on.
And then they start spitting that Manosphere. Hold on, they start spitting Manosphere's talking points. Well, that's why you a single mom and blase. And then these chicks complain about that situation.
They were doing.
I guess I'm lying. I guess I'm just pulling shit out my ass.
No, this is where you're full of shit.
No, this is where y'all are full of shit. Listen to what these women are complaining about.
Don't stop, nigga. Like before, hold on. But that shit when I was in high school in 2001 or 2005. Before the Manosphere existed, they were fucking saying that fuck you, bitch. That's why you this. That's why you that.
Exactly. Yeah. And now they're throwing Manosphere talking points on top of it.
So what?
What?
If you a single
Oh my
mom,
God, y'all don't see the correlation?
No, wait.
Y'all don't see the correlation.
No, there's no
okay.
Bitter.
Yeah, I'm crazy. You're right. I'm
Yes,
crazy. I
you
know what the fuck I'm talking about. Clearly, I know what I'm talking about.
What you keep doing is you're making it sound like, see, this is what you're not, for some reason, not understanding is for people that are not seeing that, the way you're framing it is the manosphere. This is what they're going to pull from it. The manosphere is the crux of the problem. So remove that, you remove the problem. That's different than somebody. What you're saying is, let's say
I did nothing like that.
Let me give you, but that's how they're going to proceed. Like, let me give you a perfect example. My aunt has mental illness. She has schizophrenia. My aunt is a Christian. Like the thing that got her in a mental hospital is when my mom, and she's from Chicago now, was sitting in a wedding dress. She was married too, by the way, sitting in a wedding dress, basically on the corner waiting for a pastor that she was obsessed with to pick her up. She's in a mental institution 15 years. And then, basically the rest is history as far as her coming, blah, blah, blah. And long story short, because we got her out. But the Christianity is what she imprinted with. You keep saying, using a manosphere as if these women got a point. First of all, these women are not. The reality is a woman that's attractive or quite frankly has a womb is going to get attention from dudes. And whether they use the manosphere, whether they use Christianity, whether they use whatever, that is not a point. So you keep on just associating the manosphere as if that's the crux of the situation. The truth
That's
is,
not what I said at all.
that is how it
That's
will
the way
be
you're
for
taking
me.
it. What I'm saying and how you're taking it is two different things. Because you can sit up there, hold on, and let me look. I'm gonna make one last point, and I'm gonna let y'all have it. Because you can sit. Okay, I will. Because you can sit here and watch these female content creators who are in the male space, and you will see these niggas simping like a motherfucker. Now you trying to tell me they're not manosphere?
What is that?
Are you telling me they're not in the manosphere? Listening to females talk manosphere talking points? So wait. Are those guys who listen to these women who talk manosphere talking points? Are those guys not in the manosphere? Because they listen to the guys too.
They are now.
Are they? Exactly. And when you see these guys in these girls' comment sections, these niggas be big time simping, spending their fucking money and all of this shit. So you have those same guys who try to go out here and try to talk to women. They be sitting up here simping and shit. And like you said, that fuck you bitch has been going on for a long ass time. You think that shit all of a sudden disappeared now because they have manosphere talking points in their head?
Let me ask you this.
Them be them same niggas.
Does the manosphere teach that? Do we teach that?
That's the home talk. That's home talk. That's home talk. That's environment talk.
Do we teach that?
I didn't say we did. I didn't say we did. Not one time did I say that's what the manosphere taught. I said that them type of niggas listen to manosphere talking points. They listen to manosphere content, go out here and try and talk to women, and then when they get rejected, they fall back into old patterns before manosphere. I said that.
So what does that have? Okay. Time out. So on my channel in particular, I tell people black women can choose, because remember, I'm a short nigga now. Now I have my features, but black women can choose whatever they want to choose for whatever reason. They have that right. And as a man, first of all, if you're like, let's say, if you're 6% of the population. And I tell people to date out, not because black women are necessarily bad, because you need to figure out, you need to make it clear, is the problem you or is the problem a cultural compatibility issue? The quickest way to figure that out is to date people of other cultures or other races. And if they're all giving you the same similar feedback, well, motherfucker, it's you. So now you need to go and figure out what you need to do. The problem is the black community, black women, and you see this in this Pearl situation, they don't even want you entertaining other people because they don't want you. Same thing with the passport bros, because they don't want it to be a chance that it's a cultural compatibility issue. So what they simply do is they come up with all this bullshit to talk about. You don't know how to talk to women. You don't know how to do this. You don't do this. Is why I say the black manosphere should promote black women dating out, because
they don't want to believe that they are a problem.
Well, That's the thing is, it's what you control. And now if you're too broke, then you can't date other groups because let's say your proximity, you're in the hood and you're in the proximity of nothing but black folks, and you got to do what the fuck you got to do to get out of that. Hell, you can join the military. Grinch did. Like, I'll give you a perfect example of the whole shit. And I want to get this off my chest. Because some of y'all, and actually, I didn't know if he was talking about me, but I just got a confirmation with this. So I got these, hospital shoes, little slip-on shoes, because I work from home. So when I got to go get something, I got to go get in my car, run some errands, whatever. I make the clothes. Clothes don't make me. I don't give a fuck about being seen, I'm not like that. You can say that's a white tendency or whatever, but I don't have this thing where I got to have Jordans on, I got good shoes on, I got to be fresh to death. I go get what I need, I'm gone. It is what it is, right? So Ramil and Ty City, their little uncut channel that they want to do because, the shit they say is just too raw for YouTube, even though they're still fucking on YouTube. They decided to make a video clowning me because, on my phone, I show, when my hair's not cut. I show, when I look raggedy because I don't give. And so they want to make fun of my shoes, talking about air beggars, air this. It's funny. I found out because Grinch was laughing about it, and it's funny. But my thing is, if you look at how much I've promoted Ramil, how much I have advocated for Ramil, same thing with Ty City in the background. This ain't really got nothing to do with you, Bitter. But I'm just saying, this is the unhonorable shit that I'm talking about. So when, for instance, the dude came in, and look, I ain't got an issue with him, but hey, it is what it is. He's the conversation. He came in and talking about, well, Ty City said, and this. Yo, Ty City don't give a fuck about nobody. People gave Ty City a legitimate chance. Ty City did a lot of hoe shit. And basically, I was one of the ones, just like how when me and Nameless were defending, O'Shea, and BGS was saying what he was saying. It wasn't because it was BGS. I just went along with it. It was this, but I didn't see that third video, and we had to capitulate. So I read that note that I read because I'm going to acknowledge the shit. But my point is, you got dudes that they do not operate within a level of honor, and I don't give a fuck about talking about bitches or whatever. Honor is a choice. And you have these dudes that they want to bring stuff up, and they want to add. This is one reason why the space doesn't grow. And so really, my point in making that is this: at the end of the day, it is not the burden of this space, and there's no fucking organization. I'll say it this way. Do you think we do Bitter? I'm gonna ask you: is Bitter still up here? He's still up here.
He's there. He's right
okay,
there.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think who you think is more does a better job sector wise? Who you think got more? When I say this, hold on, let me say this right. Who do you think's rhetoric overall aggravates the bullshit in each particular gender? Do you think our rhetoric allows men to fall into other habits? Because one of the reasons we're kind of coming at you this way, because this is the bullshit that he said. And it just you're saying in a more articulate way. And that just goes to show you how retarded his ass sounds. But anyway, do you think that our rhetoric allows men to fall into bad habits more? Or do you think the women's rhetoric that they say, and I'm not talking about the women over here, I'm talking about women like Chrissy Paris and them, allows women to fall into more bad habits that are not conducive to the outcome they want to have? And you don't got to give a yes or no. You can give percentages, ratios. I'm interested to know what's your answer to that question.
From what I'm seeing, the certain manosphere creators focus on the improvement of men.
Give us names then.
I'm talking about overall. I ain't
saying that's what I'm saying. As far as overall, I would say that manosphere creators, in all honesty, I would say a lot of them really just point out the fuckery.
Okay.
With some sage advice. But as far as somebody sitting down, long form, actually discussing men's issues, all right, it's really not that many of them doing that. It's more grifters in the manosphere than there are educators. And as far as the women's sector, I don't even pay them any attention. I don't listen to the Chrissies and the Crystalline Kerosins and the Cynthia G. I pay them zero attention. So if they're out there, they're out there.
And see,
in other words, what are they? What are the Black Manosphere creators that are grifters saying that you disagree with? That's not the truth.
They're not saying anything. They're not saying anything. The majority of the Black Manosphere creators that I see are guys who just make comments on TikTok videos and whatnot, and social media videos. That's the majority of what I see. That's not even in the Black Manosphere. That's general.
Let's finish. Okay.
The one guy that I do know that actually, like, he'll take a TikTok video, and actually it's really three of them. Mm-hmm. It's really only three of them. Well, I would say four.
Because some of the people you mentioned are not associated with our space.
I know they claim they're not. They claim they're not, just like Tariq claims that he's not a Black leader. Dude, but you out here making museums and shit. So you can say what you are.
Give us names.
The fact is that you got O'Shea. You got
O'Shea is said out of his mouth. He not.
Okay. I know that, but what is his content says otherwise?
O'Shea, but that's not.
No. Hold on, Ed. We asked him a question. They bite it for a second.
No, I got you.
Okay. All right. You got what's that dude's name? The dude that run the coffee pod.
All right.
Yeah.
You got mediocre tutorials. All right. And what's that other guy? Help me out. I know the Poor Man podcast do it too, but it's another guy. The light skinned guy, Thon Lex.
Yeah, Black Light. That's his name. His channel.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Black Light podcast. Right. You have those dudes. Like those dudes I'll listen to. You have those are the dudes who just do review videos. All right. But then as far as when you talk about actual Manosphere, you got you, you got me, you got Ed, you got Art, you got
who do you disagree
with? Sergeant Willie Pete. You got
who you disagree with?
Who do I disagree with?
Yeah, because you put an indictment on the manager. Who you disagree with? That you're pointing at.
I don't necessarily.
Regardless, you disagree with in general.
Yeah, in general, who are the content creators that you?
I don't necessarily want to say it because I don't feel like getting into.
Put it in a private chat.
No, hold on. No, hold on.
You know what? Yeah, you're right.
No. Julie, stop. Come on. We're trying to get to the bottom of this because this doesn't make sense, right? Because we get this all the time. Chat. What is the problem that with the management? Because basically, if we're putting out messages that are not the truth, that are not accurate, that's something. That's one thing. We can't help. If you put out the truth and women actually co-sign that, that's not our problem. It's not our fault. It is what it is.
I'm gonna do a.
And plus, too, he said content creators that commented on TikTok videos. I mean, hell, everybody done did that.
No. That's Chizzy Zed and the guys that he named, they are reaction channels, and that's important because the reality is, if more people did that, they would grow. We don't do that. That's not our style. That's not what we do. If y'all want to grow, that's a good thing to do. And here's another thing: Chizzy Zed actually is an internet marketer. Chizzy Zed is technically he's really a dating coach. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because he has an ebook, he has an email list, he has all that. I know because
now he's selling courses.
That he used YouTube as a principal way of generating traffic, which is why his stuff is. And to be fair to Chizzy Zed has him losing weight on his earlier frame of his channel, like the insanity thing. So Chizzy Zed is shown he runs a self-improvement. He would probably say he's a self-improvement coach. And he's shown this in the early. You can look at it at the beginning of his channel. You go to oldest videos and see the stuff, and then it evolved into the coffee pod. So they make black centric content, or male centric. Actually, Chizzy Zed makes male centric content. Yeah, he may have more of a black audience, but he didn't grow this way just off black men. And that's another thing. A lot of y'all. So that's him. Mediocre. well, it's very clear on what his route is. Same thing, mediocre. I don't know if he has a course, but he definitely has a Patreon. I know Chizza has a Patreon as well. They have a couple of different ways of monetization. I don't think Chizza has a course. I know he has an ebook, and I think he may monetize on his Patreon. Poor man, I don't know, but he gets AdSense. All of them get AdSense at this point. He has a Patreon, and he gets brand deals as large as he is. Black Light is technically a comedian. That's what he said, and as well. And then he does this kind of as a way of promoting his stuff. And he's growing now. He's at 35,000 subs. He has a Patreon. He's not an internet marketer though. So I would put him on an influencer category of that's the path he's trying to take. So and by the way, Don Lexi has said he's not black man. He's not Black Manosphere, and he said that not because he doesn't believe in the content, but because of what the labels do as far as being attached to that. And I get it. He's not over here, whatever. Mediocre is low-key said that as soon as they started jumping on his ass. He said that as soon as he lost one sponsor, he was like, F you did. And to be fair, he built his own shit. It ain't like, yeah, so I mean but none of them I would consider grifters, by the way. I mean, it just depends on. I mean, you got to understand too. People listen to certain people for the people, and so there's people that want to hear me because of the unique perspective and way that I go about it. It's not just the perspective, but the delivery. So some people may want to listen to somebody. Ramil keeps it real in their mind, and he's a bona fide street nigga in their mind. So, or certain people may have certain bona fides. Alpha Male Strategies has kind of the look and delivery. He has 500,000 subscribers as well. So it's different reasons why people listen to different stuff. The issue that I have with a lot of people when it comes to this YouTube thing is a lot of people don't ever sit down and act. This is what Obsidian kept trying to say. A lot of people don't sit here and think about what's their niche, what's their message, what's their market, and how to match it. That part of that is demographic. Part of it is an avatar of what people want to hear. So when you look at the people Haviz represents, which is, people that probably want, they want to give context to normal shit with like an aspirational edge, which is why, but they know it's a problem, which is why he always mentions Jordan Peterson, because that's who his motherfuckers listen to. That's why he always look like he's sucking Jordan Peterson's dick do a drinking game every time he mentions that. You might get alcohol poisoning. But, it's a lot of different factors, but what we're not getting is where the bullshit is. You still haven't told us where the bullshit is. Did you put it in the private chat yet?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, well, people listen to. Okay, I'm not about to name them, obviously. So the people that. Okay, how can I say this without?
And that particular guy is not Black Manosphere. Okay.
Yeah, so the mixed nigga is not Black Manosphere.
These white men, they're white men. They're actually selling Black men talking points to white men. That's what Fresh and Fit actually does.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know who the first guy is you mentioned, but the other folks, yeah, they basically do real talk what Pearl does. Like the third dude you named, he can trade on looks. So you can't really, unless he makes an obvious mistake, which sometimes he does every once in a while, you can't, he can talk to women and you can't really, he's a select guy. I mean, he's modeled, done all of that. So he can kind of say what he says without really, and he has that kind of armor around him where women can't really challenge him unless he makes a mistake. And he did make a mistake. And that's why Auburn Preach kind of went at him. So there's that. And truth be told, when his shit got on the Congress, he got banned. And then as far as the other folks you were talking about, the main folks that a lot of people would know, I mean, but when you say, here's the thing, when you say women, Black women, right? Because that's our main audience. That's who we're talking to. We're not talking to, but as far as Black men's experience. When Black women say that guys like that would listen to them, remember, Black women listen to that YouTube channel. They go on that YouTube channel. That's number two. And as far as the guys that listen to them, truth be told, most of them guys don't even like Black women that's in their audience. And that includes the black dudes. Trust me, I know. They've made it very clear when I was going up against, well, not going up against, but like having critiques on Fresh and Fit. Oh, but whatever. Fuck it. I mean, what they don't give a fuck about us. But anyway, I ain't gonna name the other people. But they don't give a fuck about black women. So when you keep coming back to these points, the black women that you're saying that have these points, those people don't fit that bill. They really don't. As far as their audiences. Because most of those audiences that you named, they don't date black women from jump. So what I hear is a lot of black women that they always want. This is the problem. And when you listen to B. Taylor, for example, in that show, they what it is they got the niggas that they want to fuck for free. And then they got the niggas that they'll fuck for a price.
Yep.
And then they got the niggas that they'll finesse if they allow themselves to. If them niggas are that green.
And if they do it effectively, they can have it all.
And so the truth is, these women are playing a game that they should not be fucking playing in the fucking first place. This is how you wind up with two kids with two different dads. So most of the time when they're creating all these complaints about men approaching them or not approaching them and game and shit, my thing is, okay, then say you have a boyfriend. But this idea that like, okay, when a man is, because let me give you an example just to meet you halfway. So when the dating shit happened in the 2000s, I mean, you were older than me, so you would have been a little bit more aware of this, because you would have had experience already. That shit worked at first because them white boys were basically taking shit from Alan Roger Curry to Rita Sheed, and they created a model behind that. The problem is women started to get wise to that shit because that shit was predictable, and they didn't really teach men how to be better men. They taught men how to follow a script. And if you don't make the script your own, women will start to pick up on that over time. And this was them selling them a product. This is why they didn't like the direct dating that Alan Roger Curry pushed to Mode 1, because that shit's either going to work or not work. And the burden is on you to become a better man in order to be able to make that work. Right. That's not what the purpose of that is. Not to help you close more. It's really to force women into making an upper. Oh, fuck the congressional maneuvering. Let's vote on it up or down. But you have to. But the hard part of that is you have to accept the vote that they give. And a lot of dudes can't do that, which is why they leaned on indirect dating, which gave all this not manipulative, but in between bullshit. That gave people the perception of if you do it right, it will work, which keeps you coming back to the same people. And so when you got to like 2006, 2007, 2008, really 7, 8, and the economy tanked, and then all of that, a lot of those guys shifted, white guys shifted and became red pill. This is where me and BJS, I get what you're talking about when you were saying that's what transitioned the game. Because for instance, David D'Angelo, his real name is Evan Pagan. Evan Pagan is a very powerful, strong internet marketer in the internet community. He's not somebody that necessarily promotes himself as a guru, but he's one of the people behind those people that really knows how to make money. And so you had guys like that. All of them weren't like that, were internet marketers. Some of them weren't. So a lot of them, they basically transitioned into the red pill thing because they evolved in female nature and blah, 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 blah. Long story short, that is an example of people feeding the market and poisoning the market. The problem that people have now with quote unquote the red pill is what we're saying now. It is what these women are basically saying. That's just another way of women saying there's not enough good men out here. I'm not sexually attracted to these guys. So they call them losers. You got women like Steph Co saying that bullshit. And in actuality, Steph Co either wants a nigga that's 8, 9, or 10, or she wants a white guy. And she can't get that. So now what these chicks start doing is they start saying men are losers, men are this or men are that. When in actuality, what they're really talking about is the niggas that they can't get. Because a nigga like DC, what did he say? He ain't on that type of time. I ain't playing that game. So now they got to submit to them. So what they do is they put up these fucking smoke screens. Do I see what you're talking about? Yes. But I've seen niggas say, fuck you, bitch. That they're too old to really deal with the red pill like that. They came up in a different era. So I'm going to keep it real with you. A lot of these guys that quote unquote take the red pill, them niggas, they be on Twitch. Some of them don't even be fucking with women from the jump. Because in order to actually be approaching women in real life, you have to accept where purple pill is. You have to accept the idea of game and shit to a certain extent. Otherwise, a lot of these dudes, The dudes that you talking about, they playing video games, they playing Xbox, they hanging out, they on Pornhub, they on Black.com, they on. That's what they fucking on. They're not even in the game, or they're in DMs. So anyway.
Or they might be the
But
ones
yeah, so
that
them
are out
niggas ain't
here
saying fuck you.
hurting these women when they get rejected.
They're out
What
here
I'm
doing what?
speaking on, or they're out here hurting these women when they get rejected. I mean, they come from. I do understand they come from all walks of life. I'm not saying they're majority coming from the manosphere space or anything like that. I'm just saying that there are elements of those guys in the lower rungs who listen to manosphere content. I've seen it myself out here in these streets. I even talked about it last year.
Most women.
Hold it. Let him finish it, because then we get into the crux of it, right? They listen to Black manosphere content, right? Okay.
Right. That's what I'm saying. They listen to Black manosphere content, and then they get out here. They try to holler at these girls because they're socially awkward. All right. The girls reject them, be it DMs or in person. And what winds up happening is that sometimes there's a physical altercation.
Sometimes, yeah.
Right. Sometimes there are. Sometimes there might be verbal, and sometimes they just let the chick go about their day.
And that happens. That happens no matter if there was no Black manosphere.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, when these women listen. When I say that these women are complaining about men in the manosphere, how they react, how they treat them. It's not that because now that you're in the manosphere, you're a solid person. You still have a lot of growth and healing to do. You still need to be one. You still need to be one with yourself. So when these women when these women complain about men who are in the manosphere, they're not talking necessarily.
How do you know they're in the manosphere?
Because when the women part of the women's complaints is that, hey, they're using these talking points, these manosphere talking points when they get rejected by these women. They throw this stuff in their face. There's actual videos of men doing this.
Hey, hold on. That doesn't mean they're in the manosphere, sir.
Good Lord, it doesn't matter. The women will, if you are out here using manosphere talking points, the women will listen. Jesus Christ, listen. The women will automatically assume, okay, you're part of that whole manosphere stuff. Because this is the same stuff that they be saying on the internet. It doesn't matter whether they a card carrying member or not. The simple fact is that they are putting stank on the name.
Okay, two points, right? Number one, okay, how we police people on the street?
You can't.
Thank you. Okay, now second thing, what's your remedy? Since this is a problem, what's your remedy?
The only remedy you have is to counteract it, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. You cannot. Listen. Look, we've already identified that there's a problem, right?
We're having a discussion, not a debate. Calm down, right? Okay. Saying you have to counteract it. How?
By what we're doing tonight. But the thing is, you have to recognize that it's a problem first.
How is it a problem?
Nigga, you got women.
I just sat here and explained it. I just sat here and explained it.
No. How is it a problem? Basically, are we telling the truth about women and telling the truth about the problems in the Black community? Are we telling the truth?
Yeah. Are the women lying about men approaching them, and then when they get rejected, these men all of a sudden start spewing all of the manosphere talking points? Are they lying about that?
You're going way beyond what I'm talking about, right?
But you're not, because you're not recognizing the issue that I'm saying.
First of all, if you're gonna talk, you gotta listen, right? Gotta listen. Because you're talking and not listening.
But you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I got what you're saying.
Then what am I saying? What am I saying? Because you're putting me, you're trying to put me on the defensive. Someone put you on the defensive now. What are the women saying about the men in the space?
What you're saying is that Black men out in the streets are listening to Black manosphere talk content, right? They're taking our talking points and information, actually going out there and using it, right? That's what you're saying, right? Okay. And when they get rejected, and they actually revert back to who they really are, Black women are actually accusing the Black manosphere of actually pushing these guys on them. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're
But
saying?
are the women lying though?
No. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but are the women lying though?
No.
We don't know whether.
In other words, I have listened to you. I understand what you're saying, right?
But I'm asking a question now. Are the women lying?
They're wrong. I didn't say they were lying. They're wrong.
They're wrong. Okay, but they're not lying though.
We don't know.
And this is the crux of what I'm talking about.
No.
This is the crux of what I'm talking about.
No, it's not. What you're doing is you're super.
How is it not? When that's exactly what I've been saying.
You are superimposing shit on shit. First of all, most of the violence, let's keep it all the way 100. Most of the violence against women are in domestic situations. So these are bitches. No,
I didn't even go there with that.
No. Well, no, I am. This is who they are fucking. Are more likely to fucking delete their ass. So when
not talking about those guys.
No, but my point is when you look at what a woman is complaining about, a woman is more likely to face that than this. So let's be clear here.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
The point is no, then really you're not talking about nothing.
I'm talking about the point of contact.
Well, even at the point of contact, we still don't know whether the woman's story about the man is true or not.
My dude, but because my thing is, you're basically saying that the black manosphere has a burden of policing, dating, and mating. That is like nigga. What the fuck do you think this is?
I didn't even say that. That's not what I said.
Okay, we'll make it plain because you.
We've already addressed it.
No.
If the question is the situation has already been addressed, which is to counteract it.
How?
By what we're doing tonight. Are we not talking about the black manosphere? Are we not talking about problems within the black manosphere?
Yes, we are. But
okay, so wait. So now that I brought up this problem, suddenly now.
No.
The women are lying.
In other words,
no, but we don't. I mean, look. That women have been saying things about their experiences with men. Dr. T was talking about a situation where he was talking to some I think sixth graders or something, and the girls were saying the exact same thing that the older women were saying. So we know that there's an element of adaptation to whatever story they're hearing from these older women, and we know that this is passed on. It's just like The Color Purple. It's passed on from woman to woman to woman. These women carry the bags from other women. Their experience, they share experiences, and that doesn't mean that that's a real experience for them, but they empathize with this woman's experience.
Well, my solution, number one, the SYSBM solution is don't fuck with black women in general. Don't talk to them. Don't engage with them at all. So if you look at what certain motherfuckers are saying in the space, is don't engage with black women under any and all circumstances. That's what some motherfuckers are saying. So that deals with your point of contact shit right there. Now we get into the colorism, featureism, racism they also bitch about that their channels are built around. So because my answer is date white. Don't even fuck with black men, and my answer is tell black men don't even fuck with black women. That's what my answer is. So understand that if you're a SY, let me tell you something. If a black man is talking to a black woman, that motherfucker, I'm not SYSBM, but to speak for them, if a black man is talking to a black woman on trying to pursue a black woman for a relationship at the point of contact, most likely that motherfucker's not SYSBM. So that sector of the black manosphere is already cut off. We know these black conservatives, these dudes, because they believe in traditional values, are not operating that way. And Igmores, who I pretty much count myself in, don't even take it that seriously. And passport bros are pretty much like, nigga, just don't even talk to none of these hoes out here. So the thing about it is, you take people. The thing why what you're saying is incredibly dangerous. I'm gonna bring somebody up. This is simp, Boyce Watkins. When that motherfucker blew that, they used that remote control car to blow up that dude in Dallas because he shot cops. They literally, I think, interviewed Boyce Watkins because he bought a course. Now we know good and well Boyce Watkins don't be talking no radical shit. Like not maybe even the most radical thing he ever said economically that I've heard, I'll say that, is basically talking about we need to buy black. Now he may have said some stuff behind the scenes, but in his courses, that's what his black business school is representative of. Ain't no military trainer or any kind of shit like that in there. Yet the FBI still talk to them. Same thing with Shireen Nasheed, what you're failing to understand is, number one, there is socio-political propaganda reasons. They want you to shut up, and all they got to do is say you're violent. And you're literally, the shit that you saying is literally might be a page out of Cynthia G's book. These motherfuckers are violent, yet your bitch ass, not you, I'm talking about Cynthia G. Yet your bitch ass are flying from Seattle, Washington, North Carolina just to get nutted in by a nigga that already got multiple baby daddies. These chicks, let's be very clear here. Black women are complaining about dudes not approaching them. So this idea that all of a sudden this is overwhelming, look at how these chicks are reacting to this average ass white chick. But all of a sudden, this ain't the 80s or the 90s. Black, like these Z's ain't even approaching these sisters like that.
In fact, the manosphere is probably the reason that a lot of black women are not getting approached anymore.
And then when you look at what the laws are, like in the workplace and everywhere, you know, this is what Danielle was trying to bring up. The reality is, if you do, especially as a black man, Tavis Smiley basically ran his shit. He was he pretty much owned his own production company within the network that he dealt with, and they still got his ass. The reality is there's already a climate in place to protect women. So this idea that we got to add an additional layer or we got to teach dudes, you know, ain't nobody, first of all, you have to establish who's promoting a message like that. Now, the people you put in there, I've listened to some of those people. I can tell you right now, the light-skinned nigga, the mixed nigga is not talking, like he talks about self-improvement. Andrew Tate talks about self-improvement, who you need to be as a man.
Mm-hmm. And don't waste your time calling a woman a bitch when she...
And they banned the fuck out of him. You didn't mention Andrew Tate, but they banned the fuck out of him. They banned, rebanned, reversed the car. As far as the other people and how they act, yeah, you might have a point with those folks to a certain extent. But at the same, on some of the ways they've approached themselves, but that's a propagandic way of shutting conversations down by making them seem violent. The reality is, most of these bitches get fucked up by niggas they actively deal with, not motherfuckers contacted them. Let's stop acting like that's the majority of violence that black women deal with. Black women are dealing with by niggas they are fucking.
Yeah, and Kevin teaches, especially when he talks to the guys, he teaches self-improvement. You gotta earn a certain amount of money. You gotta dress a certain way. You gotta wash yourself. You got all that stuff. So I
never said it was the majority.
So in other words, so when they use Kevin Samuels' talking points, they're actually selecting certain portions of his message, not the whole message.
Even if it's a minority, it's not our job to police like obscure motherfuckers.
That's not what I didn't say that
either. Okay.
Listen to RBR.
What are the complaints that women are making, and what do you think the remedy is? Because you can't stop these guys, no matter what you say, what you teach, from doing that. They're gonna take what they're gonna take.
So we do have to understand that does happen, though, right?
Oh my God.
It happens. It happens. Now what?
Okay, thank you. It happens. This is what I was talking about. You have these women who sit up here, they make complaints about how these dudes who use manosphere talking points to insult them when they get rejected by these women. That actually happens. I've actually seen it happen in real life. So what I'm saying is, and you want to know how do you counteract it? Well, easily. You just keep pushing the manosphere message. So that way it's like, no, like I've never said that. There's nobody in the space to whoever said that if they get rejected by a woman to start insulting them, to physically assault them, or any of that. That's right. That's why when y'all, what's the solution? I'm like, well, we're already doing it.
We're already doing it.
We're already doing it.
What's the problem?
I'm just saying that sometimes when these women say that, they're not lying. They're not pulling this stuff out of their ass, because I've seen it. You have guys who have actually recorded themselves doing that all over World Star Hip Hop and whatnot. It's not like the problem doesn't exist.
No, hold on. Who said?
I just made a statement, and then it blew up into this.
No, you blew up. We didn't blow up. You blew up.
I didn't blow. No,
you did.
I didn't blow up. I said, hey. I said, hey. Sometimes these women have a point when they talk about problems within the manosphere. With dudes talking to them using black manosphere talking points. That's all I said. And then y'all went on the whole defense thing.
First of all, that's not a problem. Okay, let me be like
it is for them.
Well, that.
Ain't no niggas trying to approach you using manosphere talking points.
Well,
You're taking these women too
we don't care
seriously,
if
dude.
we don't care if it's not a win for them though. We're trying to make things better for black men.
Well, no, that's not even my point. My point
You
is
can make things better for black men.
These are the same bitches that listen to motherfuckers with avatars of black girls swinging from a fucking tree on a goddamn neck of a black man. Like seriously. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about girls with real life experiences, dude.
Real life
What the fuck are you talking about?
Back it off. We're having a discussion, not a fight. Okay.
Right. This ain't no. I'm not talking about some internet. The women are not talking. The women are not talking about internet interaction.
Hey, babe. Who close to you this happened to? Because this seemed real personal. This can't
You're
be
not. I'm not talking. Listen. Okay. You're trying to make this all about the internet. I'm talking about. Listen, I've literally seen dudes out in the street do this.
So what?
Okay.
So what?
And you talking about some internet shit? I'm talking about real life. I'm talking about real life.
This is real life. You think
these guys? BGS? You have a daughter, right?
Whoa. I got two. Okay.
Right. So how would you feel if your daughter rejected some dude and then he started insulting her, talking about some baby mama statistics and all of this shit? You'd be like, damn, what type of clown ass nigga was that? Would you not say that?
Oh my God.
Okay. Hold on a sec. Let me address that. Right. I'd rather them do that than call them bitches, hoes, and sluts and stuff like that.
That gets mixed in.
Oh my God.
That gets mixed in. Oh my God, my ass. I've literally heard niggas say this shit to shit.
If we're gonna have a discussion, you have to stop that.
You need to go ahead.
No. First and foremost, stop dismissing my experiences.
No.
Who hurt you?
I live in LA. We actually let you talk, okay? nigga, I live in a black community. I see what goes on. I have daughters. You don't. I have daughters, okay? Okay? This has been happening to my sisters since the 70s. It's not new, okay? The verbiage might change, the talking points might change, but guess what? The same shit still happens, okay? It ain't changed. There's nothing that you can do about that. So that's because they listen to a Kevin Samuels video or my video or any other manosphere video, okay? And they actually use that stuff. There's nothing we can do about that. Zero.
I'm gonna tell you the solution. The solution is everybody needs to turn off. Everybody needs to go to the YouTube studio channel and then find the button to delete your shit. Cause that's the solution that these people that say that want. That's why they're saying that. So when they say, they're not saying that with a solution to the problem. They're not, oh, well, if you fix this, I'll be okay with manosphere talking points. That's not what the fuck that's not in their mind. So what they do, and I said this on my channel a while ago, is that you're gonna the fucking interest rate is going up because of the black manosphere. And it sounds like I'm being ridiculous, but any environmental change that these women go through that can have nothing to do with men. The fact that watch this, when if Stacey Abrams or Cheryl Beasley or the Democratic Party loses the Senate, so Biden basically says that, oh, well, we can't fucking do student loan debt because guess what? The Republicans are in it. They don't want to do it. Oh, that's the black manosphere fault. You're going to start seeing people blame us for everything that goes on. Hell, they already do. Which is why I call my shit Everybody Hates Black Men. Yeah, that's the shit Hafiz did. You know, marriage is going down because black men. Everything is our fault. I mean, this is literally, honestly, that shit in and of itself is low-key white supremacy. Because real talk, when you look at you are just, let me tell you something. You are almost as likely as a female putting her hands on you if you reject her as a dude. And that ain't got nothing to do with us. Just like how was talking about male coaches, you got female coaches.
Teachers.
Yeah. And so, again, it's this thing where you're taking something that, to me, I'm just going to say it right now, that shit is fucking irrelevant. And you're trying to make it relevant. Because if a chick brought that shit to me, you know what I would tell her? Number one, tell her you got a boyfriend. And number two, don't even look at a black man in their eye. Date white and be around white people. I would say. Because most of the motherfuckers are fucking, yeah, I'm gonna say it to you. Most of them are exaggerating that bullshit. Because we don't got the subscriber counts that justify having that kind of people.
They complain for sport. They make shit up and exaggerate.
And
DJ Academics in the elevator.
And guess what? He's not.
And Quavo.
But guess what he claims?
No, he doesn't claim.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
He actually is talk shit about the space.
Yeah, he has you thrown.
Then why is he always in the space?
Because
he's not.
Because he has a business deal.
Relationship with Fresh and Fit.
That's why he got that Brittany Renner interview.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, that shows you how.
He told him, you want to be mainstream. You
I'm the prize. I'm the prize.
You got to live.
Oh my God!
You got to leave that. You got to leave that manosphere shit alone.
And by the way, Ack has been a bitch ass nigga, and Ack was a bitch ass nigga from years ago.
Exactly.
Ack is so.
But he out here insulting women using manosphere talking points.
His woman.
But I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay.
His woman that's still with him though.
Yeah, her dumb ass is still with him.
Yep. That's his woman that he was telling he was the prize.
So let me get this straight, right? Let me get this straight, babe. Let's get this straight. If you use black manosphere talking points, your black manosphere, is that what you're saying?
You get associated with the black manosphere.
No, that's not what I said.
That's what I'm saying.
No. So in other words, some random dude could be listening to the video and actually rock with certain points and actually go out and use them. He gets associated with the black manosphere. Okay.
He gets associated with the black manosphere. Yes. There's no membership cards that people are walking around with. There's no handshakes, no insignias, no special things or nothing.
That's called collateral damage, sir. Everybody, it happens to everybody. Okay. The white manosphere were doing it way before we did. It's called collateral damage. In fact, this stuff goes all the way back to the 60s. Okay.
I mean, since you got motherfuckers,
baby mamas and all this kind of talk and all this dusty talk goes all the way back to the 60s.
You got people low key trying to blame.
I get all that. I'm just saying that this happens, and because it happens.
That number one, that's a different argument. See, you keep on jumping back and forth between
because I'm making the same arguments.
I care so much about the black. Let's be clear. Let's be straight up. You're not arguing about. You don't give a fuck about the reputation. That's not what brought this argument up. You keep on saying these women got good points. Let's be clear here. Number one, black women in particular, they got the worst reputation as far as brutal rejections. They are usually embarrassing. Let's be very clear here. I'm gonna be careful. If they would have embarrassed non-black men the way they embarrass black men, understand that that's the least of what the fuck they would have to worry about. So let's stop acting like we talking about some fucking Asian. Asian. That is not this idea. And I have seen what you're talking about. But the dude that did that ain't no manosphere dude. He's some nigga that's out of the 80s and shit. You know, I've seen what it ain't got nothing to do with no fucking manosphere. So when you keep bringing that up, that's a way of super associating it with it. And you keep saying, well, it happens. That has nothing. The points, like BGS said, the points don't matter. If the manosphere did not exist, would this not happen? The answer is it still would. So women know that too. So it ain't is this an uptick? Is this happening more? I would argue that women go through. Are you saying that women go through violence more or less since the manosphere came around?
It's 50-50.
No, I didn't say that at all.
I'm asking.
Look, I didn't say that at all because y'all keep trying to attach things to what I'm saying when I just made a simple statement. I made a simple statement.
Well, the thing is, okay, this is what we're having problems with, babe. You're not bottom lining this. What's your bottom line point? Your bottom line point. What are you getting at?
I think I already stated it, but I'll say it again. I'll say it again. Women in this space. Okay. In the manosphere space.
They're not in this space. Well, go ahead.
Well, women who listen to the space, who actually men, they're complaining that there are men who listen to manosphere content who, when these women politely reject them or whatever, however you want to take it, because not every woman that rejects a man is frothing at the mouth, ready to claw his eyes out and embarrass him.
Bottom line, come on.
These guys they're still participating in the same immature, unable to handle rejection responses, and they're throwing manosphere talking points on top of it.
Okay, so what?
This is what the women are complaining about. Now, you say, listen. You say that they're not in the space, okay? So therefore, they don't really know what's being taught behind the scenes. You had a lot of women who hated Kevin Samuels, but never heard his freaking message until they actually sat down and listened to the show.
I need a bottom line, not a lecture. Bottom line. What's your problem?
What I'm saying is, we have to stay on the right course.
What's the right course?
All right, we have to stay on the right course to counteract this stuff. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how it's getting lost in translation.
What is the right course?
I just said it.
No,
he's basically saying.
No, I want bullet points.
We need to police other men.
Bullet points. That's what I want. For topics and bullet points. What is it?
Before he starts, Fred Holiday, appreciate the super sticker. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank you, Jesus.
Because I'm not understanding what point he's trying to make. Are you, Art? Because maybe I'm.
No, he's saying we need to police other men. He's saying it's our responsibility.
No.
Black man that ever
I want him to.
consumes
If
our
that's
content.
what he means, I want him to say it. If that's what he means. Because I'm not understanding this point. Are you understanding?
Okay, so
the last statement I said was we need to stay the course. The last statement I said was that we need to stay the course. We need to stay on the right message.
Okay.
Did I not say that?
What is the right message?
What's the point?
Did I not say that? Yes or no?
Go ahead, Art.
So, Bay, that when he says bullet points, he's talking about give us some examples of what they're saying that these women have
that we need to stay the course. In other words, what is it that we need to say that you deem the right message?
Keeping the men on track as far as not falling for the games that these women play, avoiding the red flag. Okay, avoiding the red flags, staying on the right mental track.
Fourth divorce party.
That's probably the right question. The thing is, what he's trying to illustrate. I know what I'm saying. What BMT is trying to illustrate that no matter what you tell them, the programming is so strong they're going to do it anyway. So he could have told her, mom's going to rake you over the coals, right? If you do.
Why you hate your mother?
Hold on, Ed. Let me finish my thought, okay? Before you jump in. Let me finish my thought, okay? In other words, he could have told the guy, mom's already raked over 4 guys in a row doing the same exact thing that you're getting ready to do. Why are you getting ready to do this? Guess what he's going to say? I'm different. Like they always say.
And he goes.
And I'm gonna tell your mama too what you just said.
That's right. They will snitch on you.
Yeah,
Trust me, they'll snitch on
you. Get more brownie points.
And you out the will, and everybody else in your family looking at you stupid. And by the way, look at who you got married to. You hate black women. All that shit's about to come out.
And this guy was older than BMT that should know better, but he still did it, didn't he?
Like, you see the thing about it now, I'm just showing you. You see how that was like the weight came on me. Now, granted, I done been to church with this nigga. I done talk with this nigga. Hell, my mama calls my daddy.
Yeah, that sounds like a get out operation.
Now hold on. See, the thing about it is, it's incumbent on some men just want to die. Yes. You could have it where some dudes, you could have and I'm gonna show you some real shit.
Yeah, he's getting ready.
All the way how far back it goes, and BGS understood it and then caught it really quickly, and some of y'all should understood it too. You have it where some women will normally tell a man, I just put my baby daddy on child support. Yeah. Well, and guess what that other Negro is still going to do? Nut up inside her.
Yeah.
So you're saying he got what he deserves.
What am I?
He got what he deserves.
No, what he's saying is that there's the law of Darwinism, and some people volunteer to be food, and you can't.
So that's what I'm saying. So he got what he deserved. He volunteered to be food, so he got ate.
He was going to do it anyway. In other words, there's nothing you could have told him, because we have done this in these spaces for a long time. Try to talk Negroes out of something, right?
Right.
And guess what? They argued, opposed it. Hafiz is doing the exact same. That's what we actually jumped on Hafiz about, right?
Right. He's getting what he deserved.
CGA is telling him, hey, dude, you should have done this.
Well, I don't think if he deserves a light skinned wife, so.
Well, it doesn't matter. One thing is, you should have done this.
Oh, so she's light skinned. That makes it even worse. That really explains him.
And all the stuff that we talk about.
We got
You've been in these spaces, you know better. Why are you doing this? And guess what he did? He got in all his emotions. I don't care if she takes all my money. I don't care. I still have my brain, so she can have all my money. He went
bitter.
To do about it.
He said that he said, "Fuck a prenup. I got a marriage contract." And
I heard him say that, and I was like, "You a dumbass."
Twice a week.
He is a marriage contract. So basically,
now bitter.
It's a prostitution contract, is what he got.
Now, I would have wanted. I'm curious. I'm curious about this, bitter. I would want to know from what could my mother's child. Have told her and her husband. What could I have told? What could I have told?
Look, I know what you're trying to ask me. There's nothing you could have done to keep your mother from breaking him over the coals in a divorce.
No. In other words,
but this is what we're talking about, because this is my point of contention. There's nothing you could have said to keep your mother from breaking this dude over the coals in divorce.
What could I have told him? What could I have told him?
No, ain't nothing you could tell. And the problem wasn't with him. I mean, wait, stop. Hold on, wait, stop. Let me back it up. Him getting married to your mom without a prenup, that was a stupid thing to do. That was incredibly stupid a thing for him to do. Huh?
He's the fifth guy.
Right, he's the fifth guy. That was incredibly stupid. He
Do you want me to name all her husbands? Do you want me to name all her husbands? I can name all of them. It's like,
oh God, no.
You don't have to do that.
You don't have to do that. But look, when your mother married the fifth guy, she was successful, right? She was financially well off.
I'm shooting another movie called The Skeleton Key 2,
Yeah,
starring
yeah.
BMT's mother.
What he was trying to highlight, he's not trying to. What I don't want to speak for him. What he's trying to highlight is about the programming that we talk about.
BMT, your mother is a
Why
matriarch
we're
legend.
reiterating the same stuff over and over again, right? Because some guys, no matter what you say, will not get it. Okay.
Right, right. I get that, but my thing is when your mom was going to rape this dude. When your mom told you that she was going to rape this dude over the coals in divorce court, what I'm saying is, how come you didn't try to give her a difference of opinion to at least say, "Hey, mom, maybe you shouldn't do that"? Saying, how come you remain silent on that?
I'm her business partner. What am I supposed to say? Don't do it.
So you're in business with her for doing this? Okay.
Listen. Let me help you understand it, because I'm not sure you know who or what I do. We run family businesses. Okay. Now here's the thing about it. Okay, so listen, the nigga. If I'm watching men suitors continuously, this is a bad one. Oh, I like this one. Okay, cool. Hey, bro, I'm letting you know right now, you're stepping into a family lineup. Oh, don't worry. God told me that this woman was sent to me. Okay, you know what? Good luck, nigga. All right, good luck. All right. I'm not gonna stop you. You know, it's funny, but I tirelessly watch black men.
Are they all from South Carolina, BMT?
No, actually, this one was from Georgia. And the other one came from the north. They travel far and wide to try to conquer the estate. And I always say, may the odds ever be in your favor.
David Carroll died before he talked about them damn tarot cards. This is what this shit sounds like, man.
I'm not.
Okay,
listen,
I get it now. So this is
hold on, but here's the thing about it. I'm trying to let you know, man. There are women that literally have put men in jail, and before that nigga even hits lockup, already has another nigga in her bed. Like, you can't tell me that this shit is not that. Listen, man, you can try to shame these women, you can try to shame these type of men, but they're not gonna stop the programming. Mama will always have a stepdaddy to step up. You cannot.
This is why.
No, I get it now. I get it. It's the profit. It's all for profit.
Hold on. This is important. This is why we need to protect black men from the white woman Pearl, You know, because God forbid that a white woman deals with that white woman magic. You know, like I said, this is I'm glad you shared this because, you know, one thing about this space is, I mean, God, how long have you been in space? And then you just collecting bodies, but
and he didn't have to tell us that story.
No, and here's my point. And I've said this before. I keep telling these chicks, we don't tell everything we fucking know. Y'all think we just air. See, black women have this thing that we just be telling. We just tell everything, and we're making them look bad. Yo, we're telling about I'd say maybe 60% of what we could say. I might say 40. The reality.
And I love my mama. I love her. Yeah.
Well, but that's a light example. Like, let me give you another example with PK talking about fucking these
Oh,
women.
don't bring that shit up.
bitch.
PK, you scarred him with that shit.
No,
you know that?
No. Here's my issue. My issue is when all you niggas are talking about how common that shit is. Hey, now, could you imagine if I brought some shit like that up with a white woman around? They would lose their mind, and that's some common shit. So my point in saying that is we don't be really airing them out like that, and that's like a light version of me airing them out. That ain't even really a big deal. So we hold back. Shit. Think about when Austin Holloman was talking about how women have a vaginal odor. Even Darius MGTOW was acting embarrassed about that shit. Because Darius being a MGTOW, you know, Darius ain't got no problem talking that shit. But he has his limits too. All of us in a certain age, we have our limits. By the way, let me tell you something real funny, and then I am hopping off. So apparently Pearl is the only white chick in the black white manosphere, which is not true because I found another chick. We're gonna say the last name is Ryan, and it is. And I gotta say the first name. She has 400 chick in it too. She has 425,000 subscribers. Her she's got a couple of videos in the millions, but like her 7th biggest video is actually a video where she does a reaction to a video Darius M did. Now, these are her. She said it in the video. This is a 16-minute video, by the way, which
just go to bed.
Her subscribers who are white basically recommended that video, meaning they watched Darius. She said it like 3 times. And so the thing is that folks be assuming that these chicks, you can't get to those numbers just off black men. O'Shea is kind of taking it further. A lot of people have, and he's got a mainly black male audience. But all this thing about you got 500,000 subscribers because black men boosted you, that's bullshit, man. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. But
I just look at it like, you know, like you don't hear white men telling other white men, we got to stop these white men who are getting with these black widow white women. Like they're not saying that. They're like, well, another one bites the dust. And another one, and another one. Like, you gotta understand, my mom and other women like her, they are like up there with BGS and Art and Style. That's why Art and Style and BGS didn't even flinch. They're like, that's not new. That's not new.
No.
That's why they were like, what did you want BGS, her son, to tell her?
Yeah.
She would have sunned me. Yeah. Like, get out my way.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like I said, man, you got a lot of folks when it comes to these situations, though. You got a lot of folks that their number one mission is to take down this space. And I'm talking about dudes. I can understand why the women do what the women do, but especially in this community. But you got dudes where that's their number one mission in life, like for real.
So whatever happened to Crispin Carrisman?
She got divorced, and
right. I predicted that.
She's got her a BBC from all we.
A what?
Yep. Yeah. She got another man.
BBC.
Dude, and Pastor.
BBC as in, she got so she's now with a black man.
Yeah.
Who's she with? Do we know who he is?
We don't know who the guy is, but this is the rumor. Okay.
Is it Angel?
I don't think so. Like Angel,
anybody.
Well, we'd have heard that one if it was Angel.
I just the thing about it is you gotta understand. The lessons and all this talk and everything can be touched as much as you want. Some people will still go against the grain and say, I can change this person or this nature. And you're like, while some other men will be talked about and shamed and say, fuck that. I just watched this person get railroaded for $200,000. I'm getting the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta understand. And what's the thing about it was, there were 43 women in that house with my mom, laughing, drinking, laughing it up. I just came by just to drop off some more wine and some more liquor while they were playing their games. What do you think that they were talking about, Bitter? What do you think those women were talking about? What do you think?
How to get over on the next man.
Now, they're most likely, they probably were, most likely. But you gotta understand, those women, and I think the youngest woman in there was probably 24 years old. When I say it runs deep, I don't see that. See, they're having their household woman spear meeting. Now they've been doing that in houses. Now men will be talked about. Well, let's go meet up at BGS's channel and let's have a conversation. And BGS said, "Let me tell y'all a story about what happened in my life." Or Art will talk. I think you talked about the situation after you had a divorce. And the thing about it is, there was no anger or aggression, but there was more so of, let me teach y'all how to survive this. Let me teach y'all, because a lot of men do think about suicide or do think about some drastic shit. I'm going to take out this woman. I'm going to get rid of the kids. And sometimes you're lucky that they might come by a channel and might hear a man with experience say, listen, I know shit's bad, but I'm going to have to talk you through it on how not to go that far down here. See, that's why I said, and that's why there's sometimes these spaces are here, or these conversations are here. Because when you start understanding that of the mission, then you start saying, okay, I get it. Everybody can't be saved off the ship. Everybody ain't gonna make it off the planet. Everybody can't save or fix this fucking brand.
Okay, so let me get in here because it's
go ahead.
About to wind down.
Trying to wind it down, yeah.
And shout out to D Scott for the super chat and give him the James Brown treatment. All right. And then we have another one that's pretty much, I mean, he's a 1 cent off from the James Brown treatment.
Give it to him anyway. Give it to him anyway.
Here we go. That could starve. And then we have another one over here. Let's see. I was over multitasking, y'all, so I'm trying to catch up here. So we got another one, all spades up in here. Super long stream got me through my shift tonight. Appreciate you, fam. Let's see here. Come on, you slow computer.
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay, and then we have the Cash App from, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Come on here. Computer. No, this is the phone. The phone is like, I'm going slow. All right. Aqua Techie. Appreciate you, fam.
Thank you, Jesus.
All right. I think is that everybody? Oh, we got another one for the James Brown treatment. Here we go. This is Robert Benjamin. Man, I wish I was in shape. I can do that stuff, but no. But but I appreciate everybody coming through and everything. But I guess I'm gonna try to put in about 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah, I gotta hear it that way too.
Well, thank you, though, bro. I just chimed in a little bit and listened mostly.
Oh man, this was
what's up, She?
This was great, man.
What's
I appreciate
going on?
it. Oh, and you want to throw something in before we head on out?
Nah, I'll just get up here. I was gonna say y'all ought to be ashamed of yourself keeping art up here all this night and morning. Y'all need to go to bed.
I'm old. I shouldn't be up anyway.
I know, BGS. You ain't got your 10 hours of sleep.
No, hell no.
Yeah, this probably one of my most legendary streams, man. So I couldn't even cut it short. I was like, shoot, let everybody get everything in.
It's definitely a good one.
All right, yeah, all right,
buddy.
All right, Art, go to bed, old nigga.
Okay, let me grab my cane.
Hilarious.
In my slippers.
All right, peace out, man.
All right, night, guys.
All right, thanks for the share too, BGS, and thank everybody for coming through. I'm about to go ahead and crawl and get me some sleep. All right, peace and hair grease.
Peace.